What is up, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4. We are here for our final week and our final day of the league stage. And we're also going to find out who is going to be going to the grand final. That's going to be happening not next week, the week after. Only 12 of our 18 teams are going to be making it. I'm super excited, but also a little bit sad because we're going to have to say goodbye to some teams today. Joining me on the panel, as always, is going to be the Mustachio AJ on... Is that left on my right on my screen? God, I hate how it's mirrored because I'm pointing to my left side. On my right is the Mustachio AJ, and on my left is Neptune. Gentlemen, welcome back to the broadcast. I hope you're not confuddled like I am this morning.
Thank you very much, Danny. It is an exciting week, and today is an exciting day because it wraps up 8 long days, 4 long weeks of league stages that, has been quite torturous for some of those teams out there, but quite educational for some of the rest who have been improving and, stepping things up week after week, right? One of those teams clearly on our side has to be the players of Blacklist International, where they seem to have not really gotten a great hold of the competition when we first started on week number 1, but look at them right now, right? Sitting on the 4th spot. We also have Geek Fam, a team that kind of started off flat, making their return after a long time back into the pro scene, but we've seen them climb up little by little. Maybe today is the day where they will show us truly what they are capable of. But Orange Esports, we're still waiting for them to wake up though, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, some of the teams haven't awakened just yet. I mean, I don't know how much coffee they will be needing right now, or whether it's coffee or tea, but they need to wake up. This is the last day of the league stages.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there such a thing as like an emergency gardener's hotline? Like they got to call somebody in, there's a time to actually call the gardener in. That's going to be now. I don't know if you use some fertilizer or whatever, but if the orange tree doesn't kick in today, then we're not going to be seeing them at the grand final. And it is going to be disappointing, right? We do see like this team, they have their moments where they can be very explosive, but it seems from yesterday's games, another team may have stolen their thunder, and that team being NC, which was probably the biggest standout team that we saw for the entire tournament. They were dead last, and they've somehow managed to climb out from their grave and are actually making their way to 12th place. I mean, we all agreed yesterday that there's a good chance that this team could even make it to top 12 if they continued with their performance from yesterday into today's games. So I think people that are cheering for NC, or at least new NC fans, we've got expectations for this team coming into today's matches. But of course, everyone has expectations, right? There are teams that are not performing to expectations, others that are overperforming. I'm going to start with Neptune. Neptune, who do you feel like from yesterday's games you feel is underperforming?
From yesterday, I mean, apart from Orange, we have Pando EWG, who really didn't do that well compared to the previous day that they have. Even No Escape Revolt. I mean, they are in there on the 16th spot, and like it's about time, similar to what we've seen from NC Sports, wherein they need to put up a little bit of a different tactic from the game to first get survivability, because the placement point is good enough, and then along the way get those kill points.
I absolutely agree with those teams, right? I mean, to throw in a couple more in there, Axis Esports as well as Bloody Head, they were quite on par with each other yesterday, picking up, 30 plus points, which really wasn't the kind of Bloody Head and Axis Esports that we saw in week 1. I mean, it seems to be the complete opposite of Blacklist International, where they started off a little bit later in the competition, but they've managed to rise up quite high. Axis as well as Bloody Head, they started off super hot, but then, fizzled out continuously week after week. And now we see kind of subpar performance coming through from these two teams, which is, I would say, a little disappointing, but it hasn't really cost them a lot. But I do agree with you, Danny. The one team that we all have to keep our eyes on has to be NC. Yesterday, we were thinking it was going to be Orange Esports, because I think Orange needed about 60-odd points to get back into the top 12, and NC were in a more dire strait where they needed more than 70 points. They've cut that down to just 30 points now. They just need 30 over the teams that are, above them to sneak into the top 12. And if they could pick up 40 yesterday, I see no reason why they can't do the exact same today, right? But the teams that they have to go up against in terms of outperforming them on the battlefield would be teams like Toda, Bloody Head, as well as Hard to Get. And we saw the rise of Hard to Get yesterday as well. I mean, I'm not going to count in Sem9 and GeekFam who are above them because, I'm pretty sure these teams are going to be making it through to the grand final. So it's not an easier task today for NC, although they've made great headway yesterday. But Orange Esports, though, I am starting to feel like this team's not going to be making it to the grand finals. To the point that you brought up, maybe we call the gardener in. I do a little bit of gardening as well. And recently I bought this fertilizer. And the guy who sold me the fertilizer told me, don't expect miracles. You need time for the fertilizer to work. So even the gardener can't help out Orange Esports now.
Yeah, you can't just prune off the dead ends. Like, this is something this is a long-term issue for Orange. So if they can somehow pull in this miracle and just be, all right, we're going to dominate Kalahari and Bermuda, then I don't know. My hope is just not there for the team. I hate to be that bad guy, but yeah, they haven't proven to us that this is something that we're going to look at. But anyways, very quickly, we've got to remind our viewers our maps that we're going to be playing today. So we had Purgatory and Alpine yesterday, which leaves Kalahari and Bermuda to be our play maps for today. Now, very contrasting maps. You've got Bermuda that tends to be very fast paced, very fast action, whereas Kalahari, it can be a little bit more of a smaller map. Also, because Bermuda is such a classic map, everybody's played Bermuda. Everyone's very confident with the map, comfortable with the terrain. Kalahari, it's its own different beast. Yes, it's been in the game for quite a while, but it asks for a completely different play style. And some teams thrive on this map, and there are others that just sort of sink in the sand. And if you're a team that needs points, you really got to buck up for Kalahari, whether you're good on this map or not. Anyways, we're going to move on here to our final look at the teams. The point system first. We're going to take a look at the teams participating later on because we do need to remember some of these groups. But point system, very, very straightforward. We've had this for every Free Fire tournament so far. It hasn't changed. The team that locks in the booyah will be taking home 12 points for the team. Second place will get 9, third will get 8, and then you will get 1 point less as you go down the placements. And unfortunately, if you wind up in 11th or 12th, you're going to be going home with no points at all. Now, you can offset your score with some kill points. So every kill you knock out, you will be able to take home 1 point as well. And we have seen some teams really utilize those kill points to save themselves after getting knocked out rather early in those matches. Although some teams are a little kill hungry, stealing the kills from the rest of the lobby. You kind of have to be fast if you want to take those kills from those teams. So if there's a time to look for kills, and especially if you're struggling, it has to be today. You need to bare your fangs, take your claws out, and just get in there and just start going in completely ham for that action. And I do believe we're going to take a look at the groups here in just a second. But are we just going to see the same things as yesterday? Because I don't think we really saw much of a change with these groups. I think maybe the only difference is that we saw a little bit of an awakening with Fire and AV Radicals. Aside that, Group B was more or less NC, which is, I never thought I would say this.
I have to agree, right? But we also saw the rise of Toda yesterday where they hit 70 points. Blacklist International, they've had their ups and downs. And, on day number 4, where they performed abysmally, nobody wanted to see them do, things like that on the battlefield yet again. They kind of rose up to the occasion yesterday as well. So quite a number of teams are really stepping up. I mean, talk about anxiety. Yesterday was one of the best days for anxiety, apart from day number 1, where they first started off extremely hot and then, just disappeared from our screens, not really hitting any MVPs, not really hitting any of those booyahs. But yesterday was a huge day for anxiety. So yes, I am hoping for a little bit more of what happened yesterday, but obviously not with the exact same teams. We want to see some of the smaller teams who haven't really been showing up all that too much in the competition really wake up today and show us that they deserve a spot at the grand finals. Because, I mean, regardless if they want to show it to us or not, if the points don't show it, they're not going to be there.
Exactly. Now, this is what the teams are playing for as well. So the prize pool that you're looking at right now, this is just for the league stage. And you're probably wondering, where's the rest of the $70,000 US? It's in the grand finals, guys. You got to make it to the grand finals if you want that big money. So everything is really on the line for these teams, right? Ultimately, these teams are playing for that grand prize. So if you got to make it, you have to make it to top 12. Neptune, I want to sort of bring up something because we will probably, there's a chance, okay? I think it might, but it might happen. It's Group A versus B for our first matchup of the day. And we saw yesterday, Farang constantly dropping on Blacklist. Now, we know for a fact that Farang normally drops in Refinery when it comes to Kalahari, right? Are we going to see Farang actually try and just gun Blacklist again?
Yeah.
Well, Farang usually, especially when they drop in on Kalahari, they take Refinery. So I'm not quite sure if Blacklist will be taking the same route. So far from what we've seen on a previous game, on previous matchup, they go in Bayfront, so it's a little bit too far in there, and we'll have to find out if the rivalry still continues at this point. Whether who adjusts Farang or Blacklist, we'll have to find out.
Yeah, I mean, AJ, you said yes, right? I mean, what makes you say so confidently that it's going to happen?
Because yesterday, I mean, you see it one time, it might be accidental. You see it twice, coincidence. You see it 3 times, 4 times, it's clearly on purpose. They want blood. But also, if that does happen, I'm looking at a potential 3-way fight on Refinery. I'm not going to say which team just yet. I'm waiting to see if they took my advice. If they did take my advice, it's going to be a party on Refinery. Let's just see if that breaks down. But yeah, I'm thinking the rivalry continues on today as well. But I don't know who's going to go hunting for who. Right? Yeah. Yesterday, we kind of saw it 50-50. Blacklist won those early engagements twice. And then we saw it go to the side of Farang as well. This time, we might just see Farang move out of Refinery and go and hot drop Blacklist instead. I don't know. It could just happen.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it'll be funny if they try to hot drop each other, but they realize, like, wait, we hot dropped each other, so they're on opposite sides of the map. I think that'd be brilliant. We'll let the teams decide. Now, just a reminder to everyone as well, on the stream, we are going to be featuring a super special set with all the teams. And when I say super special, I mean this is a limited time skin that's only going to be available for a short period of time. I do believe it is the Viper Gangster skin. We had this yesterday. We saw all the players wearing it. I mean, it looks so good. Bro, you're running around with a snake on your arms. Like, come on.
I have to agree, right? I mean, that skin just looked way too gangster, no pun intended, and I want it. I haven't gotten it for myself yet. I don't know why I haven't gotten it, right? I mean, it's on a super discount right now, and I think right after this broadcast, I'm going to jump on into the game and I'm going to draw it for myself.
Yeah, and if anyone's on the fence and you don't know if you really want it, you can, if you tune into the stream, pay attention to all the players and their characters, you'll see the skin in action. So at least you get to know what it also looks like in-game. Because, of course, what you see in the picture, it's going to be a different representation once it's actually implemented in-game, right? Like, the art always looks amazing, but you have to think, how much better is it going to look on me? Not me. I don't know how I would wear it. I mean, like, the snake would probably just like wrap me up.
That came out wrong, Danny.
Dude, it's not for me. I mean, I play female characters. Anyways, all right. Anyways, changing topic. So for anyone that did see the broadcast as well, we didn't mention this. We do have a giveaway that's going to be happening later today as well. We have the giveaway code. Now, we were also informed, for anyone that might be a little bit confused and saw some of the promotional material before the stream, where the loot crates that we're giving away today are the Hysteria weapon loot crates. Now, we did have a bit of a mistake with the marketing material where it said that we were going to give away the Plan Bermuda boxes, which unfortunately that's not what we're giving away today. So keep that in mind in case anyone was waiting for that box. We're so sorry about that. But we are also going to give away the Hysteria weapon loot crates. So hopefully that's not going to be an issue. Again, thank you to Garina for providing all of these giveaway goodies for all of us so that we can give them to you and your friends, your squad mates, everybody out there to enjoy those free loot crates. So again, we're so sorry about the mistake, but we will do better in the future. speaking of better, some players need to do better in this first game. It's going to be Group A versus B. And of course, I think we're going to be jumping into Bermuda as well. My cat's decided to scratch in the background. Thanks, cat. I think it's a good sign. She's telling me that this game is going to be very action-packed. We're not going to have 12 teams survive up until the third circle, which we saw yesterday, which I thought was so strange. We've never had that before. I mean, what contributes to that play style? Like, is everyone just so scared now? They're like, oh God, guys, we've already got 5-6 games left.
It feels like a lot of the teams out there behave like me, where procrastination is king. They say, we'll grind a little bit later. We'll push hard a little bit later. Later becomes next week. Next week becomes the final week of the league. And people are like, okay, you know what? Teams are going to get hungrier. We better start hustling right now and see. NC is the perfect example for this, right? I mean, even teams like Hard to Get, anxiety especially, they gave us anxiety. Like, they started off hot day one, and apart from day one, it was just an anxiety-ridden, run for all of the fan base of anxiety. But finally, they started waking up once again. So yeah, lots of procrastinators in the league.
All right, looks like we're going to be jumping into Kalahari, so that one's my mistake, but this is good because this also puts the theory to the test, right, Neptune, where is it going to be Farang just sticking to Refinery and Blacklist going elsewhere, or if these teams are potentially going to run into each other. AJ's already said yes. You think it might be a possibility as well. Who really knows? But are there any other teams that are going to be very strong performers on Kalahari? Because again, this is a very finicky map that not everyone has been able to master yet.
From what I'm seeing, Kalahari week 2, day 2, No Escape Revolt did well from that game, but not so much on the next day. So we'll have to find out who has what it takes to go and flip it over to their side.
All right, thank you so much, Neptune. I'm going to pass it over to AJ and Neptune to cast our first game of the day for our final play day, our final week. It's Group A versus B. Let's see who gets the booyah for this round. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danalee. As we hop on into game number 1 of the day, Kalahari will be the map, and let's just see exactly who's going to be picking up that booyah, because of course, to kick things off, it's going to be Group A going up versus Group B. Expand's going to be playing. Yesterday, they had yet another explosive day, picking up a total of 12 booyahs so far in the league. I'm pretty sure they want to continue smashing their own record. The closest team to them is going to be playing in this first matchup as well, and that's AV Radicals, who have a statistic of 7 booyahs so far throughout the league. Such a huge difference between the two top teams.
Yeah, I would agree, but the huge difference, especially on this map, is Expand had 4 booyahs in Kalahari, whereas AV Radicals has none. So this might be going in onto Expand right now, unless AV Radicals has something up their sleeve, but there's something expected from them. High tier loot area, always on them.
Even though Expand usually picks up the more number of booyahs, we also have to acknowledge which team picks up the team MVP, right? As we know, the team MVP usually is picked up by the team that has got the most number of kills on the battlefield. And so far, that fight for the top 2 spot is still between these two teams. AV Radicals with 12 team MVP titles to themselves, and Expand with just 8, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, with the MVP, it provides a little bit more of insight. Booyahs, yes, you get good placement, but for the kills as well as overall performances, MVPs really can give you more of that. So it's a play of numbers as well as more of performances. So we'll have to find out which performance really works better, survivability or the kills, and both teams are doing the same but in different contrast.
No Escape Revolt managing to catch a little bit of a kill point for themselves at the expense of NC and their team member, who drops quite far away. And once again, Asta is going to say hasta la vista to the rest of the squad potentially here, as he flies directly in front of Team Farang. But thankfully, not too far away from the rest of his team members. He will be able to loot up for quite a little bit before he joins them once again. I think I did spot the players of Farang at Refinery with nobody else dropping in their spot. And the players of Expand continue to take the hot drop against Bloody Head. Void face now as he tries to avoid the engagement at command post. And look who's just by the perimeter here. Geek Fam might just be dropping by shortly.
And as we see, Bloody Head right now is really heated as they felt this presence of Expand. And we'll have to see if this will be a three-way battle later on. But so far, the battle continues. Cobra has been taken down. And this is Mark, who has been silent so far from some of the engagement because he is the sniper. He goes in close combat. And against Cobra, it's such surprising that Cobra loses that fight.
I was just about to say Too Fast wasn't there to back up his buddy, but he was at the buy point to buy his buddy back, so I guess that's a backup in a way. Too Fast this time around, though, going to be hunted down by Kaloy, who spots his head up top on the roof. Too Fast doesn't know exactly where Kaloy is. A quick spray coming through from Kaloy with 195 HP left on himself. Too Fast has his eyes on him, jumps away instead. Void face in front, and Too Fast is not going to get caught out by them just yet, although he is at the verge of getting snuffed out. Pulls out a great glue wall. X-Roy from up top. Woodpecker, he can punish Mark. And the shots come through from Too Fast, but neither one of them was able to catch him off guard. Roy from up top, still with the pressure as Axel shuts down Mark finally. This is the play. X-Roy and Axel, high ground advantage, shutting down the players of Bloody Head one after the other. Axel, the angle is perfect. Can he break down this glue wall? Roy moving in to finish him off as well. Too Fast with a close quarters combat, potentially breaking out in a couple of moments, but the recovery from Bloody Head way too quick. And look at Geek Fam surrounding the area, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, Geek Fam is preparing for battle, but I love the position that Expand is taking. They are blocking the exit of Bloody Head right now, but if you are in a battle, it's better that you are together. And Bloody Heads right now just preparing just in case they will be taken down. And I don't think they will be stopped by the danger zone at this point. And we talked about this yesterday. No one has been punished by the danger zone so far in most of the match that we've seen. And the battle continues. Cobra right now going in for this close battle. Voidface being hit and Morgana being tagged as well. Mark will able to dance in there from gunshots coming from Cobra, and they still survive.
Morgana, danger zone now, saving both teams potentially, but Roy and Cobra not slowing down. Roy catches off Mark, takes him out of the equation. Stray grenade drops. Doesn't pick up either one. Yet another drop by Roy. Can he take the third one? Back-to-back. Kaloy against Roy. On fire. 3 back-to-back knocks. This guy, this man is on absolute adrenaline pump right now. Final player on the side of Bloody Head manages to get away. The danger zone came out, but Roy was the danger zone in its essence in itself, dropping onto those players of Bloody Head, forcing Morgana to back away. And once again, the compound of Bloody Head taken over by Expand.
Yeah, Expand in there was able to go in on command post, though they are in a disadvantage because of the knowledge of Bloody Heads in that map. But the positioning that Expand has, they have good coverage. They can take them on different angles, thus pushing Bloody Head away. And once that hit came in, then Bloody Head just went bloody. It just left to Morgana right now, heading to Santa Catarina, trying to go for the buy point to bring back their teammates. But that will be a long travel, and I think it's confinement that he'll be going into. Long travel for him, and then when his teammate comes back, it will be difficult for them to get those loots. But so far, the circle is only on the second, so I think there's enough time for them to get back on their feet.
Anxiety did perfectly yesterday. AV Radicals, on the other hand, it looks like they want to snuff out the hopes and dreams of NC early. Ritus shutting down Nafis. No, AV Radicals, not like this. Say hasta la vista quick, brother. He does, and he gets away. Oh, AV survives, and Ryu from the back. Why knock down onto the ground? Ryu takes Ritus out of the equation. Ryu single-handedly with the double vectors. But Rabiel shuts down Xia instead. Ryu, what's his play gonna be? One shot, 2 players taken down and out of the equation already. Final survivor catch shrines for the side of NC, but the action continues. This time it's Blacklist International taking on Icon. Double time turners pulled out and causes a little bit of confusion. Zen OP disengages, pulls out the Mag 7 through the window. Man flies in, but Zen drops him and now barricades himself fully with his glue wall so that he can play the game of recovery. Newbie couldn't get away. Cap drops him like it's hot, fires with a side, a beautiful slice, and now Blacklist International with the timing to recover, and Icon can get away.
Eddie has been taken down in here. 4 Eyes and Captain left, and 4 Eyes are being taken down by Ashura, but it gets back by Captain from behind. Unfortunately, Icon eliminated, and no casualty for the side of Blacklist. Ashura will be recovered, and with 4 points that they have right now early in this game brings them a little bit higher in this leaderboard.
And anxiety now. Might this be a mistake or the best decision made? Too Fast wants to show them that it is a mistake. Do you not dare step into the compound right after we take it over? Expand wants to snuff out the chances of Anxiety from continuing in here. Anxiety, they've got quite a good spot on the overall leaderboard. The 6th spot they hold on to right now. At the end of the day, it's all about who can climb up the most. The players of Anxiety, the only thing they want to do is run away from command post. They don't want to deal with Expand and all of their prowess. But Farang on the way in as well. If they continue their trajectory, they will come across the players of Expand, and this might end well, might not end well for the boys. Expand, current kill leaders of this lobby, 5 kills, and they're not slowing down at all, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, if Farang will be moving in towards this area, there will be no rest for Expand. Hopefully, they have the resources needed for them to defend command posts. So, and also, this will be an inside the next circle. So, we'll have to find out. Cobra right now going for the quick takedown against Fuhrer, and Fuhrer will be eliminated from this game. And from the way we're looking at it, Kanoho will be hiding out and planning an approach of exit. But where will he be going to get those recover later on?
Let's see exactly where he moves on into. All of the action dies down. And it's surprisingly, after all of that encounter, 11 teams still standing. Anxiety, of course, standing with just one final man, Cobra, potentially to finish him off. Doesn't have the right gun to engage with Kanoho, though. If Cobra makes a mistake here, Kanoho's going to snuff him out. Cobra, does he know? He doesn't. Kanoho, trigger discipline by Kanoho. You gotta love that. You gotta respect that. Face hidden. Cobra doesn't strike. Neither does Kanoho. Anxiety still survives. Come on, Cobra. Don't do this. Don't tease us like this. Just get lost. Too fast. Upstairs. Anxiety. I'm getting anxiety watching this engagement. Or non-engagement. Hopefully it doesn't happen. Too Fast backs away. Cobra as well. Hey! Discipline, Pusangala!
Now, I was wondering about that plan. I mean, you had advantage against 1, but you took the advantage against 2, making it against you. And, well, Anxiety right now, Anxiety is over, but they are also eliminated from this match. Unfortunate for them.
Did we just watch? Why did we just see that there? I am so perplexed. I am so confused. But it's all right. It doesn't matter, I guess. At the end of the day, it's all about who manages to jump on out there and dominate the overall scene. So I'm just gonna give Anxiety the benefit of the doubt that I have no idea why he made that decision, Neptune. He could have gone for one guy, he says no, but when he sees 2, he decides to shoot them.
Let's go back. Procrastination. He procrastinated for the one guy, and when it's already out there wherein he needs to move out because the rotation might be going towards him when they turn that corner, then that's when they try to catch him off guard. But unfortunately, well, with the 2 guy, it's very difficult to catch them really off guard. The backup is still there. Even if you get a knockdown, they can still be picked up.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the decisions that you make in life, man. Sometimes you love them, sometimes you deeply regret them. Kanoho deeply regrets that one for sure.
I'm seeing a mustachio in here coming from Rosso X.
Rosso X with the respect with the Misai. I like that. Thank you, Rosso. Cobra, Rosa in hand, one of the best guns that you can have out there on the battlefield in terms of damage. Hazik, on the other hand, just trying to spray down two glue walls, gets taken down instead. Unfortunate approach by Hazik. And it's surprising to see GeekFam make decisions like that out in the open, Neptune.
I mean, look, it's better to make decisions than indecision that we've seen earlier. Though out in the open, trying to spray down enemies, you are about to be taken down. But Roy right now going in, jumping against a 3 of Pando EWG. There's no problem right here. But Roy will be continuing on the battle, and the pickup will be done. Pando, the EWG, will be eliminated from this game. We're now left with 8 teams, and the battle continues in this area. Haven't gone so far yet, and I think Expand is taking all of the winnings in this gunfight and vulturing on, can vulture on in the battle that's happening from the outside.
GeekFam, 2 more players left as they circle around. They find Slumber, who wasn't sleeping, but his trigger finger clearly wasn't awake. A little too slow for a response. Hakimi now, AWM in hand, slowly makes an approach, and X-Roy from afar once again with a Grocer. You have to pick this gun up, one of the best that you can find out there on the battlefield, and too easy of a slave for Cobra with the Charge Buster. Didn't even need to get the perfect timing. Even with the lesser damage, he snuffs out the final opponent on the side of GeekFam. And now 13 kills already. Expand is looking to pick up this booyah with fashion. AV Radicals, on the other hand, eating up the grenades as well as the Mag 7 bullets from the hands of the players from the side of Blacklist. But Ramiel, final player on the side of AV Radical, still surviving, and Blacklist alongside Expand look to move into the second last circle here with a lot of dominance so far, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they have won the first battle and upcoming battles as well, trading off all those kills earlier. And, well, we'll have to find out if Expand will get a lot more. But we're seeing Blacklist in here also getting points. There's side 6 to be exact. Ramiel was able to get away from the clutches of Blacklist International. But what can Ramiel do? Survive would be one, but the Trigger Discipline is out in there, and it will be time that Blacklist will be stepping out of the compound, hunting from this side and taking him down. Orange Esports, on the other hand, surviving, and this is the team that we have been calling out so far for the longest time. This might be the chance for them to get points, but how much can it bring them when it comes to the leaderboard, because they're so low, and I don't think this will be enough for them to get to the top 12.
Too bad. That's a very bad throw of the ice grenade. Tags himself up instead, makes Tom's life a little bit easier. But now Tom can't really find the stairs, finally finds it. Mag 7 upstairs, but Too Bad's already patiently waiting for him, and Tom does not make the silly mistake of rushing to his death. Holds on to that lower ground, but look at the top. Too fast already there with the grenade launcher. On for the delivery. One more pop. Knocks down 2 players at the same time. Can he get the kills out as well? This time not with a grenade launcher. Tosses in a regular nade, which goes a little bit too far to secure the kills now. Too fast takes 1, but the Axel secures the other. Both goes to the side of Expand. Roy sprayed down by 2 players and will not be traded out. Roy manages to find the kill on both players of Orange Esports that rushes him. How is Roy even doing this? And why could Orange Esports not slay them?
No backup needed for Roy right there, just from too fast. But unfortunately, Cobra has been taken down already. Now, Roy is in here. 9 kills already. The pickup from Too Fast is successful. Orange Esports gets back against Roy right there. Tearing him down. But unfortunately, Jesbu brings in that shotgun on him. Blacklist taking this wall as cover as they spray for those coming in from the outside. Good position for the team of Blacklist. They stayed outside of the compound because of the battle that has been happening in there. But unfortunately, Fires will be taken down there from behind by Ramiel, and Ramiel getting the attention of Blacklist.
Yeah, Ramiel just playing the distraction a little bit, but now Expand outside of the circle. They're getting their HP ticked away. Axel playing the game of recovery, but he needs to get into the circle quick. Finally breaks down the glue wall, but the circle eats him up alive. Third spot, all Expand can afford for themselves. And now Blacklist and Farang going to throw it with each other, looking for that booyah. 3 versus 2. Too Bad with a charge buster. Can be responded to to by Ashura, who's holding on to those longer angles. Blacklist hunting down the players of Farang. Too bad, low on HP. Jesbu backs away. God Nade can land on, but he switches out to the M1887 instead. Close quarters combat. Both teams outside of the circle. Who's gonna survive? Blacklist leaves them. Blacklist says bye-bye. Blacklist inside of the circle, and they secure a smart booyah.
No rivalry that we've seen from the start of the game, only by the end. And this time, Blacklist International takes that booyah against Farang. And so far, I mean, a good play coming from them from yesterday, better play coming from them today. What more can we see from this Blacklist International team?
Oh, fantastic, man. I mean, first of all, I love production for the camera work because they allowed us to catch all of that action in perfect 4K, let's just put it that way, right? Fantastic in terms of breaking down exactly what was going out there on the battlefield. And Blacklist International, they outsmarted Farang. Farang made the biggest mistake. They started disengaging and running away behind the wall, but that was so silly of them because the center of the circle obviously would be across that wall. There was no way for them to jump on over unless they had the grappling hooks. But it's a super risky maneuver because when you're up in the air, you get sprayed down a little bit faster. You've got no way of responding, no way of shooting at your opponents. So I don't know what the ideation was there. But Blacklist International didn't get suckered in outside of the circle. They went in for the chase, but when the circle started moving, they said, okay, you know what? Let one guy get the job done. The other two's going to back away and just play the game of survival, play that circle. And that was that fantastic decision that handed over the booyah to them. But of course, this round was all expands round, man. I mean, how many slays did they get on their side? I don't know, but it surely was double digits. They were looking for an extra 17 points over AV Radicals, which might have been a little close now, but I don't know if they managed to earn 17 more than AV to overtake their number one spot, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good showing already from the start until towards the end. I mean, before they have been taken down in there. But again, Expand only needed only a few points to get and take that number one spot. But
yeah,
let's welcome back Dan Lee in our panel right now. What do you think about that first game?
Gosh, there was a lot that happened. So AJ, to answer your question, I do believe they went down with about 20 kills. It could have been 21, 22. So I think there's a good chance that they were able to actually take over AV Radicals. Yes, I looked at their kills and I was like, is this Expand or AV Radicals that has these kills? Because it's like the two teams swapped, right? Yeah. So 20 kills. I loved how Blacklist corralled Farang into that area, right? Because they basically had to jump over the fence if they wanted to go into that circle.
Yeah.
And Blacklist were not, they didn't get tempted to all funnel in through the side. They absolutely could have, but if they did that, I think they actually may have been caught with a grenade, or if you're in a small area, you don't really have anywhere to go. So I loved how they went through the side. They had someone blocking the exit so that if Farang wanted to go over, you had to deal with the other guys on the other side, or you had to fight through the one guy blocking the exit. So amazing play from Blacklist. I think they did a fantastic job. Farang, I'm not sure if it was a mistake. They probably didn't have options as well, right? They were sort of stuck there. Otherwise, they ran out into the open. Did anyone get to see how many glue walls they had?
I didn't see how many glue walls they had, but I kind of knew what they were going for. They wanted to play bait and drag them out. I saw the second player, forgot his name, trying to toss the grenade. But he changed his mind at the very final moment. He put the grenade away, didn't toss it out, and switched out to his double-barrel shotgun. I'm like, brother, AOE. You should toss the grenade first and then, try to play your gunfights a little bit later on. But that particular engagement kind of went south for them, which is quite surprising because if you look at the dominance that Farang has had over Kalahari, has been amazing. Not as amazing as Expand, I have to say, who very quickly have taken over the title of Kings of Kalahari from Farang themselves, who used to just go by the refinery meta, but that doesn't seem to be working anymore. Now it's Expand territory. Kalahari belongs to them, but they managed to get towards that final circle with a little bit of an unfortunate end for them as they got surrounded by three teams. I think it was Farang, Orange, as well as Blacklist attacking them at the same time. They managed to do a number on Orange, but they couldn't really handle the numbers at the end of the day.
Yeah. Neptune, we did see Orange kind of step up today, but Okay, I need to know the numbers from you. How many points does Orange need, aside the points they need to offset, to actually get to top 12 to begin with?
Well, if my calculation is correct, before the start of the game, it's around like more than 100, 102.
101.
If that 101 or 102, around the 100. So that's a huge leap that they need to take, and
So-
they started off well this time, but. The mechanical skills, the engagement, capability of Orange Esports from a long range is good, but once they go in for a close range, they really lose it.
So if my calculation's correct, for Orange to just make it to top 12, and that's assuming everyone else doesn't get that many points today, they would need about 25 points per round.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big ask.
Yeah.
And I mean, especially with this round, they definitely didn't get 25, did they?
They sure as heck didn't get 25. There's no way that happened. Unfortunately for Orange Esports, it may be a little bit too early to call it, but I'm still going to call it because nobody's capable of miracles like that unless you're Expand or AV Radicals. Orange Esports is not going to be making it through to the grand finals this time round. They kind of slept a little bit too late. The alarm bells went off. The alarm was ringing. They hit the snooze one too many times. But the one guy who did not hit no snooze was too fast. This guy very quickly picks up a great name for himself and picks up yet another MVP title at the very same time. Tufas has been quite the integral member for the side of Expand, and he has been the lifeline for the team multiple times as he's the backup. But this time, he took the forefront in terms of slaying Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Too Fast and I think it's Cobra or X-Roy who had 9 kills as well. And this is 20 kills coming from them, plus that Booyah points. I mean, this is a huge lead now that can be taken by Expand against AV Radicals. And we've seen how AV Radicals really didn't perform that well in this match.
Yeah, and this is the 9th team MVP Expand is picking up for itself. I mean, 12 Booyahs, 9 team MVPs. You've got multiple players who have got multiple MVP player titles for themselves. What more can you ask for, man? I mean, if you're Expand, you have to be ecstatic right now, Danley.
God, I mean, ecstatic, I think, if anything, you'd be just thinking, well, we had a fantastic game against AV Radicals, 28 points for your first game of the day. I mean, that's more than enough points to overtake AV Radicals. Okay, hang on. If we did the math, they needed 17 points to get ahead, right?
Yep.
Did they just scrape by it, and are they currently tied? Because AV got 13.
28, 13, that is what? 15, right?
16.
16.
15.
Okay.
Oh, 15, sorry,
15. Yeah, so they missed it by 2 points. GGWP. AV Radicals holding on to the number 1 spot.
And with a 1-game advantage over Expand, right? They've got one more game to play.
Yeah.
So this is great news. But if you're Expand, you're kind of hoping like, okay, we got to crush them this next round. I think this is where the pressure really starts to kick in now for Expand. If they want that first place, they need to go off today to really take over. Because how would you say AV did for their second round of matches? Like, did they do much better with Group C?
I still think it's not really against the group things because, AV Radicals and Expand, they're the outliers of the whole group kind of synchronicity. It's more towards the maps that they play. And the winning solution here is they dominate multiple maps and not just a single map. You're talking about dominance on Kalahari, Bermuda, as well as Alpine. Purgatory, both of these teams kind of do all right, but these 3 maps, they dominate. When you dominate 3 maps and do all right in 1 map, you're going to dominate the whole competition. And look at that, just 2 points between them now. It's just a matter of time before it kicks in.
A matter of time. And it also, if you take a look at how these 2 teams play as well, you can see overall, and also the Booyahs, Expand, a team that's able to consistently grab Booyahs, whereas AV Radicals, they're really just they're really doubling down on those kills.
Oh, yeah.
You can see the team just doesn't focus on trying to actually make it to the final Booyah. Do you feel like AV Radicals might need to consider aiming for Booyahs sometimes? Because yes, they grab a bunch of kills, but sometimes I feel like the placements really helps. Especially for a team like this where you can grab kills. So if you can guarantee top 3, for example, you're going to get kills along the way, plus the placement points.
Yeah, For me, I think a lot of teams had already been chasing for booyahs and placement as well. So they're doing well already in the kills, and it's just more of how they can translate that. Because yes, they can get the kills earlier on, but it ends with, if not two, only one member from their side. Thus, it's very difficult for them to really catch that booyah. But with the aggressiveness that they put on, like they need to put it, I would say, up to 3 phase of the safe zone, and then later on recover, get back, wait a little bit for them to catch that booyah.
Yeah, I think that actually makes sense, but we'll have to see if AB do decide to sort of change things up a little bit. Because again, right, their playstyle, it's up to them, what they're comfortable with, and so far this is working for them. But you know what else is working for us? Our giveaway code for today. So as you can see on the bottom of the screen, if you haven't noticed or you haven't already, make sure you claim our giveaway code for today. If you claim the code, you're going to be able to pick up 2 Hysteria weapon loot crates, and this is totally free. You just have to redeem the code and you'll be able to claim those goodies. And remember, this is a time-limited code with no quantity limit. So if you have any friends, family, squad mates, everybody that plays Free Fire, you can even pre-install Free Fire for your mom. Just get these loot crates for her. If she ever plays, she's going to have those to open. And let's be realistic, we all love opening loot crates. I think it's always fun to see what kind of goodies you get. So firstly, good luck to everybody that opens those crates. And again, thank you to Garena for providing these codes to us, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have all of these goodies to give to all of you. And also to thank you to our viewers for tuning in every week. We love every single one of you, and hopefully the games are up to your standards, because gentlemen, our standards are pretty high now. It's the final week. We've had our first game. We're about to jump into our second game. It's going to be back onto Bermuda with groups A versus B. Let's talk about the teams that are in dire straits. Who is in trouble? Who needs to perform?
If you look at the overall leaderboard right now, Bloody Head has just been pushed into the 13th spot. They need 17 points to 17 points to catch up, so it's not really going to be a walk in the park. And once again, they have got to go up against teams like hard to get Sem9 as well as Toda. The blessing in disguise here is these 3 teams are in Group C, so they're not playing just yet, but you only have one more opportunity before we change things up and bring Group C into the fray. So Bloody Heads just needs to get the job done right now. No waiting for later, no waiting for tomorrow, because there is no tomorrow. It's the final day of the league stage in itself, and they're going to take a break and come back later for 3 more series. So, I don't think they should be allowing Group C to kind of, build that momentum, because later Group C will be playing 5 games in a row. And it's a little easier to build up momentum in that way. So it's do or die time now for the players of Bloody Head.
Yeah, Neptune, is there a team you want to sort of highlight here?
Yeah, apart from Bloody Head, well, one thing that I'd like to point out as well with that idea, because we've seen that yesterday, Bloody Head did well, but unfortunately, because of the number of games that they're playing, as well as the rotation that they have, they are being pushed in there. But going in here, well, so far, no, NC had a good performance in there. Unfortunately, they have been brought down 1, no escape revolt, move up 1 point in there, but the gap that they have against Icon is just too much. It's difficult for them, but it's like if they can replicate what NC has done, No Escape Revolt might be able to go against or on top of Icon, even Bloody Heads, but it's a huge ask coming from this team.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line, and just not enough points to distribute to all of these teams.
Yeah.
It really comes down to the best of the best. Who performs today? Like if there's a day to perform, it's today. You need to lock your position in on that leaderboard. So for anyone that's cheering for a team that is struggling to make it to top 12, pray, send them your well wishes, DM them, send them a picture. I don't care what you do. Send them your luck, your faith, because this is probably the one time they're going to need it the most, especially if they haven't guaranteed top 12. Speaking of top 12, actually, what number do you feel like is the safe zone so far? Like teams that you think are more or less guaranteed for top 12?
There is no safe zone right now because of how close the points are, to each other. I mean, you're talking about a potential 3-4 matches available for some of these teams to constantly switch between each other. And those 3 or 4 matches can really do a number on the mid segment of the overall leaderboard. And, to just put that into context, you're talking about hard to get being equal with Sem9. There's no points between them. And they sit in the 11th and 12th spot. And when you look at them, the teams above them, which is like Toda, Pando, EWG, Anxiety, it just takes about, 13, 15 points for them to jump up 2 ranks, which is a lot. And we are going to be seeing those phenomenal climbs today, right? X2, X3 later on when we see the overall leaderboard. And it seems to be like today, if you do not perform, you are going to cry at the end of the day because it's literally do or die. And because of how close it is for some of these teams, if you get Bloody Head, if you get Icon even to step up their gameplay, you might just see them kind of just squeeze into the ranks of the top 12. And it's all going to be dependent on who does not kind of protect their rank properly. I think maybe from the 7th spot onwards, you are safe, but that is like, just slightly more than half of the top 12.
I was going to say, that's like 5 slots open, You can go anywhere.
Exactly.
Oh, goodness. So, wow, I was thinking like maybe top 10, but, top 7. Neptune, do you think top 7 or like where do you feel like is the cutoff for you?
Well, again, I would agree with AJ in there. It's not so much of a difference from all those points coming from a top 6 or even top 5 below. So once this scramble happens, especially when all of the matches are even up, like it will really change drastically for the performance that we've seen. And we pointed it out yesterday, especially with performance of NC. Last day, last games, usually that brings in a lot of adrenaline coming from this team. So those who really wants to catch up or who wants to secure their place might pop off unexpectedly. This time, like changing the momentum of the other teams or changing the trajectory of the points that other teams has been getting so far.
Yeah. Now, I just want to remind our viewers, if you're wondering what's happened with the game, we did have to go for a quick remake because I think we had a couple of issues. So while that's happening, I want to talk about the players' performances, gentlemen, because we've already had one game, and maybe it's not the best representation of everyone's form, but are we starting to see some teams look a little hungry, play very hungry, and try different things, or do you think it's more or less the same as what we saw yesterday?
Good question. I think teams are getting a little bit more hungrier, but it's not all of the teams that are supposed to be getting hungrier, if that makes any sense. Like Blacklist International, a lot of expectations was put on this brand, on this team at the start. It didn't go their way.
Yeah.
And I think I made that one comment on day number 1 that Mr. D should just put the phone down and, just coach the team from the background. And that was one of the best decisions that Blacklist International made for themselves because, and no, nothing against Mr. D. I love the guy. He is a phenomenal Free Fire player. But I think when you take into account his experience in the world of Free Fire, that's what matters the most for Blacklist International. We're talking about mechanical skills. Some of these younger kids, right, they are bionic machines out there on the battlefield that can annihilate you the moment they see you. And these players clearly have been a better composition for the side of Blacklist International. So they kind of worked their way up, and now they're truly shining, right? I mean, 20 points from that first match. I'm pretty sure Blacklist will continue trying to catch up with Expand, but you're talking about 112 points overall for them to catch up from the 3rd place to the 2nd place. 112 points is insane. That's not going to happen today. If that is possible, then it's also possible for Orange Esports to be playing in the grand finals. I don't think it's possible, right? But apart from them, nobody else has truly woken up. I mean, because you still have AB Radicals and Expand kind of just still going rampage, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a lot of changes with some of the teams. AB Radicals, yes, they're trying to catch up in the point, especially on what happened yesterday. But for Blacklist International right now, I'm thinking that it's because of the map that they're playing on compared to yesterday. I mean, they did well before that for the games yesterday on Purgatory and Alpine. But as I look at the data right now, they I think they're switching it up a little bit because it has been, if I'm not mistaken, 2 days of rest from Kalahari and Bermuda. So they have some time to work on some of the mistakes they have. And that's one of, if not the first piece that you need to work on. And comparing to, I think this is week 2, day 2, like Kalahari is not really a map for Blacklist International, but when they jump into Bermuda on the following day, they are doing well. So map adjustment or like performance based on the maps, especially with the rotation that we have right now, can change your performance, even build that momentum for the following days or for following games.
I mean, we're jumping. Oh, go on.
Sorry, go on, ma'am. Go on. Sorry.
I was just going to mention that we're jumping into Bermuda next, so we're kind of looking at a bit of a different map. And this is a map that everyone can play. I mean, is there someone that just doesn't perform on Bermuda? I'm expecting a no, but if someone wants to prove me wrong, be my guest.
Who doesn't perform on Bermuda? Orange Esports doesn't perform on Bermuda.
Really?
NC doesn't perform on Bermuda. Pando EWG surprisingly does not perform on Bermuda. I mean, Orange Esports so far in the whole league has picked up 28 points from Bermuda alone.
So is this technically their worst map?
Literally their worst map. And there's just no saving Orange Esports if this continues, right? And which is just such a shocker. I mean, how do you go from being one of the best in Malaysia? And Malaysia is one of the best regions when it comes to Southeast Asia. And you are now literally a bottom fragger as well as a feeder in the whole league. I do not understand how one goes from there to there, and Orange Esports currently is struggling at the very bottom.
I mean, Neptune, do you have any other teams that you sort of want to point out and I think we have to talk about in terms of the Bermuda performance? I find it shocking, actually. I didn't realize there were teams that were going to underperform, I suppose, on Bermuda, because this is a map that everyone plays. Like, this is, you know how there's like different flavors for ice cream and cakes? Oh, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, so it's like vanilla is the original flavor for everything. There's vanilla everything. Like, not everything's chocolate, not everything's strawberry and blueberry.
Let's flip that around. Let's flip that around. From the worst performers of Bermuda to one of the superstars of Bermuda. I mean, obviously, AB Radicals and Expand are the two conquerors of Bermuda. They pick up the most number of points. But Neptune, one outlier in Bermuda is actually ORV X-Men. So far, 96 points collected by this team. And it's shocking because they barely are anywhere up on the leaderboard. And for them to perform so well at Bermuda is surely one of the points that should make the team like literally scratch their head and wonder, why can't we do as well as this on some of the other maps? Because they're literally the third strongest team when it comes to Bermuda.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about that is focus. Because for some of the teams, they play different tactics based on the map. So if that is not being done by ORV X-Men, and then they can focus on Bermuda or even Kalahari later on. But right now, I mean, they understand. It's an OG map. Let's understand that OG map is where all of the gameplay came from before the other map has been introduced. So all those gameplays has been worked already by ORV X-Men, and they're taking advantage of that. Unfortunately, they just couldn't carry it over because of the differences of the terrain, even the rotations for the other maps.
It makes me think, what kind of a difference would it have been if, let's say, Alpine was never introduced and we just had more maps of Bermuda? Like, could we have actually seen ORV X-Men suddenly appear and actually make it to the top 12?
We might have actually seen that, right? But you can't just dominate one map and just absolutely go flat out on some of the rest of the maps, because we're talking about the exact same team, ORV X-Men, performing at Kalahari, and they've picked up only 33 points throughout the whole of the league stage. I mean, their performance is just slightly better than Orange Esports at Bermuda, right? 28 points for Orange at Bermuda, 33 for players of ORV X-Men from the side of Kalahari. You're not going to be able to do much in the competition if you just really shine at just one part of your life and, just go flat out on the rest. So unfortunately for these teams, they just really have to understand that when they play the competition, it's not just going to be that one single map. I mean, when you're streaming, when you're, just chilling with your friends, there is a favorite map that you always like to hop on into. That's fine. But when you play it on a competitive competitive level, you have to master every single aspect of Free Fire Battle Royale. It just doesn't seem like all of these teams have done exactly that.
Wow, that's... Man, LIVX, man. I'm wondering if next season, are we going to maybe see a bit of a change for this squad? Maybe are they going to focus more on some of these other maps? Like, they have to.
Yeah.
They have to see their own potential, especially when it comes into tournament play. But who knows? Maybe there'll be a tournament that only has Bermuda. We don't know. The future holds a lot of mysterious things. Things where it can be mysterious.
Challenger.
Oh gosh, it would be amazing if that actually became a thing and they just won. Outright, they just win. It's like, oh my gosh, this team is legit. And then you throw the other maps, so like, okay, that offsets everything. Then they're godly on this map, and then they balance it out with all the others.
Yeah, but win is a little bit of a long shot because we left two teams out of the conversation: AV Radicals and Expand. We just didn't want to talk about them because we talk about them all the time.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Bermuda, AV Radicals just has their way around the map that no other teams have been able to kind of match up other than Expand.
Why? I have a theory. The theory is that because they're constantly chasing the blue zone, they're accustomed to actually utilizing the entire map. Rather than a team that, let's say, they decide to drop in 1 point all the time, they're specialized in that 1 point. But as they travel across the terrain, they're going to feel much more uncomfortable, right? Because they're not used to being there as much as their original drop point. I feel like maybe, I don't know if my theory is the same as everyone else's, but that's what I feel from AV Radicals. Like they've trained themselves this way.
Yeah. Neptune, this is when map knowledge really comes into play.
Exactly. Because if it's not a certain area in the map that you need to find out. If you're trying to chase a random spot like the high tier loot, that requires a lot more of map knowledge. I remember the point that you made, AJ. I mean, jumping into a lobby wherein you just check out the terrain, every rotation that you can take, every ledge, every ridge that you can take for cover, even the high ground that you can take for your sniping shots. And that might be one of the things that AV Radicals did, or the other teams as well, who has been doing in all the maps, doing fair and better in all the maps compared to the others.
Yeah. And it's not just about understanding, right? You got to have your practice, your drill runs. When you work in a big building, they've got this little fire drills where they ring the alarm, and then everybody has to go in a single file and make their way down to the gathering spot. Yeah, you got to do that when you play a game of Free Fire, because you got to really time how long does it take for you to get from point A to point B. And there are multiple drop spots, there are multiple locations, there are multiple terrains that you have to traverse through in just that one map alone. So can you imagine how many of these drills you would have to imagine, different situations and execute those drills? Because you got to get this timed and you got to get it perfect. One wrong move, you get caught out in the open, you get snuffed out. But the question is, how many teams are dedicated enough to the competition, to the brand, to the game, to actually sit down for hours, days, weeks, months, practicing these drills where maybe 80 out of 100 plays are not going to be used at all? But the moment where you start becoming really appreciative is if one of those drills just happens to come in handy out there on the battlefield and you get the booyah out of it, right? And it only is valuable once it starts giving you, something in return. But usually if you don't even start practicing them, you're never going to see any sort of returns in the first place. So hopefully it's one of the things that the teams, really focus and practice on, because when you look at the overall ecosystem, we don't just want the teams to just kind of, bash their heads against each other and just be, in Malaysia, we've got this term called jago kampung. You don't want to just be the best in your own small little circle. We also want these teams to step out of our circle, go onto the world stage and dominate the Free Fire world stage as well. And, it's not just about being the best within MCPS. You have to look a little bit further than that. So, taking it a step further. Yeah, you've got the meta within MCPS. You got to also check out the strategy that some of the other regions are playing in their own competitions. And you got to start figuring out right now, if I got to the world stage, how am I going to outplay their meta? How am I going to find a counter strategy to some of their plays? And unfortunately, not many people go that far,
Yeah, I mean, making it to the world stage is difficult enough, right? And
Yes.
you kind of don't want to think too far ahead because you're, let's say,
You
you're
have to.
Well,
You have to.
Here's the thing. It's like if you're focused so much on the world stage, but you're still, let's say we're still focusing on the MCPS, right?
Yeah.
And first spot's going to the World Series. You sort of have to focus on what you're doing then and there at that moment to make it to the world stage. So it's like, how quickly can you adapt after you've focused on one meta and are slowly having to adapt to a new meta? Because here's a new issue as well that you have to consider. The only time you're going to start scrimming with these teams is probably like, 1 or 2 weeks before Worlds.
Yes.
Which is such a small period of time to prepare for an international event. And it really tests the flexibility of these teams and whether or not they can actually pick up the new play styles, understand that, okay, this team likes to do this team likes to do that, and how we are going to be able to do at least counter some of those strategies. But we are going to jump into Bermuda finally. Thank you so much to everyone for waiting. We just got an update from production as well, so I do believe Orange Esports will unfortunately not be able to play this round, which, gentlemen, I think this might be the nail in the coffin, because not playing this game, I think it puts them out of reach of making it to that grand finals. But I'm going to let you take over this game as we are dropping in 5 seconds. It's Group A versus B, Game 2 on Bermuda. AJ, Neptune, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danilee. And, unfortunately, Orange Esports will now be in here. I don't think this is just a nail of coffin. I think with what we've seen so far in terms of the numbers, the coffin is already closed. And let's find out if they will be I don't know, not playing this time. There's not so much of chance for them. But for the other teams who are in there in the bottom, you just need to find out if they can be resuscitated afterwards. As we started off, this is Bermuda after so many days. And so far, I mean, this is Expanse map, but we like to find out who else, this is AV Radicals map. And we'll have to find out who else, or will it be another Blacklist International Ultimate? Because from the last time, for the whole day, that's a total of 70 points that they gathered just for one day.
I absolutely agree with you, right? I mean, fantastic statistics there, Neptune, as usual. And in terms of Blacklist International kind of stepping up their gameplay, I'm hoping to see them continue to do that, because, I mean, week 3 was amazing for Blacklist on Bermuda. But if you take that and compare to week 1 and week 2, week 2, Blacklist got 2 points, brother. 2 points from Bermuda throughout the whole day. And then week 1, they got only 14 points. So although they performed extremely well on week 3, one has to ask, the hell? How do you... Oi! That was a little unfortunate for Fear. He should have feared the presence of his opponents a little bit more. Just jumps out a little prematurely, gets snuffed out. Fura from the back, a sliver of health left. Does he have a medkit? Charge Buster in hand. Shah and Chessman with the backup. Fura doesn't have to do much at all. Fantastic backup from the side of Anxiety.
Good check in from Chessman right here from afar. And this is the guy that really you want as a backup. From afar, from up close, he has your back. You can go and challenge anyone. And he has a scan of the area. Sniper in there from Anxiety. But as we move in onto the battle that might be ensuing right now, it's Geek Fam, Hakimi being chased by Mark. Shots have been fired and not that much of damage. I take it back. Mark in there will be able to take down Hakimi. But the question is, where are the rest of Geek Fam?
Seems like there's a little spread out. Geek Fam hasn't really been terrible. Hasn't really been amazing at Bermuda so far. Their best week was week number 2, where they picked up 40 points. Week 1, just 26. Week 3 was 17. So just a little bit of an up and down performance for Geek Fam on this map, which is, if you ask me, unacceptable, because, I mean, they are supposed to be the OGs of Bermuda, man. They usually control Clock Tower, then they rotate out to Santa Catarina, but you don't really see those flares, you don't really see those plays anymore. It just seems like Geek Fam, alongside, a team like Orange Esports, has really lost their hunger for the games. And Orange Esports, you guys were talking about the final nail in the coffin. It's not just the nail, Neptune. It's literally the rocks, the sand, everything thrown onto the coffin, and then, they kind of just flatten that sand as well. This is a fresh new grave, and Orange Esports dug it for themselves by not really performing all throughout the league stage and then not showing up for this match. That's a straight up 0 points. It's a little unfortunate for the brand.
Yeah, I mean, we often ask, especially for those on the bottom of the leaderboard, to at some point give out a good fight. Not quite sure why they didn't join right now, but for the other teams who are the bottom, there's no time to give up just yet. Yeah, you might not be able to get the top 12, but the pressure that you can put into the other teams, disrupting their movement, disrupting their momentum, like, it's something that excites us. Like, seeing these teams overperform from their previous day that we've seen them really gives us, and like not just us, even the viewers out there, I mean, it shows a sight of hope from this team. And that's where I keep saying, if they can put that into the mindset from the start of the game, then they can do that all the games that they played, and they have to feel it first. So being there at the bottom, feeling the pressure, or actually not feeling the pressure, and feeling the rush of playing the game with all your heart, that experience, you need to feel it first to carry it over to the upcoming matches that you're going to.
Let's see if or not some of these teams can carry their performance over from some of their good weeks and not just the previous matchup, because, of that up and down sort of trajectory that some of them are kind of sticking into. Unintentionally, I'm sure. They all want to do well, but there just seems to be a little bit of uncertainty in terms of strategy. And now Kanoho is straying away from the rest of his Anxiety team members who are trailing him. But as they try to catch you up, Kano's just going to continue taking damage from the outside of the circle. Thankfully, it's just the first one, so not a lot of damage to, I guess, punish him just yet. Icon at the very edge of Rimnam village will not have to move a lot, but the compound that they are at is currently outside of the circle. And if they stop, if they pause, Anxiety will catch up. So this is really not a good spot to kind of take a picnic break.
Yeah, I mean, they need to move, and they're moving right now, but how fast can they move? The long distance capability of some members, the team of Anxiety, can catch them off guard. As we can see right now, it is Icon who is trying to go and take down, or they have taken down Jim Quest in the process. And I think Jim Quest has stayed, or some of the members of this team of No Escape has stayed outside the safe zone. And even if Icon delayed a little bit, it's a good play for them because they can gatekeep, or they can, sorry, not gatekeep, but backstab those who are trying to gatekeep them.
I most definitely agree. Blacklist versus Geek Fam. Great time turner pulled out, but Zen OP doesn't even use the time turner. A sliver of second, no shots from Apis. That's a waste of time turner for Zen. Good nade, but it's just an ice grenade that just tags up the player just a tiny little bit. Apis with the double vectors in hand just needs to wait for the players of Blacklist International to approach, but he steps out of his defenses just to get knocked down onto the ground. Yasta with the backup. Zen OP backs away, has the MSMC in hand, sprays down his opponent with the help of his partner. And now it is the one and only Hakimi. Good nade will drop Apis out of the equation as Ashura takes out yet another player from the side of Geek Fam. Farang wants to interfere, but the danger zone seems to want to interfere as well, with Geek Fam out of the equation.
Geek Fam has been taken out in their fire right now, moving in against Blacklist. The rivalry continues, and who is going to win this? So far, earlier we've seen Blacklist International, who took the win from the previous map, and Farang is back for blood. So far, with advantage of one man right here, they need to recover one of their members. It is Newbie has been taken out, and they need to get away fast. But on their escape, they might be meeting bloody heads right now. They're stuck between two teams, even with a danger zone. I don't think that would face Farang so much.
Danger zone's not facing anyone, man. This danger zone's the softie who hasn't really touched any of those players out there. Never damaged, never really tortured any of those players for the longest of time. I want Garena to bump up the damage of the danger zone, especially in the tournaments. But now Farang moving in for the sweep. They send out the drone first to pick up extra bits of information. Bloody head from the back. So even if Blacklist International wants to run away from this, they are gonna have their line cut off. Blacklist International in a lot of trouble. A good ice grenade just to display Spade first. Spade backs away, and now Farang moves in for the flush. And as all of this action breaks down, Bloody Head's just listening and watching them.
Yeah, I mean, they are waiting for the gunfight, the gunshots to stop, and then later on, they can vulture off of who's left. Unfortunate for them if they vulture or try to vulture off a complete squad later on, but with the resources already wasted and used up in this engagement, and then it might be an advantage. But so far, nothing's happening. No movement coming from Bloody Heads just yet. It's just Blacklist going against Fire Round, and this is stalemate. No one can make a move so far. Jambal right now will be backstabbed by Fies, and that is a move that they're waiting for. And I think Blacklist has the capacity right now to finish them off. Newbie just came back, and here comes Blacklist going in for the rush.
Yeah, it's all about the timing as to where they look as well. Inside of the time turner, Jesbu snuffs out Zen OP, backs away, still surviving, drops the glue wall as well. Jesbu surrounded by 3 players. Ashura right outside, Spade for the backup as well, but Ashura drops Spade right before erecting the glue wall. One good grenade can do the boys in. Jumbo from the back, God nade lands. Zen OP and Newbie down onto the ground, and it looks like Farang's gonna be able to grab this victory. Bloody Head approaching as well. They want to pick up the missing pieces. They want to be the perfect third party. Morgana charging up the grenade. One lands nearby. Spade, as he was knocked earlier on, no finisher coming through just yet. Morgana needs to secure this one slay. Knocks down Spade. Fantastic approach. Turns around with a woodpecker, but now traded out by Jesbu himself. Five snuffs out Morgana, steals the kill away. Blacklist International, but Bloody Heads, I wish the approach was a little bit more solid than that, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, even if they have the surprise capacity right there, I mean, they need not to be in the open. They have a chance to take a cover before taking shots. Grenades, I would say that the grenades that have been thrown might have been a waste. They don't have so much of understanding as where and how many is in there, and they miss totally those who are moving inside the compound. But the battle is in there, not yet over for Bloody Heads and Fire Round, but AV Radicals going against Exciter right now. Battle of the Filipinos is at stake, and they are in Mars Electric, and we'll have to find out who will be taking this win.
An electrifying fight for sure we are about to see as these two teams close the gap between each other. AV Radical starting things off hot. Obviously, Wine opening things up, and the best player to take out of the equation, Chessman. Fierce strikes back. Thanamo knocked down onto the ground. No kill being secured just yet. Off screen, it is Icon taking on No Escape Revolt at the very same time. No Escape, they have no chance against Icon, who have swarmed the outside compound. Anxiety on the other hand. Fear from the back. M8087 in hand, double barrel. But the time turner mix as he swings back and forth, in and out. Thanamo drops Fury, White drops Fear. Anxiety being eaten up by AV Radicals.
Kano once again, the only one remaining, but not for long. AV Radicals in there getting 4 slays out of Anxiety, and, well, Anxiety in there. They made a good decision, but not so much a decision that they will outlive AV Radicals at that point. Fast, but not so much surviving. So hopefully they will be making better decisions later on. But the battle really from between those two teams are so heated. Actually, from a lot of teams right now, it doesn't seem like this is a race of survivability anymore. They want to get the kills from the start of the game, and then later on, like, whoever is left will be taking that booyah. I think that is what is the mindset of most of the teams that we're seeing right now.
No Escape Revolt. The only casualty was Slumber. The boy continues to sleep, but Farang hasn't gotten out of the hot waters just yet. Jesbu backs away. Mark going insane. Kaloy with the right-hand flank alongside Voidface. Mark misses those shots and hit goes wide. Spade with a backup from the left-hand side. Tries to knock down Mark, but Jim Quest interferes, and No Escape Revolt. They manage to get one. Jambal with the grenade launcher finds one knock. Jambal went with the next pop. Kaloy will be taken down by the circle, so Jambal doesn't really need to worry about securing that kill just yet. But now one good nade into that window. He misses it by a couple of seconds. Could have gotten Mark as well. Jembal needs to be absolutely sharp with the shots, and he manages to put Kaloy out of the equation thanks to the circle. Circles around to loot his opponent, and too bad from the other end. Spade needs to be picked up, but nobody is close to him.
He is on the second floor of that compound behind them, and AV Radicals has been eliminated from this game. We have yet to see who takes them down, but there goes a push of Icon against this team of Revolt, and there's no revolting right now coming from Revolt. They are just trying to hide out and get away Eddie in there for the finishing kill as they hunt Farang in the process.
Farang's the kill leaders right now for a good reason. Bloody had tried to hunt them down. They snuffed them out right back. Shah got brought back into the matchup, but takes the highest ground possible. The circle's going to be moving away from Shah as No Escape Revolt gets taken out of the equation. Yazid goes down and City in trouble. Asta trains out Tua. Pando EWG taking the fight up against them now. A grenade being charged up. But Ryu goes down. Monito, Tua, as he gets picked right back up. The players of Pando EWG have managed to overcome this challenge, and NC are about to get wiped out of this lobby. Pando EWG has got the area surrounded already. That one ice grenade isn't really going to be doing a lot of damage. Asta with the Groza needs to turn around. Tua with the charge buster. The timing of the glue wall is perfect. Asta runs out of the window, but now there is the blue zone ticking away at his health. Finally, times runs out and Bew drops Asta. NC unfortunately will get taken out.
6 teams remain in this small circle. EWG right now, good position behind this wall. Void face on the other side being taken by the safe zone. Bloody Head will be eliminated thanks to the help of EWG. But as we can see, no one or only Blacklist International has taken this, and there's only one player. Fize in there with a compound. Now, it's a little bit risky right now for Fize because one grenade might blow him out of this game, but with the position of other teams out in the open, he can take advantage. I love the positioning of Too Fast on the other side, though. Like the 1-3 split can be their favor once the safe zone closes in.
This is a big match for Icon. Icon are trying to jump into the top 12, and Icon is quite a distance away from that 12 spot. They need 27 points to sneak in before Group C jumps into the fray, and therefore they need as many as possible, not just that 29. Being the kill leaders, it puts them in a great position, but they need to secure that booyah as well. Farang circles out. Pando EWG getting tagged up by Jespu and his AC-80, but the circle forces all of them in. Farang and Pando, the closest one to the next circle, and therefore they do not have to travel a lot. Expand, on the other hand, a little bit too far out. They need to start moving as quickly as possible. Glue wall after glue wall they erect in front of them just to block out the vision and the shots from their opponents, and they make it into the circle as well, just in the nick of time, beside the players of Icon. God Nade by Too Fast puts Man out of the equation. Expand doing two things at the same time, and they snuff out Icon with the help of Fires as well, who secures that final kill. Icon no longer those that lead this particular lobby with the kills. X-Roy turns around. Charge Buster timing just a little bit too late. As Spice uses all of those glue walls, but the Axel close quarters combat with the AWM snuffs him out, and Blacklist are out as well. The three-way fight. Pando, Farang, and Expand. Let's see if Expand can continue to conquer Bermuda.
Expand focusing on Farang right now. Good nade coming in from Cobra, and the follow-up will be done. A takedown by Too Fast, and good backstab coming from Cobra. That is what we call a good communication coordination from this team. But they challenge and battle it against Fando EWG. Expand expands with this booyah.
24 points picked up. Expand did not turn on their aggressive side until getting into that final circle. What a strategy this time round. They played it safe. They didn't want to get over aggressive. Good on Team Expand. It's all about the strategy. It's all about the IQ plays. And Expand has managed to expand their dominance just a little bit more.
Expand right now really showing up. They really want to get that #1 spot and take a huge lead apart from AV Radicals. And from what we've seen, I mean, AV Radicals did well from one of the engagement, but has been eliminated early into this match, giving them good chance. They only needed 3 points, or if not, 3 points to get ahead of AV Radicals. I think with the points that they have right now, I mean, that is a lot, and AV Radicals is in a run for it to catch up once again.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, at the end of the day, anxiety as well. They had quite an awesome start but kind of got snuffed out prematurely. Pando EWG, great engagement against Team NC, but their run into the final circle was absolutely perfect, managing to deal with the pressure that Farang brought in, blocking them away initially and allowing Expand to expand Team Farang before getting into that engagement was just the perfect method to pick up the maximum number of points. Danily, your thoughts on this matchup and Expand's usual dominance?
Okay, here's the thing. I don't think it was their usual dominance. They were very conservative this game. I think we were expecting maybe 15, maybe 20 in the higher end of the spectrum for kills. But I like that they were conservative this round. I think they wanted to make sure it was a safe round, that they didn't get overconfident, they didn't get cocky, and they needlessly died to somebody, and then they sort of fumbled the ball, right? They're trying to get as many points as possible to stay ahead of the competition. And lucky for them, AB Radicals did get knocked out pretty early. I don't think they had many kills under their belt as well, so they don't have much to offset. So firstly, happy with Expand's gameplay. I think they did great. I was scratching my head a little bit with Farang's decision to drop the Great Wall of Farang so early going into that final. So I'm not sure if it was just me. I thought, like, there's a lot of glue walls there. And I was checking their inventories. I thought, like, oh, okay, if they're doing this many, maybe they have like 8, 10. But when they were dropping them down, I saw it was going down from 3 to 2. And I was like, there's no cover in the center of the map. They don't really have anywhere to go besides, like, what, that one tree? So it really backfired for them. Maybe they were hoping that they threw down all of these glue walls. They could maybe quickly eliminate the first team and they could clean up the second one. But it really didn't play out for the team. Maybe it could have been stress. Maybe they had another strategy that we're not 100% aware of. But I was sort of scratching my head with that decision to throw down so many glue walls. I thought if they were maybe a bit more conservative with them, use them a little bit more sparingly, they would have had more going into that late game and maybe wouldn't have had to die together by being shotgun under the tree. You know, it's not a very nice Valentine's Day gift, if you ask me.
I do agree. It's just that, you know, it just became a little bit chaotic with Pando EWG on the right, Expand on the left. They had to deal with two teams at the same time. So to a certain degree, I understand the flurry of glue walls that they threw out. But going back to Expand and their dominance, usually they pick up an average between 12 to 15 points at Bermuda if you divide it across the number of games they play within a day. So 24 points is quite a bit better in terms of performance for this team. If they can do this just one more time on Bermuda, they would have already outclassed their week 2 performance. So I'm looking at Expand continuing this trajectory because not only have they broken multiple records already, one of their biggest concern is to break the record of AB Radicals themselves. They've managed to get the title of Kings of Kalahari, but now they want to go for Kings of Kalahari and Bermuda. And AB Radicals is currently standing in their way. But remember earlier on, they almost beat AV for that number 1 spot. Neptune, I think it's happened finally.
Yeah, I mean, and there's one thing that we have been waiting for in there that with the rivalry that is happening in here, like once you have that momentum coming from previous days, as well as the pressure in trying to get into that number 1 spot, it can give you that advantage. And I'm not quite sure if they've seen AB Radicals eliminated in this game because they were cautious from the start of the game, and that might be one of the trigger why they performed midway up until the end in there, thus giving them more advantage in that game, in that match.
Right. So we're going to take a look at the MVP for the round very shortly. But before that, we do have to quickly mention to everybody that basically Group A and B are done for today. Like, this group was only scheduled to have 2 games. So we're going to be saying goodbye to Group A after this. And Group B have a heck of... Gosh, I think they have a heck of a time to grab points now because this is their last chance. This is their last chance. It's against Group C, who have also been a very formidable group as well. I think if you're in Group B and you're currently not happy with your performance, you are going to be terrified going into this next grouping. But very quickly, our MVP for the round is going to be the Axel on the side of Expand with 4 kills to his name, 1,700 damage, and 27 accuracy for the round. This was actually a kind of low for Expand. But then again, they did spread the kills around, so it's not a case of just one person having all the kills. But I don't know if we have any extra comments to add to Expand. I think we've used every descriptive word in the dictionary so far to describe this team as MVP.
Just one more. This is the fourth MVP title for the Axel, and I think he has to be really proud of that. The only player that has beaten the Axel's current record of MVP titles is actually Tanamo from AB Radicals, who has 5 to his name. So just like how Expand has been trying to break the record of AB Radicals time and time again in every single segment, now the Axel is in line for the exact same thing when it comes to the MVP titles as well. And Expand picks up yet another team MVP. And this is one more thing that they want to compete with AB Radicals for. AB Radicals has got 12 team MVPs. This is Expand's 10th team MVP. I tell you, they have got something out for AB Radicals, and they are gunning for them heavy.
I mean, they already gunned them in the booyahs department, right? I think when we started the day, Expand had 12 booyahs compared to, I think, 7 on the side of AB Radicals. So, I mean, for them to try and knock out every single record, why not? I mean, they're playing fantastic. They absolutely deserve it so far. It's not like they've ever had a pity MVP. Like, these guys deserve every MVP that they're getting so far. But let's take a look at the overall standings for our final game for our first set of games here. Expand going to be ending the round with 22 points with 10 kills to their name, and the Booyah, 12 points. Pando EWG in second place with 15 points, Farang with 13 points, 12 for Icon, 12 for Blacklist as well, 10 points for Bloody Head. AB Radicals, unfortunately, only with 6. It's got to be a bit painful for the team because they're going to have to really step it up for these next set of games. No Escape Revolt with 4 points, alongside NC Esports. This was one that I was a little bit upset about. I was hoping NC would be able to pop off, but so far for these first 2 games, they have really struggled. What sort of happened with NC today? Do you feel like it was a case of them sort of getting caught out by the wrong teams?
Well, team caught them out. Was that Pando, Neptune?
I believe that was Pando Esports. Pando EWG that caught them out. But I mean, they started off well in Bermuda, especially on week 2, day 2, but they back to faltering in there on the following day, week 3. So this is more of some of the other teams really working and performing better compared to them. If you're just doing the same thing over again, then other teams will be overcoming what you've done. They did well from the previous day, wherein it's a different map, but again, we talk about the different story when it comes to Bermuda as well as Kalahari.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the overall standings. It did have a couple of changes here. So Expand with their performance have taken back first place from AB Radicals, 590 points compared to the 576 of AV. Now, of course, we do remember that AB Radicals are technically a game behind, so they can close this distance, but it's really going to come down to their performance in these next couple games. So AB Radicals, a lot of work ahead of them. Pando, though, climbed up 3 spots, gentlemen. They have done a fantastic job this round.
Yes, ma'am. And this is what we were talking about as to how close the points are out there on the leaderboard. You are going to see a lot of these 3 spots jumps, 2 spots jumps for sure in the mid segment of the leaderboard, because the fight for the top 12 is going to be super hot in here today. But I'm happy to finally see a little bit of a shorter performance between A versus B, as we only have 7 matches in here for all of our games. And the next set of matches will be between groups B and C. And we have got a marathon, technically 5 back-to-back matches for Group C, where we can see teams like Toda, Sem9 as well as Hard to Get really step it up, because they are on the verge of losing their spot.
Yeah, it really seems like that's the case. But I want to see, let the teams do their performance, do the talking. My English is like terrible today. I'm throwing the show. But I really want to see the teams in action first before we can sort of have that judgment. Because of course there are going to be days where they just play bad. And let's be real, I think sometimes you're going into the game with a bad mentality. Something may have happened and you're not able to think. But some people, and maybe this is Todak, maybe they work well under stress. What if today is sort of their come up and stay, and they say that we're really in it today, we're 100% focused, we are hungry for that grand final, and they absolutely pop off. I think that is a possibility for this team. So we're going to let them do, we'll let them whip out their guns, make the plays happen and prove to us that they are a team that is going to make it to the grand final. But let's just have a quick recap of the two maps that we have played already. Group A and B are done. Blacklist getting the first booyah of the day on Kalahari, and then Expand able to snap up the second one onto Bermuda here. And that's going to be it for A versus B, which means now we have 3 rounds of B versus C. And it's going to be 2 rounds of Kalahari for this as well. And we know some teams, they really like this because this is not a map that everyone's comfortable with.
Yeah.
So let's talk about teams in Group B and C here. Aside from AB Radicals and Farang, we know these teams are generally pretty okay for Kalahari.
Yeah.
What are some other standout teams you have to look out for because of these 2 Kalahari maps?
Esports, but then again, do I really want to bet on Axis Esports? I mean, they do fairly well when it comes to Kalahari. In fact, they are the best performing team in Group C for Kalahari. And the closest one to them is Toda. And Toda is just a surprising, wild name thrown down there because they have been quite abysmal throughout this whole competition. And not just this one, the one before this as well, I believe in the challenges, they weren't really showing up all that too much. And, it's been disappointing. But if there's any team that I think we can throw into the list of performing from Group C, it has to be Axis.
All right, so we'll have to see if Axis can do it. Now, Neptune, I'm going to ask your thoughts about this a little bit later on, but we are going to go for a quick break first. So, as always, fam, if you need to go to the toilet, if you want some snacks, do it now, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes to catch the action for Groups B versus C. We're going to see all of your wonderful faces after this. Booyah!
Where have we
here before as players,
and as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
joined by both fresh?
and returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries,
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
So guys, what's up? Zizan Raza in the house.
Hey guys, I'm Ismail Zani. Macam biasa, it's your boy here.
Hi, saya Bunga.
Hi guys, we are Dollar.
Look at that. Tengok kita punya set, kita punya team, kita punya crew. Oh, memang happening guys.
So obviously the set here is very epic.
Kau boleh nampak green screen yang sangat-sangat besar.
I mean, how big the scale is. Like, you have to show the. Oh my god, that is so small. That is how big it is.
Bukan satu, bukan dua, ada banyak. Sebab dia more to action. Lompat lah, baling grenade lah, macam-macam lah.
Biasalah untuk dia. Biasa saya lompat Burj Khalifa, KLCC, Gunung Everest, saya lompat.
We had an amazing car, amazing set, amazing people around us as well.
And bagi saya, it's very challenging lah because this shoot actually melibatkan ramai orang.
Bunga seorang je dekat set ni. Tak ada Dola, tak ada Zizan, tak ada Ismail. So Bunga kena interact macam diorang ada dekat sebelah Bunga.
You really have to use your imaginations of what your surrounding is going to be like. You know, make sure our energy is leveled up with them as well.
And we have to make interactions as well.
Correct. So, you know, it's a new experience for all of us.
Free Fire kali ni lagi padu, lagi hebat dan saya tahu semua tak sabar. Saya pun tak sabar nak tengok hasil dia.
We know it's going to be gempak gila.
So korang jangan lupa tengok video Free Fire ni.
I really can't wait. So hope you guys akan stay tuned and support Free Fire untuk semua.
You guys pun akan play a big role in this video as well. So stay tuned.
Zizan hari ni saya ingin mengucapkan Booyah!
Free Fire untuk semua. Free Fire untuk semua.
Where have been?
Here before,
As players,
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
and returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries,
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Wrong! With the Booyah once again!
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Where have been?
here before,
As players,
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
and returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries,
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Wrong! With the Booyah once again!
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Hello, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4. It's going to be our next groupings for today, which is B versus C, and we have three maps for these groupings, and it's going to be so exciting because we know for a fact that firstly, B are on a timer, and C are just starting their matches for the day. And AJ, Neptune, welcome back to the broadcast. I want to hear your thoughts on what you think could happen in these upcoming matches.
I mean, for me, sorry, AJ, go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
For me, I mean, for the teams of A, they didn't do well in trying to catch up on the top 12. And this is a chance for those on B and C right now to catch up. We're talking about like not only catch up, but also take or increase the lead that they have to the top 12 spot. NC Esports, good possibility for them to take a few more points, bring them closer to the top 12. But the way I'm looking at it, they need 53 points to reach that level. That is given that no one from the rest of the teams will be getting any points.
Yeah. And, for me, a lot of these teams from Group C, in fact, 5 out of 6 teams are mid-dwellers of the overall leaderboard. And apart from Axis Esports as well as the Supreme Assault Forces, who are slightly safe. I mean, like, the only thing that can make them not safe is if they literally do not perform at all, right? And they bomb out every single round, they are dead. But as long as they can chug out just like average performance for both Axis and SAF, they're going to be super safe. But 3 teams out of Group C, by hook or by crook, need to put out their best performance, no cap, for all 5 matches. These 3 teams are Toda, Sem9, as well as Hard to Get. And it just shocks me that in these 3 teams, that Toda and Sem9 are included in there as well. Because, how far have they fallen from grace, Danny?
I mean, weren't these teams also invited teams for the tournament as well? And I think I speak for everybody when they say if you're invited to the tournament, there are expectations already on you, right? Like you got the invitation because you perform well at some point. So we kind of think that you're supposed to be one of the top dogs. And unfortunately, that's just not happening. So we'll have to see if it's a case of maybe the team's just being slow to wind up or maybe, again, we mentioned this earlier, maybe they're trying things and then they're just going to show their real strats when it really counts, which is risky, right? Because like, let's say you're going to be doing your best for the final 3 games, and then all of a sudden you got unlucky and you ran into someone like Expand or AV Radicals right off the bat, and they just eliminated you right off the face of the planet. Like what? Yeah. You put yourself in that position. So this is where the consistency comes in. Like people prefer consistency because at least you've somewhat guaranteed yourself a position in that leaderboard. So we'll have to see what happens. Again, we mentioned this before. Maybe someone performs better under pressure. Maybe there's someone that is an amazing player, but you need to have someone chasing them with a hot iron and just being like, if you don't play well, you're gonna get it. It's just you really need to light a fire under some of these players. But again.
That's the glass half full kind of, perspective towards it, right? Like, things are just not going the team's way, etc. But what if we look at the glass half empty perspective? Being the invited teams, maybe they just felt like they didn't need to hustle as much as some of these other teams. Maybe they felt like, they were good enough to get invited and therefore they don't really have to put in the great work to make sure they continuously dominate the competition because it might just be that. Like some of the engagements are extremely soft out there, Neptune. We were not expecting it from some of these teams at all.
One thing about being an invited team as well is probably they're not that prepared. Because compared to when you're aiming to be in part of a tournament, you prepare that well. And being invited, I mean, I don't know if they know it like firsthand how far they knew it and they just jump in here. Oh, we're invited. Let's go play and let's use the same tactic as before where everyone is already improving in the gameplay as well as the strats that they're using.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah, so everyone's moved on and they're sort of just stuck in the sand. All right.
Exactly. I mean, which is exactly why you got to be a wiper gangster out there on the battlefield, right? And if you guys have no idea exactly what we are talking about, we have got, the current promotion running. And I call it a promotion because it's just the usual draw, Danny, except for this time round, instead of spending 249 diamonds to get 10 spins, you just have to spend 190. And not only do you get 10 spins, but you get an extra 1.
The extra 1. So make sure if you want that skin or if you're a little bit confused and you're not sure if you really, really, really want it, tune into the broadcast. You'll get to see the skin in action, and I'm pretty sure that's where you will have or you will experience love at first sight. Because let's be real, right? Like we always want to see what the skins look like in game as well. So in action, tune into the broadcast, you will see it. And if you're not sure after one game, it's fine. We've got plenty more games throughout the day. So not only do you get to watch some of the best Free Fire in the region, but you also get to watch it with some of the best skins in the region as well. So if you are interested, do get that skin because again, it is a limited time skin. It's not going to be around for forever. So Don't miss out on the promotion. Make sure you get it. But gentlemen, I do believe we got an update. So unfortunately, we are waiting for the players still to jump into the lobby. So before that, sometimes that happens, you know. But I sort of want to come in here and let's do a kind of a tier list for the teams that are currently playing. And we're going to base it off of their current performance as well. So someone's going to be thinking like, oh, you can just base it off the leaderboard. We're going to base it off of more than just their current performance, but also things that we think the teams are going to excel at other than the other teams, right? So let's begin with teams in Group B, I guess, since we're looking at teams in Group B and Group C now. Who would you consider to be the creme de la creme triple S teams? And this also includes teams that you think would borderline qualify for this in terms of their strategy, their mechanical skill, and their overall preparation coming into the tournament.
Easy. Neptune, you go first.
Yeah, I mean, I have AV Radicals already from Group B who have been doing well in the kills, though they're a little bit short in there compared to Expand from Group A in terms of placement as well as Booyah, but they really don't need that. I mean, they took the lead even with less of a Booyah just for the kills and good placement in there. And the next would be Farang. It's a good thing that Farang was able to move up as well from the previous day that we've seen them, and like just that movement alone can give you a better understanding of how a team, like, and it's not just improvement, this is just them turning on their usual ways in terms of playing.
Agreed. And, just to throw in one more team from Group B, it will have to be Pando EWG. And, just to add a little bit more spice into the whole, predictions as well. If you look at the overall map, Farang pretty much can grab a lot of points when it comes to Kalahari. You've got AV Radicals who are monsters when it comes to Bermuda. And when it comes to Kalahari as well, we usually see Pando EWG pick up a few of those extra points. So these three teams from Group B, no doubt whatsoever, they will be in the grand finals. The one team that is tethering on the edge of maybe not from Group B will be Anxiety. As for the rest of the two teams, NC as well as the one and only Orange Esports. Orange Esports, you guys know the run is over. NC, we thought that the dream could still be alive after they woke up yesterday. Massive number of points, close to 70, which is just unreal, unlike the usual NC. But I like that they showed us that quality yesterday. So for the future competitions, we can expect something out of them. Why do I say the future competitions? Because we started off today with NC kind of bombing out. I'm talking about 3 points in the first match, 4 points in the second match, 7 points from 2 games. Yesterday, they scored close to 70. So, yeah, you do the math. NC's not going to be making it through. So, 4 teams out of 6 in the grand finals potentially for Group B, except, like I said, Anxiety, 50-50. But all they need to do is just not really go ham against the other teams. They just need, like, below average, below decent performance, and they're still good. They just need to perform a little bit, and they're all right.
Stay in the middle of the pack. Have nobody notice you. It's totally fine. All right, continuing this on, I guess we can just include B and C with these as well anyway, since we are talking about these groupings.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about teams that would be A-class. Now, A-class teams, they would just miss out on triple S because they are lacking a quality that would make them a triple S team.
Correct.
Who's going to be an A-class here?
There's no triple S teams in Group C, unfortunately. So there's only A-class teams in Group C. And, the only A-class teams I can say, and I'm pretty sure you'll agree with me, Neptune, is Axis Esports as well as SAF. And both of these two teams have been pretty close to each other on the overall leaderboard. But that being said, the B-class teams, which is Toda, Sem9, as well as Hard to Get, are not too far away. The only problem that I have with this team is they're tethering on the edge of, getting kicked out of the top 12, which is not good at all. And they've got Group A kind of vying for those spots. The one plus point is they have got 5 matches to go, and Group A only has got 3 matches to go. So that is the one advantage that they do have, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, for this, I would agree with you for Axis Esports and SAF. I'm just surprised on the performance of SAF because we've seen them on their best tournament. And this time, I'm hanging in there in the middle.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening. McCrory has lost the fire. Probably a lot of people have been using the meta that he's been using, and he just went in. Oh, it's already in style. I don't want that anymore. Like he's not using the grenade launcher. He's not using the grenade anymore. And that is where they pop off, not only in terms of kills, but also getting good placement. Because clearing clearing the area with nades and then grenade launcher really paves the way for them taking that booyah.
Absolutely agreed, man. I'm so disappointed to not see McRory play those styles anymore because, one of the biggest difference that SAF kind of brought into the competition was how aggressive they used to be. McRory was always leading the front lines, always opening up engagements with his grenades, be it, team members or their opponents behind blue walls or inside of defensive compounds. It mattered not to SAF. It mattered not to the SAF of old with McRory and his crazy grenade plays. And like you said, not even the grenade launcher anymore, and I don't understand this child.
You don't understand this child, my goodness. Maybe he'll make it easier for us to understand him because we are ready to jump into our first game for Groups B versus C. We're going to be jumping into Kalahari. Now remember, folks, for everyone tuning into the broadcast, B versus C are going to be playing 3 rounds. 2 of them are going to be Kalahari, and we know that some teams are going to favor this, others are going to hate it. But let's jump into this game here, gentlemen. Neptune, AJ, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danley. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the second match at Kalahari for Group B. For Group C, this will be the first one of the day. Let's see exactly who manages to climb up the leaderboard a little bit more. My eyes are on Axis Esports, Neptune. Axis Esports, let's just run over their performance real quick here. They started off week 1 really hot. Week 2 fizzled down a little bit, but they still stayed good at Kalahari. Week 3 was one of their worst performances with just 21 points over the matches at Kalahari, but it still kind of keeps them as one of the dominant teams at this map. Let's see what they can pick up here on week 4.
Yeah, for Axis Esports is more of the compound, but with the elevation that Kalahari has to offer, I mean, the compound gameplay that Axis Esports usually does or usually take is being hampered because they need not only to get long distance information from the window, but they also need to take advantage or take in consideration the height of the opposing team that they have going against. So Axis Esports might use that later on. And also one thing that they offer that we've seen so far is a little bit of rivalry from the start of the competition between Axis as well as SAF. So we might not see it this time, but later on, I think that will continue.
Let's see what else continues here for the players of Orange Esports as ORV takes those spot shots against them. ORV X-Man! Jazly takes the initiative and will be able to trade out Perrin from the side of Orange Esports. Tom and Decos. Decos is already on the way out. Tom is going to play the distractor for the players of Orange Esports as the second last player, and it looks like it is going to be enough. But shots with this one grenade should be able to put Tom out of the equation. Good dodge here by Tom. It's purely by his game sense. And now the flank finally comes through. Not the player on the side of ORE, but the players themselves. Shot sprayed down onto the ground. Tom, great engagement. Dodges the shot. But since the flank had already started from the side of ORV, Jazly as well as flank. It's so confusing to say flank with this guy on the team, man. Jazly as well as flank managed to find those angles.
Yeah, I mean, flanking and being flanked. I mean, that will be confusing as well. But I'm quite surprised Z-Cause has pulled away from this fight because if you're going to choose, if you have to choose who from Orange Esports can you put in this track ORV from the engagement while you get and revive the rest of the team, I would choose Z-Cause because he did well in dancing around multiple opponents from the previous round that we've seen, from previous matches that we've seen. And this time it was Decos assigned to pull out from the gameplay, from that compound, and then try to recover. Bringing another cost in this live of Orange Esports that will need 3 revive from this team. It's still early though, they can recover, but this is one of the risks once you have only 1 in your team. Similar to what we're seeing from SAF.
Let's see if SAF can get out of this sticky situation. We talked about the team a little bit. as to how they are all right, and the worst thing that could happen to them is if they bomb out, and that's the definition of bombing out super early. There's just a single player left in there. AB Radicals, on the other hand, have got a big fight in front of them. Sem9, the giants of old. Not really a giant right now. Raja gets taken down too easy. Wine from the back. Raja will be put out of the equation first. Lemon runs away as quickly as possible. Ritu straightened out by Man04. No snuff out coming through just yet. Thanamo, super aggressive play. Wine give it the backup. Drops Man04 down onto the ground. And Wine snuffs him out as Thanamo recovers. Ritu's picked up. Lemon has been found. And Sem9, they have sent out one player to play the game of survival. And as Lemon loses his life playing this distraction, the players of Sem9 should still continue surviving. NC puts an end to the players of ORV. Lemon with a sliver of health manages to dodge those shots and get up to the second floor. Buys a lot of time for the survivor on his side.
Yeah, we'll have to choose which one you're going to pick, whether it's wine or lemon to drink. But I think one has been taken down already in that fight. And Thanamo on the other side will be hit by Axis. That is not me. That is Axis Neptune from afar going in for the kill. But Flame has been traded right now. And we'll have to see how can these team defend. So far, they have taken the gameplay of the compound to a different, different level. But they are bringing the fight out in the open. Out in the open, usually they can utilize a sniper, especially in this map, but against AV Radicals, who has been doing well in all, or if not most of the matches that we've seen them on, at least see Raf right now go for the push.
Axis Esports, the best team from Group C, both at Kalahari as well as the overall leaderboard, now takes on AV Radicals. The second placer, P90 in the hands of Neptune, one of the best guns you can have in those close quarters combat. The rate of fire as well as damage is unparalleled. Let's see if or not they can put it to good use as AV Radicals backs away, giving away the defensive compound they initially held on to Axis Esports. And now they spread out into two separate groups. 1-3 formation for the players of AV Radicals, with just Ramiel holding on to the building on the left-hand side, sending the rest of their players towards the right. Raf with the right-hand side flank, but no angle to play with against Ramiel. And AV Radicals, instead of waiting for Axis, they take the fight straight up to them. Grenade being charged up already in the hands of Axis. Ice grenade will be tossed out first. Neptune hasn't struck just yet. That ice grenade does no damage. The second one finds nobody as well. Neptune with a toss out, but will not run into the ice grenade of the players of AV Radicals just yet. This is not really a standoff. It's just the two teams teasing each other. It's just a matter of time before the engagement finally happens. Great time turner pulled out, and Wine survives that onslaught.
And this is one thing about Axis Esports. You can push them out of, or you cannot usually push them out from a compound. They utilize this to their favor for the cover. But this time, I mean, AV Radicals was able to push them out, put them out in the open, giving a hit from Ramiel in there as a sniper. And also, with Wine not going solo right now, a little bit cautious with two backups on them, AV Radicals might be seeing a win for this fight. But now it's balanced in the 3-on-3. Damage has been done already for both teams, and Neptune right now trying to recover from this battle. So far, Ramiel has already joined the mix.
I am shocked because the new lotion that I'm using has cured my crackly skin. I know, too much information, but AV Radicals getting snuffed out by Axis Esports. Two players down, make that three. Vegeta strikes, and Axis wants to live up to their name as one of the dominators of Kalahari. Now they dominate AV Radicals themselves. One final survivor in the name of Thanamo. Thanamo runs out, but will the danger zone finish him off? Sneaks outside of the danger zone. Thanamo still hanging on for his dear life with the grappling hook. Repositions towards the left. Raf finds him. Thanamo still misses that, and he gets away for the time being. Raf, this is all about the timing. Thanamo snuffed out, and 666 Raf, one of the best acquisitions from the Indonesian circuit, gets it done for the players of Axis once again.
Esports taking down AV Radicals, that is something else. Orange Esports, on the other hand, are trying to recover, and I'm quite surprised how long it took for Decos in there for going for that revive. But unfortunately, because of the time spent waiting and traveling, and also being gunned down by Hard to Get. They've lost that chance of a revive, and Hard to Get right now getting that 1 kill. Not so much though for Hard to Get. Even if they're in the running for top 10 or top 9 in there, it's not so far against a Todak, but they needed to put a little bit more on this part of the game. And so far, it is the second phase going into the, this is the second phase going into the third phase, and they will be stuck in there from the north. Todak is a team that can cut off the approach that they have as they traverse from Foundation, but I think from the read that I'm seeing from Hard to Get, they will take the maze and a safer part for them to move on.
Lucky Sem9. Nobody attacks them. That revival is a success. Everybody's right back in. But Fikri gets taken out just in the moment that Sem9 returns. Vegeta gets 1 more kill to the side of Axis Esports. You know, it was good on us to keep an eye on Axis. But now, Anxiety, another team that we are keeping our eyes on. But Kanoho, where did that shot come from? 1 vehicle on the side of Anxiety swoops on in from the back. Kanoho snuffs out Tua. Fury drops Jay-Z. Anxiety taking the fight to Pando EWG. Great shot by Manchai, equalizing against Chessman. Chessman to be picked up, but this ice grenade should put him right back down. No, he sneaks away from it. Fury ends Jay-Z. Manchai and Monito, double grenade play, and they take away at their life of Manchai. Double challenge as well. Fury gets him. Final survivor Monito has to run away. Fury, does he have his eyes on him? Not yet, but just behind this container. Fury now sees Monito sees Fury, Mag 7 in hand, CQC. Fury should be able to get this, but it's a 2-on-1 challenge. And Kanoho gets the final slay. 5 kills for Anxiety. What a team. What a play.
5 kills, I mean, in a way for them to beat their week 3 day 1 performance, and I hope they can also beat the day before that. 14 kills is what they have in 1 day of playing in Kalahari. That's the highest that they have so far, if I'm not mistaken, probably 15 as well. But we'll have to see. But so far, Anxiety, they are doing well from the previous competition that we've seen, but not so much in this one. And the pressure might be because Expand and also AV Radicals has thrown them off in their gameplay. Hopefully, they can recover that, choose a different approach in every situation. Pando EWG is one wherein they got the distance in here. The movement as well as that kill coming from Kanoho is a trigger that they can take this team down, and they just have to fully recover every time one gets knocked down, and the 2-2 split really works for them.
Fikri doing a lot for Sem9. Revives the team, gets snuffed out. Now it's time for the team to return the favor, but they find no revival points. They find no buy points as well. No vending machines around them. Even though Garena has been kind enough to drop their recent update and increase the number of vending machines found out there on the battlefield. Now, not only do you find them inside of your defensive houses and compounds, but you also find them randomly littered out there on the open grounds, which is a game changer. But although it's a game changer, we have not seen the teams really make use of the revival system in the recent past. In fact, the number of revives have just been dwindling down little by little every single time we jump into the competition.
Yeah, I mean, it's because of the risk that you have, especially in the late game, wherein you will be seeing with a parachute, and you will be gunned down early before you are dropped. I mean, you're dropping into a compound. Another thing is it can provide the location of the other teammates wherein you are dropping into, and then once you are on land, you will not have any of the utilities that you will need. The SAF right now being taken down in there, but the battle continues. NC going against Farang. This is not so much of a challenge for Farang, but they need not to be complacent because NC might have something up their sleeve. They are not letting go of the position, sticking together, but I think this smaller compound is a disadvantage for them, especially with nades that might be coming in later on.
What can they work with this NC? Now they have to deal with Farang Sem9 on the right. Grenade! Run away, NC! Pulls out a glue wall, protects themselves in the nick of time. But Jembal now, ice grenade. Just takes away at their HP little by little. NC does not know who they engage with. But if they know what's good for them, They should not engage with anyone. They should run away. But no compound to work with. They break away to the right, they find Toda. They move in front, they find Semnai. They move to the left, they find Farang. If they stay, one of them might just attack their defensive compound. And now the circle's going to be moving away in a few seconds as well. NC is stuck, Neptune.
Yeah, they're stuck right there. And, well, even if Man 04 is the only one in that small area with a compound that's close to them, they cannot get out because Farang is just putting a lot of pressure on them, taking out the glue wall that they have, going in for the rush. Too bad. And that 180, no hit just yet from them. Time Turner pulled just in the nick of time. And there goes a grenade that might finish them off, but no. The defensive approach of NC right now going in, stepping on each other for information. NC quickly being eliminated despite of how well they held their ground.
I don't know if I would call that well at all. I mean, it was just way too defensive for me. NC could have attacked Farang, punished them. One of the players could have jumped out of the compound, flanked the players of Farang from the back instead. But none of those plays were made. In fact, they all just stayed huddled up in a small little corner, allowing Farang to take easy shots at them. The shotgun player got the most number of kills. That in itself should show you how terrible the defense of Farang was. Because when you're in a small little corner, one pump out of that shotgun, multiple, spread damage coming through from that shotgun just tags up so many players at the same time, making it super easy for Too Bad to get those 3 kills. And now Axis, on the other hand, dealing with the players of Anxiety as well as Hard to Get at the very same time. Good snipes from Raph! Puts Batman out onto the ground. Can he get the kill as well? Batman, that good knock. Raph repositions now, turns around. Axis Esports has got that high ground advantage against Anxiety as well. Führer with the AC-80, Chessman with the AWM. The players of Axis need to be really careful. And Flame says, no problem, sir. I'll get the job done. Takes the backstab. Chessman caught in his tight little corner outside of the circle. Flame circles around and Chessman about to get put out. But close quarters combat. Flame still hasn't gotten the shot just yet. And a double barrel still can't annihilate him. Finally, Chessman goes down to the ground. 9 kills for Axis so far.
And as we can see, Axis in there finishing off. There's another team will be moving in. Hard to Get coming from Maze, as we read earlier. They are in a challenge against Axis Esports. The 2 teams who are side to side earlier on will be moving in against each other. Hard to Get right now in a running to take more points right there in the leaderboards. We are seeing Neptune moving in. Batman taken down from behind from Todak. Vegeta taking a damage against Farang. And this is not just a focus to one team by Axis Esports. They are trying to do several things at once because they want to defend the corner that they have in this area.
Axis Esports. Ooh. Ares down. Neptune has got the charge buster to work with, but takes himself down as he unfortunately fires the grenade launcher straight into his own glue wall. What an unfortunate situation. Can they pick him up? Neptune's going to be very important. JC doesn't get to run away. Ice grenade pressure now. The players of Toda drop by, which means Neptune is not going to be safe. It's now easier for Toda to get this victory. They circle around that right-hand side flank. Flame goes down first. Raph still surviving, but he has got no close quarters combat gun. M1887 going up against a sniper, but Raph pulls out his own shotgun. He has the double barrel. He sits down inside of the truck and he gets snuffed out. Toda secures the booyah with 20 points.
20 points indeed for Todak, and they are in their way to take that number 9 spot. Anxiety has been taken down early into this game, and with the points that they gathered right here, I mean, really brings them up. Probably taking over not only Anxiety, probably but same as SAF, even Axis Esports.
I love the fact that we are going to be seeing a lot of these double jumps today. And as the teams frog leap over each other, they have to make sure that they don't put themselves in the exact same situation, because what Toda has done against Anxiety as well as Supreme Assault Forces now with just this matchup alone, they should be able to, get caught out in the exact same way by SAF and Axis the moment the ball is dropped. Now, Anxiety and SAF might have seen the downfall. Let's see if or not Axis Esports will be able to sustain their lead against the players of Toda, because it was quite a fantastic performance from Axis in this round, no doubt at all, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they know how to manage a compound as well. Because, like, if you're Access Esports, you played so much, taking compound after compound to your defense. Pretty much they understood as well how it will be countered by the other team, so they understand as well how they can use that to their advantage. But unfortunately, in the final moment, they're out in the open, and only 3 teams, and also back-to-back battles against them. They started losing most of their teammates and the gunfights as well, and we know how Access Esports depend on each of the member of these teams. Thus, like, they couldn't take that booyah, but they are in a running in there for a great booyah. But let's welcome Danley back to the panel right now. Let's think what she thinks about this game.
It was a shocking game. And a good shocking, okay? It's not a bad shocking, but firstly, AV Radicals getting eliminated by Axis. Did not expect that. Axis to be playing so well today. Did not expect that. Todak! Hello? Okay, hang on. AJ, I need a translation.
Yes.
Did you see the message that one of the Todak players showed on their phone? It said, IGL old Todak.
Yeah, in-game leader of the previous Toda.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's basically he's saying that he's back and he just wants to lead the team to success. Hopefully that is the case, because the 2 teams that we expected to step up from the side of Group C did exactly that, right? Axis Esports as well as Toda. Axis was on fire from the get-go. Like you said, even we were shocked that they snuffed out the players of AV Radicals. And for Toda to kind of just keep their heads down until they reach that final circle and then really pop off shows the strategy behind, like what he said, that in-game leader, calling the strats, calling the shots out really well all throughout that matchup.
I'm actually wondering, has he only come in for today? Because it was a very different Todak than what we were used to seeing.
Yeah.
And so for this much improvement to come from a team where one of their old leaders comes back and assists them, it just goes to show how important it is to have the right leader, to make the right calls so that it helps guide the team to make the right decisions.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of excited because now that we have this information, we sort of have this information, how is Todak going to play for the remaining games of today? I mean, they've got 2 more games to go, which, yes, I don't think they're 100% in my safe book yet. I'm still a bit worried about the consistency issue, but I mean, if it was a leader issue, a leadership problem, and they've solved it today, I actually think my faith has been restored in this team going into the grand final, assuming he's also going to be there to assist them for that grand final.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree to that point we're in. Just in case you just jump in today, it brings into the story wherein the performance of Todak is because of him. It might also be part of the plan because, again, the goal is not just to take the win, but also to take the top 12. So if they will be able to take the top 12 this time and then later on take the lead when it really counts, then that will still be a good story from Todak.
Ooh, come on. 5 revives? I mean...
Look, everyone's scared to use the revive system in Kalahari. I mean, it's pretty open. It's not like some of the other maps where you can sort of just hang on a roof and be happy, you know?
I mean... But we can do better than 5. I'm sure we can do better than 5.
I suppose. I mean, we also have to consider how the map played out in general, right? Like, where did the majority of the kills happen? Was it during the early game? Was it during the mid game? Because revives are really difficult to make happen, I feel, especially in the late game. Because firstly, you have very few revival points to work with. Secondly, if you do find a vending machine, you're also sort of banking on the fact that firstly you've invested in that your teammates can actually land somewhere safely, right? Because Kalahari is just such an open map that there's a very good possibility that they're just going to be spotted whilst flying down. Someone just shoots them for free kills, you know? It's like, oh, okay, you kind of wasted those resources. So maybe it was just a case of everyone not using the revives because the game was a little too far gone. But we will leave that game aside anyway as we look at Vegeta here on the side of Axis. He'll be awarded MVP for the round with 7 kills, 3,003 damage, and 28.6% accuracy. I do want to bring the discussion back to Axis here because I actually feel like they played fantastic during their late game. Yes, they didn't get the booyah, but this was a very, very exciting axis that I kind of hope we see more of. I feel like over the past couple of weeks, and I'm not sure about you, Neptune or AJ, but I feel like they've become rather passive the past couple of weeks. We saw them really kicking it into gear for the first couple of weeks, and then Axis sort of faded into the background. They chose not to play the same style. They're just sort of bringing it back again.
I would say for Axis Esports, passive is their gameplay, the usual gameplay that I have. Passive gameplay, because I keep mentioning how they take a compound, take shots from the window. Anyone moving and passing through will be a target for Axis Esports. And them switching it up, probably it's because of not so much of engagement going towards them. So this time, when engagement is happening from afar, all they can do is take a better position, because they understand how positioning works, pull them in into a compound, play around the team, and then finish them off. That's what we've seen earlier from Axis Esports.
AJ, what do you think?
I think it's just Axis Esports going back to their winning ways. I mean, they do average on all of the maps, and Kalahari is one of their better maps. So this is just them stepping up. Yeah, exactly. So it's more of a comfort win for them. But like I said, from Group C, you are looking at Axis Esports potentially just overtaking Kalahari. But the question is, can Axis also perform like this against Group B when it comes to Bermuda? Because we know that a lot of the dominators of Bermuda are in Group A. The only problem for Axis from Group B is actually Farang as well as AV Radicals. And if they can deal with AV Radicals in the exact same way, that's a huge probability that we might just see Axis, go out there with quite a number of dominant plays today.
Yeah, actually, speaking of, we do need to switch over to Bermuda here. So Axis, are they going to be able to keep this up? I kind of hope so. I think more importantly, Todak, can they really bring this performance that they had just now into Bermuda? I hope so as well. Yeah. I'm a bit worried it was sort of just a one-hit wonder. It was a very good map. They were in a very good position. Everything was just sort of set up for Todak. I hope it doesn't become like this for Todak. I want to see this team flourish. I want to see them shine. But here we go. Let's take a look at the overall standings. We do have a couple changes. Production. This hurts me so much. I can't. We'll speak about what we can see, okay? What we can see is Axis was able to make a significant climb, 2-place climb, and out of all the teams currently in the top 9, they are 2 games behind Farang, Blacklist, AV, and Expand. So they've got 2 extra rounds to make up points. And could they catch up to Farang? Very unlikely, but can they maybe try and close the gap as much as possible? I think very likely if they continue like this. Unfortunately for Geek Fam and Pando, they didn't play this round, so they didn't really move anywhere. But Anxiety and Todak, both teams actually moving 1 place apiece. So we're still seeing movement, gentlemen. We're not really seeing everyone hard stuck anywhere. If only we could see 10th to 11th place.
Well, I don't think we'll be given that chance right here, because this is where most of the excitement will be going, because even the viewers out there will not be seeing what will be what's happening on who's trying to catch up on the top 12. But from what we've seen earlier, like Todak, hard to get, and Sem9, I think that is the teams who are staying in 10, 11, and 12.
All right, folks, just a quick reminder as well. Thank you, Neptune. We have our giveaway code on the screen already. If you haven't claimed the code for today, do claim it now, because this code is going to expire at the end of the broadcast. Claiming this code is going to net you 2 Hysteria weapon loot crates. Absolutely free for all of you, our followers, our viewers, everyone tuning into the broadcast. And heck, it could even be the friend that sort of just got the code and their friend said, watch the stream. It's some really good Free Fire action. But thank you to Garena as well for providing these codes. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have all these goodies to give away. Yes. And claim the code, because I don't know how many times I've said this. If someone's going to come out there and complain like, oh, the code's expired, I told you so. I told you. It hurts my heart. I feel like if someone misses out on the code and they were there, you feel bad for them because they didn't get it. But then I'm also sitting there thinking like, you did this to yourself. Are you not claim God? All right. I'm not going to be angry anymore.
Lala may have been smart to hide away, the other side of the leaderboard. But we have Excel sheets and my data collection is extremely good, So Sem9 has been pushed down to the 12th spot. Bloody Head now are in 13th and they have nothing to do about it. Bloody Head and Icon, 13th and 14th spot. They have to wait for their chances in the final 3 matches to make their way back. But Sem9 is on the verge of, I wouldn't say losing their 12th position, because the best teams to catch up with them are from the group that's not playing yet, and that's Group A, right? Bloody Head and Icon are from there. NC is just way too far away. So for the time being, even if Sem9 does not perform, it does not mean that they will lose the slot, as long as they start performing later on when Group A comes back into the fray. So we pretty much have got the top 12 secured for the next 2 rounds.
For the next 2 rounds, but the rounds after that,
GG,
could be a bit different. All right, looks like we're ready to jump into our next game of the day. It is Bermuda, and it's also the first and only Bermuda map for B versus C. Let's see who grabs the booyah this round. AJ, Neptune, take it away.
I forgot whose start was this, Neptune, but it's okay. I'll go.
Me too.
Bermuda this time round. Let's see exactly who grabs that spot. And, all eyes have to be on Sem9 right now. Sem9 did not really do extremely well. Obviously, game 1 and 2, they didn't play. The first match that they did play was what we just saw at Kalahari, and they only picked up 6 points for themselves. And if you ask me, Nep, this is unacceptable. Sem9 needs to do way better than that, because Bloody Head, as well as Icon, surprisingly today, Icon more than Bloody Head, they've got that fire in their hearts and they want to make it into the top 12. So if Sem9 does not buck up, they are going to lose their top 12 spot.
Yeah, I don't know what needs to be triggered for side of Sem9. Positioning-wise, a dropping zone. I don't think anyone is contesting them anymore compared to what we've seen from the previous games that they jump in, whether it's Kalahari or Bermuda. But they need to take in the rotations a little bit cautiously, because they don't want to jump into the battle early. It's because of history. If you check the history, they usually start the fight, loses it. If not, probably lose a few members of the team. Need to go in for the recovery. And from what we've seen, not so much are being revived at this point. So that will be left with 1 or 2 members for the team. It's very difficult to really catch up. And there's a lot of risk. And this is one of the risks that a team doesn't want to take.
GGWP for the players of SAF if they cannot win this gunfight, because they are going to be pushed down. But of course, that also depends on Hard to Get really bucking up, because Hard to Get are in the 11th spot, SAF in front of them in the 10th spot, and there's 16 points between them, which is quite a lot if you ask of Hard to Get, who hasn't really been at their best performance in the competition. But as I talk about them, they nailed down the boys of Pando EWG.
Yeah, I mean, Hard to Get has a good showing for them, and it's just up to aggressiveness. They are usually well known on their aggressiveness. They've lost that into the fight, and if they can bring that back, they can catch up into kill points. But aggressiveness at this point only works for some of the teams. One is AV Radicals, but from what we've seen earlier, they are aggressive and they are losing gunfights. So other teams are smartening up, and as we see right now, it is SAF. That's one of the team.
Oh, McDo got super lucky there, because he missed his shot and he almost got taken down. Thank goodness McRory was a monkey who climbed up onto the roof, just appeared out of nowhere, saved his brother. But AB Radicals should be able to survive this one, because Thanamo is at a revival point. It's going to take a while, but reviving the whole team shouldn't be a problem for him. The possibility of him getting annihilated shortly after he revives his team is still high, though, if the players of SAF go in for the chase. Spark now, not super accurate from up top, will miss the shots against Ryu and gives away his positioning as well. No trigger discipline, and now NC's Yazid gets tagged up. Toda really pushing hard against NC. The hope of NC kind of seemed alive yesterday, but today, with their bad start, all hope is gone. 3 points from the first match, 4 points from the second match, 7 in total from the first 2 games, and they scored another 7 in the third game. So for an overall 14 points out of 3 matches, that's not a good average for you to pick up if you want to be making it into the top 12.
Yeah, I mean, NC, I think it's because of the map that they had yesterday that they had a good showing. This time, back to the OG map, a lot of different gameplay. And the gameplay that they might have used yesterday might not work this time. The flight of NC right now will be in here. Nafis will be caught in there by Orange Esports, and the rest of the teams will be moving in. Good way for them to get away against Todak. And if I think about what has been done by Todak in there, I don't think that was really a gunshot to fight or to eliminate anyone. I think that was just a distraction gameplay, and watch how the rotation of NC will be happening so that Todak can use a specific plan of approach towards that team.
NC should be able to snuff out Orange Esports that clearly is not hungry at all in the competition. In fact, they've just been running around like headless chickens just to be punished. Rosso X now manages to disengage. Asta gets tagged up from the back as he does not check his corners. Decos almost gets a takedown, but I don't even know how he missed that. Good ice grenade will take away at Asta's HP, but it doesn't phase him too much. He just recovers his HP with the medkit and then backs away from that ice grenade. Good play. Orange Esports, they had the advantage as NC flew towards their compound. But look at how they are running away. This is just so confusing and so disappointing from Orange Esports as to how they used to be in Free Fire versus who they are right now. It looks like they are not trying on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, there's no clear plan on them, just hiding out, and Torm is the only one in here getting clear or getting near, really, from this fight. But Torm has an advantage right now. Once that time turner has expired, he might throw in a grenade. There goes Asta, going for a rush, but Decos and Rozo in there, and I think it's just to wait for them to get bored. And once NC gets bored, they will be taken advantage by Orange Esports. Asta right now being picked up. No follow-up coming from Orange just yet.
Yeah, great glue wall thrown out here by Ryu as he picks Asta up. Oh, shots from afar. Toda out of nowhere comes flying in as well. Spark with the early drop. Ames drops in as well. Nafis now gonna get caught out. Spark disappears for a moment, reappears, and Nafis runs straight back to his death. Orange Esports will survive as Toda cleans up NC from the lobby.
Yeah, but I don't know if Orange Esports will survive a little bit longer because they have the opportunity to run away, but they didn't. They only had that ridge as cover for them. Two members split up is one thing that you don't want to happen as well, and one thing that you don't want to happen is your vehicle being burned down. And good takedown of the glue wall, taking advantage of that. Pickup will not be done, and Sem9. This is what we are waiting for from this team. Sem9 being turned on this game, but with only two members and also two team opposing them. We'll have to find out if they'll win against H2G. I think they have a possibility because there's only JZ left, but with the recovery and the revive being done, they need not to wait any longer.
Let's see what they will be able to pull out of this equation. The fantastic plays of Sem9 slowly breaking down, hard to get. Playing the game of survival just with Batman alone. Sem9 buys back one player. Anxiety moves in towards their compound. Clock tower to be soon taken over by Anxiety. Sem9 might not have the numbers to survive this encounter. Anxiety, on the other hand, taking things extremely slowly. Danger Zone will stop the players of Sem9 running away from Clock Tower in the trajectory that they are heading on towards, and therefore they have to stay in. But as I say that, Victory runs straight into the Danger Zone. You see, Garina? Nobody cares about the Danger Zone anymore.
It should not be called Danger Zone anymore, AJ. Yeah. It's just like a red alert zone or red zone because it's red in the map and gives you an alert. So let's find out.
It's not dangerous. In fact, it's super docile. I can go and dance in the Danger Zone. I can go dance in the Danger Zone and still not be touched by anything. Unless another team appears.
As we continue on, we have Todak right now having some visitors coming from SAF, and no better place that hangar right now being taken by SAF. Nades being thrown by McCrory, misses a chill by a bit, but that could have been good nade coming from McCrory himself.
Good nade. SAF now. Rosso X brings back his partner. Orange Esports going to continue their run in towards the next circle. Toda, on the other hand, have to deal with the players of SAF who come flying in right after them. Chill drops one. Mekdo dropped by Chill as well. Can he get another? Aim steals away Yadov, and the whole team of SAF say bye-bye and exits the lobby.
They knocked, they entered, and they were taken down by Todak. SAF is not that aggressive anymore, and we're just waiting for them to pop off, but I think we will be waiting in vain, AJ. SAF is not the previous SAF that we have. Probably it's the rest that they have taken. Hopefully it's not so much to affect their future gameplay, but SAF really needs to pack up. They need to move, to change their tactics right now, because a lot of teams are already reading how they approach. And speaking of approach, anxiety right now in the middle of the approach of Sem9, Farang, and Axis in the middle of 3 of the, like, I would say, best team in this group.
SAF's in the 10th spot, but they've already done, I guess, enough. Because like we talked about, right? SAF didn't need like supreme rounds. They just need to survive. They just need to do below average. And that's saying a lot, man. Not even average. Below average is... In fact, you barely need to do anything. Just need to get a couple of kills, survive for a little while, and you're done. But they seem to be bombing out a little prematurely here. They're barely, halfway through the game, and they're already getting snuffed out. They only picked up 4 points in the previous round. They're doing a little bit lesser than below average at the moment. And that's a pain, bro, because the expectations weren't high, SAF, and you're not even meeting those low expectations.
Yeah, I mean, well, probably don't have an expectation just yet. And I'm quite surprised because we're in the last day of the league stages, and like being in the top 10 is not that comfortable. Even if you have a huge lead, say 17 points against hard to get, that's still not comfortable because a team can just pop off, taking 20 points, and with you bombing out early, not making any, even in the placement, then that will be GG's for you, being pushed down 1, and then later on it continues. And that will also be, I don't know if that's part of the plan though. Hopefully it's not, AJ, because if that's part of the plan, you're planning to fail, and that usually carries on your mind, and it brings you down a little further.
I have to agree with that statement, man. AV Radicals playing the game of survival against ORV. Who would have thought? ORV, dead last. AV, okay, not dead last. Orange is dead last. ORV, second last. Able to tease AV Radicals, who used to be the dominant ones in the lobby. Thanamo circles around. Time Turner pulled out. Runs outside of the Time Turner. Manages to jump back in to shut down Jans. But it's a 2v1. Flank drops him. Picks Jans up instantaneously. Thanamo exits. AV Radicals are struggling in this round. But it's not going to affect them all that too much. Shots has the Mac 10. Manages to jump on down to see if he can engage. Does engage really well. And takes his opponent out of the equation. AV Radical still surviving up top on the roof, though. And Wine might just lose his life in the next couple of seconds, as Orange Esports DCOS already has his eye on him.
Yeah, I mean, AV Radicals are a little bit spread out right now. If I'm not mistaken, they came from outside of the safe zone, from the circle, and they were just staggered all throughout the map, trying to run in. We're not quite sure why and how that happened, but Wine is the one closest in here onto the safe zone. Raymil and going in for the revive still. The dream is alive for AV Radicals, but they need to regroup. They need to recover, and here comes Shots right now, putting in shots against Wine, and Wine, the aggressive member of this team, will be taken down.
I haven't spotted Expand at all. Have you seen them on the map by any chance, Neptune?
Expand
Okay, fair enough. Wait a minute.
This is Group B and C?
Okay, fair enough. Okay, no wonder I haven't seen Expand anywhere. But the players of AV, as they circle around, they will try their very best to hold their ground. Farang, on the other hand, loses Jembal as well as Jesbu. Brain fart moment from the Mustachio continues in here on the side of Farang, as Too Bad loses his HP to the circle. They are all getting damaged, and they just need to move as quickly as possible. Too Bad, medkit timing is just perfection. Anxiety, on the other hand, a sliver of health left for Fear. Can he get out of this? Needs to pick Fura up. Instead, focuses on his recovery first. Fura picked up at the very same time. Fantastic response by Anxiety.
Anxiety right now surviving the fight with only 2 members, but who will be meeting them once they move out? It's Axis Esports in a compound that will not be easy for them. Orange Esports, on the other hand, the movement from this team right now is a little bit better. They have won their previous gunfight, but they are against Pando EWG. Tuwas being tagged up in there, but not yet down. And we'll have to find out if this defense will work for Orange Esports. But Torm in there being taken out with a grenade launcher.
Expanse not playing. The players of AV Radicals should be able to overtake them in this match. They just need more than 10 points. If they can get 11, they get that number 1 spot right back. Neptune, what a grenade, brother. I didn't know you could toss it all the way from the commentary table.
Yeah, I tried. And read that situation, but like I said, like Axis Neptune is a better player than I am.
Jay-Z down on the ground, all thanks to Decos and his Groza. Bonito sneaks away, has got the grenade launcher. Don't do it, Decos. This will be the end of you, brother. Groza in hand, goes in for the shots. The players erect their glue wall. Decos, on the other hand, manages to back away in the nick of time, and therefore does not get tagged up. Jans, on the other hand, robs flame from the side of Axis. ORV going up against Axis Esports, and a double down by Axis. They don't want to engage. They want to play defensive. Vegeta holding on to the ground, but Sem9 appears out of nowhere, sniping him right back down. Then ORV can play against EWG. Does exactly that. Shots now, knocks one down, takes the kill, and goes back into hiding. Lemon takes Neptune out of the equation. Victory drops Speedro. Sem9 eating 3 teams at the same time, Neptune.
Yeah, and this time it's a 1v2 situation against ORV, and Shots will be hiding out in there. Time Turner with 2 on them, and we'll have to find out who will survive. And speaking of survival, I mean, I think that was Todak in there just waiting from that small compound while the battle is happening from afar. Sem9 right now, 3 members in the battle in a skirmish, trying to erect those glue walls for their defense, and they need to get through because they're outside the safe zone. But who's holding this? It is Axis Flame right now being taken down, squeezed like a lemon.
Up. Bad nade, grenade launcher response. Lemon backs away. Fikri runs straight towards his opponents, only to get taken down by Vegeta. Fikri a little unfortunate. Is he gonna bleed out? The recovery by Sem9 is a little slow. Axis Esports only has 1 last guy to depend on. They are Indonesian import. But unfortunately, Man04 snuffs him out. Axis taken out in the 4th spot. Sem9 still surviving. But Toda looks like they are gonna gear up to pick up this Booyah. Is it gonna be in the hands of Toda? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Team MVP earlier on picked up. The Booyah picked up as well. Toda aiming to go for a back-to-back Booyah. Can they get this done? Orange Esports, no challenge at all, as only Deco stands behind this tree. No charge buster in hand, but Ames has the perfect gun to snuff him out. Charges that buster right through his chest, and Toda turn their attention over to Sem9 now.
Sem9 right now putting a number against his team of Todak, but not so much. Todak takes this Booyah, and this is a good showing for this team. We've asked them so much to pop off, and this time, back-to-back, they did.
Back-to-back Booyah. Surprising stuff out of Toda. And a little bit of a misclick by production. We do apologize. We were not ready for the camera just yet. But
apparently not.
Booyah from the side of Toda. They sure as heck were ready for this. And, you know, we were talking about that in-game leader, making sure that he gets the job done this time around. And it looks like Toda are moving back to their winning ways to break away from the bottom side of this top 12.
Not one-hit wonders. And I'm actually happy to see this too, because they've proven that they can play both maps. They're not just going to play on Kalahari like that, but they're going to also be able to pull this off onto Bermuda as well. I mean, we've got one more round, I believe, on Kalahari for these guys. But wow, Todak are looking so crisp, so clean. I don't know, guys. I'm speechless. That's it. That's
They
it.
jumped one spot, and now Toda is about to jump 2 more spots because I believe they hands down outperformed Anxiety as well as Pando EWG. They pick up yet another booyah. They only needed a total of 9 points over Pando and Anxiety to actually frog leap over them. And now I believe we should see Toda in that 7th spot, and soon to challenge Geek Fam themselves. And this is match number what? This is match number 4, which means Toda has got 1 more game before Geek Fam jumps back into the fray. And if Toda can go back to back to back booyahs or back to back great performance, they would have jumped up a total of 5 positions to take the number 6 spot from Geek Fam. How crazy is that? Toda from struggling to get into the top 12 into the 6th spot all in one day.
Promote the leader. I'm telling you right now, you got to promote him. You got to give him a raise. You got to give him a holiday. Whatever he wants, you give him what he wants.
No more holidays. No more holidays.
Okay, no more holidays. Okay. Holidays after. But they need to do something with this leader because the team, with this one change alone, Todak have improved so much. We thought they were potentially going to bomb out. I think at one point we all agreed, like, oh, there's no way Todak can make it, especially with how they were performing over the past couple of weeks. But now Todak, they're making the climb. Like, this is supposed to be an impossible feat, which they have finally made possible. So Todak, big win for them. We do need to mention a couple of other teams, right? ORV X-Men. This was supposed to be their map. I'd argue they bombed out. They were supposed to do well. So ORV, they are out of the picture. I mean, even AV Radicals, like, where were they?
They were around. They were just chilling, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they're just still chilling. We spot them from different parts of the map. Not quite sure why that happened, how that happened, but they're just chilling. They're. I think they are just laying back. They want a little bit of pressure in there later on if they try to catch up against Expand if they want to. So let's find out, because that's not so much of points that they need to go against Expand later on.
Yeah.
Well, here's my concern though. I feel like you kind of don't want to sit back in these last couple of games as AV Radicals. Like, you kind of need to get those points if you want to lock in first place. Unless they're sort of saying, like, we kind of don't really care about first place now. We really want to try and do other things to get ready for that grand final. Which I think if I was AV, you may as well just go all out. Go all out, just lock in that first place. But they chose not to. So I'm now wondering, assuming they do well for this final map, it's Kalahari, they got 1 more round to go. How many points would you need to sort of feel comfortable before Expand play their next 2 games? Expand have 2 more games. There's only 1 more game for AV Radicals.
They needed 10 points to catch up with Expand.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure they did decently, but I don't know if they breached the 10-point gap yet. So in this final round, if they want to put like some solid distance between themselves as well as Expand, they have to hit a 30-plus bomber of a round. And there's no if, buts, or maybes about that. And even if they do hit the 30-plus bomber, there's no guarantee just yet, because Expand has been on fire today. In fact, throughout the whole day, Expand has picked up already 50 points, guys. And I mean, how insane is that? Expand only played 2 games.
Exactly. So that's like the thing that I'm a little bit worried about. Like,
so they have to pick up 50 points from 2 games.
I mean, 1 game, no?
They have to pick up 50 points from 1 game. It's impossible.
It's time to break the record, right? I think at this point the record is like what, almost 30. What was the
39,
record?
I think.
27. Yeah, 39.
Yeah, 39.
So they got to. Oh my gosh, another 10 kills on top of that. If they pull it off, I mean, it would be a new record. A miracle as well. A lot of stuff has to happen, but we'll see if AV Radicals can pull it off. It's up to them if they want to do it as well. But we are going to award MVP to Decos now. This one's a bit of a surprise though, gentlemen. Is there anything in particular you want to sort of mention about this? Like, why Decos got MVP?
Because they finally started playing, maybe, Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, we saw 3 of the members in there from Orange Esports.
Yeah.
Though we mentioned that they might not have a plan to go in for the defense in that area, and that small ridge that they have on the edge of that waters. They were able to stay in there, take down the team, even defend themselves against a different team later on. And like Orange Esports right now, if they have done this and even more earlier into the game, like MVPs all the way for not just for Decos, but also the rest of the players.
Ooh.
All right, so the team MVP is going to go to Todak here. I think this one makes a much more sense than Orange. I think the Orange MVP was a bit of a surprise. I guess it was also even distribution in kills. It wasn't really just a focus on one person. But Todak, 11 kills, 4,000 damage, 8 assists, 23 match points after that round. This team is on the up and up and up. Yes, they're not going to get top 3, but I don't think that matters. They've redeemed themselves. They've literally climbed Mount Everest to get to where they are now.
Holy
They've got one
moly.
more climb to go.
I think they have done the impossible. Yes, ma'am. I think they have jumped 3 spots. I think
No way.
they have secured the 6th place. They needed 22 points to replace GeekFam in the 6th place. GeekFam's not playing. GeekFam's in Group A. They got 23. Let's see the current standings. Obviously, this is not going to show us if they took that 6th spot, but 23 points guaranteed on the leaderboard just shows that Toda is on fire.
Oh my gosh, I want to see the overall standings. I guess we can't see what's on the right-hand side, but we're kind of caring about what's on the left-hand side, right? Because that's where Todak is right now. Todak used to live on the right side of that leaderboard, gentlemen. They used to. And now they decided, we want to live the atas life. We're going to migrate to the left side of the board.
Oh, yeah.
And they've earned their place here. Oh, goodness, my cats are going a little bit crazy. But 23 points here for Todak. Sem9, okay, I need to ask, gentlemen, is this a little bit late for Sem9? Because I think this was another team that we sort of felt was on the edge of elimination.
Yeah, not too late.
Not too late.
They're still good. I mean, because Bloodyhead's not playing just yet, and they have one more round before Bloodyhead jumps back into the fray. So if Sem9 keeps this up, they're just going to make that life so much more difficult for Bloodyhead. What do you say, Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, the same goes for me. Like, Sem9 is, though they are on the edge, but when we look at the grand scheme of things, they have been moving up, making sure that they're in the top 12 of that leaderboard. And there we go. We are seeing Todak, as you called it, 3 movements in there, and GeekFam has been pushed down. Pando, EWG in there on 7th as well. Anxiety resting in there in 9th place. I mean, Todak, if they can do this, I think they can do a little bit more because Axis Esports is not that far away.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, sir, there's absolutely a possibility of Todak actually taking over Axis. Ooh, things are getting really spicy here, but my goodness. Todak, massive improvements. Bad news for GeekFam, though. They actually dropped 2 spots, which, little bit sad. Anxiety went down 1. I mean, it's not too terrible. These guys are still within the top 12 ranking, so they're okay with that. But of course, the to be announced is still triggering me because I really want to see what's happening down here.
It's okay. You know, you've got 2 of the best data analysts for Battle Royales with you, Danny. You've got me, of course, and you've also got the one and only Neptune. We can tell you exactly who's not making it just yet. And you know, here's the biggest flaw in our productions plan. Here's the biggest flaw in Lala's plan. Lala, you look at me, boy. I'm talking to you. You blocked out the bottom. But the problem here is the bottom's not going to change, la brother. We are waiting for Group A. It's all about what Group A does. It's all about Bloodyhead and the Icon. And Hard to Get now obviously have moved down to the 12th spot. Sem9 has climbed up 1 rank. They are now in the 11th place. And that's all fine and dandy. But we'll only see the true challenge for the top 12 start in the final 2 matches of the day when Group A jumps back. Because now it's all about whether or not Icon as well as Bloodyhead do that impossible run and make that breakthrough into top 12.
Yeah. Now, we're not going to talk about that yet, right? Because we do have our final game for Group B versus C before we switch on over to the other group. So, gentlemen, back on Kalahari. And yes, we know some teams are going to be favoring Kalahari.
Yes.
You know what? I'm looking at Todak. After those two games, I'm thinking, okay, it's probably going to be another Todak game. They're looking fantastic. They've proven that Kalahari and Bermuda, it doesn't matter what map it is, they have the game plan, they have the leader, they have the guidance.
Yeah.
The question is there any of the teams out there that can actually compete with this newfound guidance that Todak has actually taken? And I mean, there are a couple teams out there that are pretty good on Kalahari as well.
Yes.
Who would you say are going to be the biggest threats here for Todak actually going into Kalahari?
For Kalahari, I would say it'll be this team. We have a group B and C. Farang will be in there, who's always a threat in Kalahari. They have taken high ground, especially with the refinery that they are taking in there. For Group B, another one is AV Radicals, but I'm quite surprised with the performance that they have in previous two rounds. Hopefully they heard us when we called them out that they need to do a little bit more to take that number one spot, because even if how confident they are, and usually it's that confidence that brings them down to that second place.
Yeah. And, since Team A is not playing just yet, Farang obviously has got great dominance on this map, but we have to move that conversation back to Axis Esports as well, because they are the greatest representatives for Group C. And Axis did actually pretty decent in that previous run on Kalahari. Now we are just looking for that exact same performance again. In fact, today has been one of the better days for Axis Esports. I mean, back-to-back, they've hit their high notes, 23 points and 17, and Kalahari is their better map. I'm surprised to actually see them pick up 17 points from Bermuda. If they can also strike hard on Kalahari one more time, then we can see nothing. Axis Esports will continue to hold on to their fifth place because it's 88 points between them and Farang. Okay, this is a little too much to play here, and obviously it's going to be impossible for them to go up. But Toda is on fire. Toda is trying to catch up. Toda has now skipped a total of 5 slots already today, and they are going to go for that 6th place as well in terms of a jump. And Axis Esports are the next target.
Yeah, I was going to say, Axis is actually currently threatened by Todak if they want to try and keep that 6th position. So if there's a team that you're going to race, I think it's you're going to have to think about Axis. So probably that's going to be the storyline for today, whether it can be a Todak or an Axis victory, which team is going to get what placement, whether AV Radicals and Farang sort of wake up because this is their last 2 games as well. They want to try and pick up as many points as possible. Any final words for some of the teams here in Group B, because this is their final game of the day and their final game of the week?
I think it's done and dusted already, Neptune, for Group B as to who makes it through and who doesn't. NC and Orange Esports, lesser for Orange Esports because I feel like the boys just tried in their second last matchup. This round was, in fact, one of the best rounds for Orange, where they got 14 points out of nowhere. And beyond that, it's just a average of 6 to 7 points, sometimes even lower than that they pick up, Neptune.
Yeah, and one thing that I would say as well is, even if A will be moving in later on, they will still go against some of the members of Group C, and the points will still be moving up. So those, and I would say 10, 11, and 12, still not out just yet. They are not in any trouble of being pushed down that easily unless they really bombed out, because Bloody Heads might be coming in here a little bit hotter than usual, and with the points that they need right now, they only need 1 good play out of the 2 that they're playing. Better if they have 2. But with the movement of the other teams right now, I'm just worried about SAF. We talked about this earlier, and they have been pushed down in there outside of that top 9 that was shown earlier, but specifically they're on 10th spot. So it's not a good showing for them. I'm really worried for this team right now, who have been great in other days, in other competitions as well.
I wouldn't be too afraid for SAF though, because although it's really close, we got to look at the probability of those teams who are not in the top 12 making it through. And Bloody Head needs 22 points to replace Hard to Get, who are in the 12th spot. And for them to reach up to SAF's level, obviously we don't have to compare some of the other teams kind of outdoing SAF, because it's all about how Bloody Head kind of climbs up, right? And Bloody Head needs about 40 odd points to catch up with SAF. 2 matches, I mean, I love bloody heads, but, 2 matches, 40 points is a little bit difficult. And of course, that includes SAF not performing at all, which I don't think is going to be the case because although they are not supreme, like no pun intended, supreme assault forces, although they're not supreme out there on the battlefield, they do pick up, like 6-7 points every single game. So it will be hard to displace them from the top 12. Hard to get, on the other hand, they might just be in trouble.
They might be. Maybe it's time to whip out some of those last minute tactics. Jumping onto teams during the drop points to contest your position with them, right? Like eliminate them early, force them into only ending the round with 1, 2, maybe 3 points. But of course it's risky, right? It's a 50-50. I think if you're in dire straits, would you go for that kind of play? So we'll see if anyone is desperate enough to try and go for some of those hot drops. I suspect today we're going to be seeing at least 1 or 2 as these teams scramble to pick up points and make it for the top 12 grand final. But gentlemen, we are ready to jump into Kalahari. It's the final game here for Group B versus C and the final game for Group B to ever play. Neptune, AJ, take it away.
And as we step back in to the multidimensional desert of Kalahari, I mean, the high ground advantage that has been taken by Farang, I think it's coming back into play, AJ. Not a lot of teams has been doing that so far in this game. Most of them have been rushing in, especially in the early engagement, and then rotation-wise, it just takes advantage of their position. Not necessarily the high ground. Even in the lower ground, they can take down the enemies from the other side. But as we go back, no one is jumping in on Refinery, and Todak right now is stepping over onto Shrine. So the middle of this map is a little bit clear.
ORV and NC, what are you doing at Foundation, huh? Somebody pick this man. Farang taking a hot drop against Hard to Get. If Hard to Get gets annihilated at this point, Bloody Head might just be in the grand finals. Can Farang help out their brothers from another mother and in fact from another nation, the one and only Bloody Head? They need to snuff out Hard to Get, and if they do exactly that, Bloody Head will just need one solid booyah before they can replace them. Spade gets the first one done. JC taken out of the equation, but Forbits from the back. VSS perfection. That SMG spicy as it hits. Jembo super low on HP. Can he secure one? Too bad turns around. Batman and Aries taken out of the equation already. Hard to get with one final survivor who manages to get away.
Forbits right now on their way, far, far away from this area. ORV on the other side being taken down by NC. 3 down already, and 1 will be recovered in this fight. Jazly's the only one in here, and Jazly will not be surviving anymore.
Not surviving at all, as Orange Esports plays the game of I'm just gonna hide. Let's see exactly who seeks me out. SAF, Anxiety. 2 of these teams both safe and both close to each other on the overall leaderboard. Just 6 points between Anxiety and Supreme Assault Forces. Anxiety in the 9th place, SAF in the 10th spot. Ha ha ha, Lala. You cannot trick me by hiding the leaderboard. I still can count. Vector from the back. It's going to be Furo. Turns around. Oi, double. Vector still doesn't get it. Fear. Ooh. No fear at all. Mag 7 supremacy flies into his opponents. And McRory turns things around just a little bit, but gets sprayed down either way from afar. Let's go with the supreme attack. And it looks like SAF might just get downed and out by the players of Anxiety, who turn things around extremely quick.
Yeah, Kanoho in there a little bit sneaky in that approach, trying to get probably a surprise hit or a backstab, or just planning to take Chessman out. Let's go right now. He's just hiding out. Macdo is already out and about, coming back later on if he gets revived, but missing that opportunity for the shot will be this team of SAF. Anxiety right now moving in against Let's Go. Kanoho and Chessman for the double team. Kanoho will be taken down in there. Ooh. But there goes Let's Go, still on fire.
Yeah, Let's Go turns the corner. Anxiety, Chessman knocked down onto the ground. And now, all alone, Let's Go's just doing it for the team. Aye! From nowhere! Nafis knocks Pura, takes him out of the equation, and it looks like now SAF have to back away as well as NC drops by to say hello. And remember, once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, SAF is in the 10th spot. Anxiety 6 points ahead of them, but Farang loses their lives. Toda snuffs them out, and therefore Farang cannot continue running away. Axis Esports can't catch up with them. Farang needed 9 points to catch up with Blacklist, and it looks like Toda ended that run for Farang a little prematurely. Poor thing, Farang. We do feel for you. And this is their final round on top of everything else, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, that is one possible reason why they drop in, not in the usual spot, but NC right now popping off. NC, where has this been hiding so far? From yesterday, it dropped off from the mid to the end. This time they started off hot in the middle of this games. That NC, though, it's still too far, but I love the showing from this team, not really giving up on the hopes.
Let's see exactly what we can find out there on the battlefield as we continue running on. As NC is on fire once again. Fear almost taken out of the equation already. Ryu jumps on in. Anxiety snuffed out in the 9th spot. And therefore, SAF should be able to overtake them unless Axis Esports retires McDo from this round instantaneously. Neptune, grappling hook, up top. McDo runs away, has got a secondary in hand and nothing else to work with. And it looks like time is going to run out for McDo. Question is, apart from McDo, who else survives on the side of SAF? Oh, smart play by McDo. Super smart. But Raf is running straight towards him. This is a GGWP, McDo.
Yeah, I think they know all the hiding spot in this area. If you've been spotting once, you will be sighted in there trying to go in onto the edge. Raph right now just wrapping around, and no surprise right there. I mean, it has been expected on a 1v4, even with Saf. Let's go in there a little bit too sneaky and hiding out, but a lot of teams are already taken over the edge of this area. So Neptune will not be able to survive that battle, as well as Raph. Flame and Vegetated 2 down in for this team. AV Radicals right now for the approach, and this is them trying to catch up on the points that they need earlier, and hopefully they can get a lot more to get to that number 1.
This is the final chance for AV Radicals to pick up 8 points and put some distance between themselves as well as Expand. But they wasted the previous round, and this round, the biggest question is going to be, what can AV Radicals do? Today has been a terrible day for AV Radicals. The previous match, they only picked up 2 points, Neptune. The game before that, they picked up 4 points. Second game of the day, they picked up 6 points. I mean, this has been by far one of the worst days for AV Radicals, and it's one of the worst days for them because mainly Expand will continue to conquer at the Kalahari as well as Bermuda place. So the probability of Expand holding on to the number 1 spot is extremely high, looking at how they have got 2 more matches to play, and this is the final round for AV Radicals. But Wine goes down. Toda, and looking at how they are on fire today, they might just retire AV Radicals prematurely, and it looks like AV Radicals will not even be able to get up to that number 1 spot before they exit the league stage's final match for themselves. Dynamo, high ground advantage, backs away, but he backs outside of the circle.
Yeah, he's going in for the distraction tactic. I think one was able to survive. It is Retus right now who can back off. So Dynamo being sighted in there. Todak moving to that direction gives Retus a chance to move in into the safe zone, recover the 2 members that has been lost, and they can be back in play. But as you look at the map right now, it's onto the hands of NC. They have the revive platform right there, and as well as a buy spot. Unless AV Radicals moves into Bayfront, that is open, a buy spot available, but them coming back from the revive flight as well makes it difficult for them to use that because not enough coins to their advantage.
So that one final player to snuff out from the side of AV Radicals. And we did spot the other player. Dynamo gets the job done. Wine right back into the mix alongside Ramiel. Ritus might get taken out here, but NC might just be the savior for Ritus. They engage with Toda. Asta with the opener. M1887 misses. And that's a very horrible mistake to make in front of the players of Toda. Pedro flies away, not punished at all. Asta's accuracy is punishing them. But from beyond, that one grenade from Spark just does the damage. Kid aims down on the ground. Pedro snuffs out Yazid. And just like that, Toda takes over this fight.
And it's now 1v3 situation, and Ryu's been taken down. The pickup will be done. Kid Ames will be surviving. Naf is the only one alive, being taken down by that blue zone, and Spark will be waiting on him. But not so much that he will be safe, because Naf will be gunned down. And there goes Tanamo with that hit. Grenade launcher will bring them down, stealing those kills. AV Radicals is back.
AB Radicals most definitely is back, but Ramiel gets snuffed out. Here comes Toda. Toda with the two players still left. Wine just with the side. Can Pedro survive? The answer is no. But the knock is taken by the circle. Wine claims the kill. Ritus from the back alongside Wine. Spark goes down. Fantastic play. Toda cannot survive against AB Radicals. What a perfect revenge executed by AB Radicals. Aim's final player gets to drive away to safety, but he had that one buy point. He had the revival point. To not use that at all is straight into the hands of Axis Esports. He drives. This is quite an interesting play by Toda.
Kodak might not be living this because of how the placement of the safe zone is, and we are now heading into third. But I'm quite surprised. AV Radicals in there when we thought that they're already down and out. Difficult position for Retus in there. Dynamo was able to get away, but outside of the safe zone, brings back the rest of the teams and brings them hot, taking 11 kills from that engagement, just from that area of Shrine. But they will be moving in here, all clear towards Bayfront, and it's only Sem9 getting close in that part.
I feel bad for Farang, man. You know, they wanted to claim the third spot. They were just 9 points behind Blackness International, who were not even playing. And they got taken out of this round prematurely. A little unfortunate, because this is the final round for Group B. And after... Wait, is this the final round for Group B? We are playing Kalahari. No, Bermuda. Yes, it is the final round, because we've only got 7 rounds to go in here today. So... the Farang just bombed out prematurely. That extra bit of USD would have come in handy for something, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, this is one thing that you don't want to happen, but not everything always goes into plan. At some point, you plan something a little bit too late, and this is the only chance, or most of the time, this is the chance wherein those plans will be broken. Orange Esports, on the other hand, this time, good showing for them. 6 kills already early into this game. Third phase, moving into the fourth, and they are in a good position to get hard to get. Forbid's the only one surviving earlier, and I think was able to recover. Probably not. Oh, I'm seeing another member in there from Hard to Get. So 2 members from Hard to Get still. The dream is alive for them, but it is Orange Esports in front of them.
Remember what we talked about. AV Radicals needs to pick up 8 points and 9 if they want to replace Expand in the #1 spot. But they got to do a lot, as much as possible, to make sure they keep the distance between themselves as well as the players of Expand. And it looks like they are on course to do exactly that. 12 kills in hand already. Now challenging the players of Axis Esports. Wide, smart play, but misthrows that grappling hook. Drops right in front of Neptune, who fires at him. Luckily, Neptune only has a secondary. Wine pops off with the M1887, and now Neptune will be tortured. Wine can't find the shot on him just yet. Try to shoot him through the beams, and now Wine gets tagged up. 37 HP left. Flame tries to take him down, but Ritus has got his back. One more shot, but the circle about to take Flame out of the equation. Heals himself up. Tanamo running straight in towards danger. DCOS drops Wine. Orange Esports out of nowhere interferes in this fight between the two.
Cicero right now putting a little bit of pressure, and not just a pressure, the takedown from the side. Flame in there, burning Dynamo on his heels. Axis Esports, even if Neptune is taken down there and made a little bit of mistake, the team is still alive, but the push of Redus in here, we'll have to find out if he will survive. Boxing him out in there. Only one good nade can take him down, but no nades being done by Redus right now. He want to use those guns. They want to use a shotgun. And we'll have to see. Reloading right now and waiting for this glue wall to expire. How much more can Flame take in this fight?
I think this is a terrible play by Ritus. He should have just thrown that one grenade in there. Yes, he wants to save it up for that final circle, but the brother does know that he has got 6 on him. Ramiel out of the equation as Raf puts him out. Ritus waited too long, but still was able to turn things around against Flame. But he gets taken out by the circle. Ritus, what have you done?
And that was a 1v1 situation, but the team is still alive with 2 members. And if Flame can move in a little bit, probably a pickup can be done, but I don't think that is a plan. Axis Esports right now, Raf in a good position to take anyone from above, also being spotted by those on the open area. Hard to get right now, surviving with 3 members when we thought this team is already out, going in against Todak, and Ames takes them down, but Todak eliminated in this game. It is Sem9 right now doing damage, taking this compound to perfection in the middle of the safe zone, just gutting anyone who's running in.
Sem9's waking up. Sem9 wants to continue climbing up the leaderboard. And if Sem9 can get the booyah this time round, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they will do the absolute impossible. They will be able to jump out not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 spots. Can we see Sem9 do that? I think it's going to be possible. And doing that will kick GeekFam out of the 8th place. As hard to get gets taken out. 8 kills already for the players of Sem9. They need to secure 16 points. 8 of it already to their side. All they need is a booyah. That booyah will give them more than 16. So they just need to slow that pace down. They've already got the circle here, Neptune. Sem9 does not need to get aggressive.
A good hold by Sem9 right now is Axis. Vegeta, the only one surviving, and Z will be rushing in. Missed by Vegeta, but not anymore. But the backstab coming in, moving in the time turner, and Vegeta will be taken down with Ryu in there into the mix. But he is going solo right now in this play, and it's not only Sem9 with the full squad, but Orange Esports onto the side. His movement needs to be that quiet, but with the gunshots earlier, I think he's the target of Sem9.
Bro, I cannot believe what I'm seeing, man. Sem9 is about to jump up 4 slots. If Sem9 can do the absolute impossible here, I'm gonna have my mind blown. Sem9 picks up yet another kill. 10 slays already. Can they pick up 26 points? Is it even possible? No, it is not possible. Only, what, how many more players left there? Only 1 more player left out there. You know, if the 6 points was possible, Neptune, they wouldn't jump up 4 spots. They would jump up 5 spots, which is crazy. Sem9, what a booyah!
Yeah, booyah by Sem9 right here brings them a lot of points, and I think the read that you had is 3 or 4 points or 4 spots on the leaderboard that they can take after this game. And this is one thing that we really didn't expect for some of the teams, especially in there on a little bit too late in popping up into the game.
Production just teasing everybody, not supposed to show the casters cam at that moment, and twice back to back now they've gotten it. Sem9, what a booyah. They don't jump up 1 slot, they don't jump up 2 slots, they don't jump up 3 slots, they jump up 4 slots, even replacing GeekFam in the 8th place, Danny.
Man, this is such a nice storyline for Sem9, because I think for the longest time we were sort of pitting GeekFam against Sem9. Now that this is more like a backstory sort of situation, and for them to make this comeback, I think they've got to be so happy with themselves that they finally redeemed themselves. They've proven that they're not the reject team. They are a formidable team, and I think you also got to be a little bit worried if you're GeekFam as well, because now you're starting to see Sem9 perform. You're like, oh, hang on. I don't think we were the ones replacing them. We were the replacements.
I mean, technically they were the initial replacements, and then the current GeekFam is the replacement of the replacement. But you know the gist of it. But what makes this victory from Sem9 so much sweeter is not only do they jump up 4 slots, they also jump up 3 slots. They also take the one and only GeekFam out of that 8th position, which is the sweetest thing that could happen for them.
Man, it's sweet revenge, as some people would say. It depends if you want to be petty. I don't think the players are petty, but they're going to be happy with their position. So congratulations to Sam9. But let's go down and sort of break this game up a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So unfortunately, Todak were not able to make it to the end game. I think they ended up in 5th or 6th position, which is okay. I think they've already redeemed themselves with their previous 2 matches. They are in Group C, correct? I just want to make sure my information is right. Todak's in Group C.
Todak is in Group C, yes.
Okay,
Group
so
C,
they've got
yes.
2 more games to go, so they're totally
Correct.
fine. But you know who doesn't get to play anymore?
Oh, man.
AV Radicals and Farah. What happened with that Axis and AV Radicals engagement? It was so mind-boggling to me that they were so spaced out and they still continued to try and push into Axis there. That was so strange.
I would say for Axis, it's off that they are a little bit too far from each other. Neptune, no, not me, Axis Neptune is in there just hanging back, coming back from the revive flight, being seen by Wine in there, but unfortunately Wine even misses those shots. And with the distraction Neptune has done, like another member from Axis Esports just gunned them down. And that's one thing. If you're focused on one thing and not really understanding your environment, especially that area of refinery, you'll be gunned down as easy as that.
Correct.
Yeah, it was a very open area, very risky. Maybe they thought they could quickly get the kills and run. But that didn't happen. They had to fully commit, and they committed to the point where their entire team perished, which is very unfortunate. I think for Axis, it was pretty much a win. It was either a case of the team just dies and AV Radicals continues, or Axis makes it through. So I think the team did the best that they can in that situation. So that's fine for them. The sad news, there's no more AV Radicals. They're finished competing. They're going to get absolutely no more points. Their fate lies at the hands of Expand, which firstly, I got my 2 gentlemen with stats here. What's the current positioning on the leaderboard? Is Expand still in 1st place?
How many did AV Radicals get?
We didn't get to see it yet. I'm assuming they got about 5 kills. Placement is probably 6th or 7th, I think.
So they're on 7th place. Kills would be 5.
They didn't have that many kills.
Yeah, they didn't have that many kills. Basically, AV Radicals needed 9 points to take over the number 1 spot. But it doesn't really matter. Even if they did get the number 1 spot, it wasn't a breakout round from AV Radicals. So Expand scored 50 points in 2 rounds. Yeah, not a problem at all for Expand. But my concern now is, what's giving me anxiety now is how many points did Anxiety pick up for themselves? Because earlier on, Anxiety was sitting down in the 9th spot. And now the 3 teams that are below them are not going to be, resting on their laurels because they have got 2 more matches for themselves to continue climbing up. Bloodyhead and Icon have a strong chance of getting into the top 12. If that happens, Anxiety has no say about it whatsoever. And thank you to the teams who are stepping up, because we call them out in terms of the revival. The revivals are getting better. But once again, Anxiety, I am quite nervous to see where they are sitting on the overall leaderboard after this.
Well, you know what? We're not going to be able to see them because they're probably going to be on the right-hand side of the leaderboard, AJ.
Oh, that you
so
do
it's
not
going to
worry,
come back to the numbers. That's what I was going to say. You got to check your numbers.
Don't worry, we got there. We got it. We got your back. Don't worry.
All right. Well, we're checking because we do need to see the overall standings for the round anyway. We need to collect the points and then we can sort of figure out where everyone is. But here's the general stats for the match. Yes, AJ's correct. 19 revivals, much better than 5. I was quite surprised. Did people forget about the revival system? But let's take a look at our MVP for the round as well. It is Decos from Orange Esports actually getting the MVP for this round. 6 kills to his name, 1,500 damage and 26.9% accuracy. So again, very efficient this round. Orange, what's happening, Orange? Why are we only getting single player MVPs? Where are these booyahs? Hello?
Here's theory time. I think they've got just a internal tiff with Yogg, and they're just showing, like, you see, if we want to perform, we can perform. Haha.
Not the right way to do it, but okay.
I mean, jokes aside, Neptune, it was quite the performance from not just Decos, but throughout the whole of Orange Esports. But it's just a little bit too late, isn't it, brother?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit too late. It's not like what we've seen from Todak and Sam9. Orange Esports, not only that they're performing late, but they're 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 at the bottom of the leaderboard. So it's unfortunate for them, for the MVP of the team this time, AV Radicals right now. Even if the early elimination of some of the teams, they have the plan of moving in onto the next safe zone. Even the Retus was in their stuck, was not taken down. It is the lead of Tanamo that we need to take for that.
Yeah. Well, at least AV Radicals, they didn't end with the number of points I thought that they did. So 60 match points, it's okay. But they're sort of praying as well that Expand play terribly. And when I mean terribly, I mean they need to end with like single digit points if they're going to somehow maintain first place, which for Expand is impossible. We just haven't seen Expand falter so far. But you know, sometimes Lady Luck works in mysterious ways. And speaking of Lady Luck, Sem9, 24 points to end the round with 12 total kills, 12 points from the Booyah as well. NC, a valiant effort from this team. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to make top 12 at all. They finished the round with 18 points. They really needed to finish with, 20, 25 plus for every single game today. And they just weren't quite able to make it. Same thing with Orange. This orange tree just didn't bloom. I'm not sure if it was the wrong weather, they didn't plant the seed right, or maybe something was wrong with the seed. But Orange Esports, I think we've got to say goodbye to this team as well. They're not going to make it to that grand final. AV Radicals are 16 points. Todak, valiant effort today, and that we're still going to see them for 2 more games, 12 points for the round. Axis, 10 points. Reasonable effort this game. I was kind of hoping Axis would be able to play a little bit better today, but sometimes you run into the wrong teams, and the wrong team was AV Radicals. They sort of put a damper on their day today. But here's the overall standings. The handicapped overall standings, because we only get to see half of it. And here we go. So we do see AV Radicals making their way back to first place, but with only an 8-point gap. If Expand just blows on the leaderboard, I think they'll already be able to take over AV Radicals next game. So
look-see, Sem9, look-see.
Yeah, we're going down. We're going down, okay? Sem9, yes, they climb up to 7th place. They're right under Todak. They are over Geek Fam. Big congratulations to this team. They're stepping up. They're proving that they are still going to be a contender going into the grand finals.
They jumped up 4 spots, guys.
It could have been 5. It could have been.
Ma'am,
I think if they
there's
played
14
amazing,
points there, ma'am.
They it's called a miracle, Sam. Miracles happen. It might not be Christmas, but sometimes they just happen.
Yeah.
But it's fine. We're going to see more Sem9, right?
Yes, we will.
We're going to see
Group C.
Yeah, so there's a chance we could see some shuffles from 5th to 7th, right? Because Axis, they're still running from Todak. Todak is going to be running from Sem9. So there's a lot that's going to be happening with these final 2 games. I'm really excited to see what happens now, because firstly, Group B are done. They are stuck with their points, and they are praying to the Holy Spirit that they keep the top 12 placings. But if you also want to pray about something else, make sure you're going to pray for the loot boxes that we are giving away for today. If you haven't already, the giveaway code is just down there. You're going to get 2 Hysteria weapon loot crates absolutely free, courtesy of Garena themselves. Thank you so much, Garena, for allowing us to give away all these goodies to our loyal viewers and our loyal fans that are tuning into the broadcast. This code can be shared with your friends and family. So if they're not tuning into the broadcast, you can share them this code, but tell them they have to claim it ASAP, because the code will expire after this broadcast. Praise the Holy Spirit that you get all the best stuff inside, and good luck to everybody that opens your boxes. I hope you get all the best goodies. I know it's not Christmas time, but that's okay. Sometimes you deserve a little bit extra in the middle of the year as well. Gentlemen, we're going to take a look very quickly at the recap for the matches that have just concluded, and we're going to take a look at what's happening next. Todak claiming 2 Booyahs for Groups B versus C. Phenomenal gameplay from this team, because we just found out their old leader came back to guide them to victory, and so far it has been working for this team fantastically. And to round out this group as well, Sem9, they get the Booyah there onto Kalahari, which pushes them up, as AJ said, 4 positions, now sitting in 7th, possibly able to contend for 6th, maybe 5th. I think it's a bit of a stretch. most likely 6th, but who knows?
Yeah.
But we will be rounding out the day with Bermuda and Kalahari for groups A and C. And guys, I am so excited because I think now we're going to find out who's going to be the top 12, who really puts the pedal to the metal to climb that leaderboard, and maybe to see some of the magic come out from these teams as well, because even though you're guaranteed top 12, getting a little bit of money is it's a nice little incentive.
Yes.
So I'd like to see some of the teams sort of pull out some crazy things, because we saw in that last round when we dropped into the match, it was 3 hot drops. Bro, I don't know, when was the last time we saw that much action?
Yeah.
Oh, it was
hot drops
crazy.
right now. It's more of understanding where they're dropping, and if they want to catch up on the points, they just go in on the weaker team. But I don't think there's any weaker team, not so much a weaker team anymore in this fight.
Oh, absolutely not. I think A and C, very competitive grouping. I think everyone has a good chance at grabbing some points and placements. It's one of the main reasons why I love A and C. But we've got to calm down now. Let's save some energy, because we are going to get the players ready for the lobby. As a quick reminder, if you just tuned in right now, we're going to be jumping into groups A versus C. Group B is done. They are watching. They are waiting. They're going to be cheering with us to find out who is going to be the top 12 teams to make it to the grand final. But as always, since we're going for a break, make sure you go to the toilet now, charge your phone, grab some snacks, call your friends, but make sure you are back in 5 minutes, because we will come back with the final 2 games for the league stage. See you after this.
Where have we?
Here before.
As players. And as fans, some of us are
Returning major veterans.
others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the booyah once again.
MCPS.
Power in numbers.
Look at that. Tengok kita punya set, kita punya team, kita punya crew. Oh, memang happening, guys.
So obviously the set here is very epic.
Kau boleh nampak green screen yang sangat-sangat besar.
I mean, how big the scale is. Like, you have to show the top.
Oh my god, that is so small.
That is how big it is.
Bukan 1, bukan 2, ada banyak. Sebab dia more to action. Lompat lah, baling grenade lah, macam-macam lah.
Biasalah untuk dia. Biasa saya lompat Burj Khalifa, KLCC, Gunung Everest, saya lompat.
We had an amazing car, amazing set, amazing people around us as well.
And bagi saya it's very challenging lah, because this should actually melibatkan ramai orang.
Seorang je dekat set ni, tak ada Dola, tak ada Zizan, tak ada Ismail. So Bunga kena interact macam diorang ada dekat sebelah Bunga.
You really have to use your imaginations of what your surrounding is going to be like. You know, make sure our energy is leveled up with them as well.
Yeah, and we have to make interactions as well.
Correct. So, you know, it's a new experience for all of us.
Free Fire kali ni lagi padu, lagi hebat, dan saya tahu semua tak sabar. Saya pun tak sabar nak tengok hasil dia.
We know it's going to be gempak gila.
So korang jangan lupa tengok video Free Fire ni.
I really can't wait. So hope you guys akan stay tuned and support Free Fire untuk semua.
You guys pun akan play a big role in this video as well. So stay tuned.
Yeah.
Season hari ni saya ingin mengucapkan booyah!
Free Fire untuk semua.
Where have been?
Here before.
As players. And as fans, some of us are
Returning major veterans.
others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
With the booyah once again.
MCPS.
Power
In numbers.
So guys, what's up? Zizan Raza in the house.
Hey guys, I'm Ismail Zani. Macam biasa, it's your boy here.
Hi, saya Bunga.
Hi guys, we are Dollar.
So look at that. Tengok kita punya set, kita punya team, kita punya crew. Oh, memang happening guys.
So obviously the set here is very epic.
Kau boleh nampak green screen yang sangat-sangat besar.
I mean,
Oh
how
my God.
big the scale is. Like, you have to show the
Oh my god, that is so
Tengok atas.
small.
Where have been?
Here before.
as players. And as fans, some of us are
Returning major veterans.
others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to win.
With the booyah once again.
MCPS.
Power
In numbers.
Hello, survivors, and welcome back to the MCPS Majors Season 4. We're down to our final groupings of the day. It's going to be Groups A versus C. Group B are done for the day. They've played all their matches, and now their fate lies at the hands of Groups A and C, and how well and potentially how badly some of these teams are going to do. But to be fair, I don't think we've seen too many teams bomb out. We've seen a lot of teams step up to the plate. They're feeling the pressure and they are overperforming at expectations. But the bad news is that there are only so many points that can go around, that not everybody is going to get what they're looking for today. So it's really going to come down to the best of the best. Who is the hungriest? Neptune, AJ, welcome back to the broadcast. I think these final 2 games are going to be absolute fire.
I agree, man.
It is.
2 teams, Neptune, from Group B that were in potential trouble. Pando EWG as well as Anxiety. Pando picks up 31 points, and unfortunately for Anxiety, they continue to give me anxiety, picking up 25 points. And now they don't play anymore, which means there's a high probability of them getting kicked out of the top 12. And they, mind you, are in the 9th and 8th spot, which is not safe at all, Nep.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one thing if you are not really performing in that game. But like these teams still have two matches. A and C. Those in the A and C spot really need to catch up with a few more points in this game. But it depends on how weak those on the top will be performing, because that will only give them a chance to get this much points to move up several levels.
Right, Neptune. Well, we're going to jump into our first map of Group A versus C, and we're going to start off easy mode with Bermuda. This is something everyone is comfortable with. AJ, Neptune, I don't have anything else to say. Let the games begin.
Thank you very much, Danny. As we hop on into game number 6, the second last one for the day, we will be wrapping up things on match 7, Kalahari. This now is a question of whether or not Anxiety and Pando EWG from Group B, who no longer play today, will be able to survive in the top 12, Neptune.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit, because so much for the drop points. Hot drops, well, it might happen earlier, but depending on where they will be choosing to. But going into Pando EWG, so far they are on the 8th and Anxiety is on the 9th spot. If, like, for Geek Fam, who has been pushed into the 10th spot, they only need 5 points to take one level up. And I would say 7 points or 6 points to be able to replace Pando EWG on the 8th spot. So pushing 2 of them down. But how much more do we need really for Pando EWG and Anxiety to really be out of that 12th spot? Because I think it's not that near though, AJ.
It's not super near. The players of Bloodyhead need to be able to get a total of 49 points, which is asking for a lot. But Bloodyhead, they have been a team that has shown us that they've got great quality. And this is a El Clasico matchup between Bloodyhead as well as Geek Fam. Early opener, Yasta makes one mistake but pulls out a time turner. And Morgana makes use of his own time turner against him, but still gets nailed down by Yasta. Bloodyhead potentially bombing out super early here. And Anxiety eases up a little bit of their stress in their hearts because of that one takedown. But it's not over just yet. Bloodyhead, they quickly exit Pochinok and they leave that one player on their side just to deal with the rest of the players of Geek Fam to play the game of distraction. Neptune jumps on in. Let's go. Gonna suffer now as he jumps on right out of the house. Uses the time turner of Neptune against him. But Neptune with just 5 HP left on him survives that encounter.
And that was a 1v1 out of nowhere. Axis Esports as well as SAF is out of the picture from this battle that's happening. And I think there's a little bit of miscomm coming from SAF, because usually they go in for the challenge against Axis Esports.
Yeah.
But with this position of Neptune as well as SAF, like the one member, let's go, being taken down, I mean, it's a miscomm coming from SAF right now. I think they are really faltering in terms of communication as well as the gunfights that they're doing. It is not likely for SAF. And Axis Esports, we know they are a strong team from previous competition and also jumping in here, but the improvement that they're doing overall, not just going in for the compound gameplay, they are doing well in close counter, even on a long range. So how much improvement from Axis Esports, and then the reverse happening from SAF, that is really called for already, that Axis might be able to overtake and take down SAF at that point.
Bloodyhead taking over the spot of Anxiety might be a long shot, but Bloodyhead doesn't need to aim for the stars. Bloodyhead is just 28 points behind Hard to Get, and they are quite a number of points. In fact, I believe about 40 points behind SAF. So SAF is not in a lot of trouble, but Hard to Get needs to make sure they do not falter early. Kaloy gets caught out. This is that distraction gameplay that we were talking about a little bit earlier on, that Kaloy is going to be playing against the players of Geek Fam to allow the rest of his team members to back away. Now, the revival has been done. Geek Fam is in a full squad once again, but Kaloy can't seem to peel away from Mars Electric as Geek Fam slowly surrounds his position. And this might just be the end for Kaloy.
Yeah, Kaloy right now being rushed in. Apis turning that corner, missing that shot. Kaloy going in, putting a number against Hasik. But Kaloy will be moving in. The pickup will be done. And here comes Kaloy. Not so lucky anymore with the double vector and double team being done in there. Geek Fam survives. Kaloy right now will be knocked down. And Void Face is the one defending the fort right against Geek Fam. But what can a few members of Bloody Heads do in this fight? Void Face, even if Morgana will be brought back in here, Void Face going alone right now, positioning wise, not so much an advantage against Geek Fam.
Void Face, this is the perfect distraction as he gets put out of this equation. Void Face, can he survive a little bit longer? Needs to get away first. Cannot take on the whole squad of Geek Fam all on his own. Jumps on into yet another engagement, quickly snuffs out Hakimi, needs to take that kill, but is met by Yapis instead, and the double vectors was too good, and he does not secure that kill point. Instead, Apis does over him.
And Geek Fam is the one really reigning this area at this point, and Bloody Heads right now, like, distraction is working for them, but not so much, because once you get that distraction, it's not like the trade will be 1-to-1, recovering one, losing one, and then it will be back and forth, especially if you don't have a good distance against your opposing team. So Bloody Heads, not quite sure what the plan is right there, but that is not working to their favor, especially they are in the running for top 12. SAF right now, McRory popping off with double kill against Zen Op, and we'll have to see who else can be taken down right now. It's McRory in a compound against Axis Esports. Neptune is the one who will be targeted next.
Vegeta hasn't been spotted yet. The angle that he holds on to is good. McRory trying to get him from up top on the roof. But Vegeta's a little smarter with his positioning. Faiz knocks down Raf. Axis Esports loses their star player. And as Neptune circles around, Yadob gets caught out in the open. Flame with a flank. And Yadob goes down. Fantastic setup by Axis, and the execution is even better. They take one life back for the one that they just lost.
Staff right now, again, another bomb out. Seeing and Blacklist will be jumping into the picture. Probably taking down McDaw in the process, unless McDaw will be hiding in there, but not so much hiding in that fence. And Zen Up will be moving into the face of danger. Well, will he be able to make it? He did, and McDaw is flying high like a butterfly, but into the hands of Axis.
See if or not the players of SAF can continue moving up. SAF wants to prove themselves against the other teams as well, and there's quite a bit of money to play for, because on the final day of this league, one of the biggest things that will be, you know, the fighting point for a lot of these teams are moving up the rank little by little, looking for a slightly bigger prize pool for themselves, Neptune.
Yeah. I mean, that will be the target right now, because as we broke down earlier with how much Bloody Head needed to get to the top 12 and push down hard to get probably a SAF in the process, it is a lot. And with the performance that we've seen on the early games at this point, it is not showing that they'll be able to do that unless the second game or they come back in this game. It's not yet over. ORV X-Men will be taken out in here from the fight, and this is Expand. And with this team of Expand leading the pack, leading this whole group with in terms of kill as well as a challenge for that booyah, it will be difficult for the other teams to really catch or get those points that they need to jump up to the top 12.
See if or not No Escape Revolt can snuff out the hopes of Sem9. Sem9 currently playing for quite a bit of money here in the 7th place. They have got $950 in the pocket already. But they want to make that 1,000 USD. And the best way to do that is just to go up by one spot. If Sem9 can do the impossible, no, Sem9 will not be able to do the impossible. They can't catch up with the 5th place no matter what they try. Because it is going to take a lot. But that being said, 28 points from 2 matches. Do we really want to count Sem9 out just yet? If they win this fight against No Escape Revolt, get away safely, there might be a chance here, Neptune.
Yeah, there might be a chance for them to move up one level, but that will depend on the performance as well as who they will be taking over. But Lemon not showing really in here to prove our point, but Fikri will be bringing them back on that revive. And we have a No Escape Revolt right now, still managing to win the gunfights. They have a Man 04 gliding in and checking the area. I don't think anyone will be spotted. Good opening as well for, oh no, that is a Todak in there in that area that I didn't see, as well as Access Esports. So I don't think that is a smart move coming from 7-9 here, dropping in this area.
One would think that there's nothing much to play for already if you are not in the top 12 and you cannot secure a good spot. But if you are No Escape Revolt, you want to earn an extra $100 for yourself. Yeah. And all you need to do in order to get that is jump from the 16th place into, at the very minimum, the 14th spot. Yes, you don't make it through, but an extra 100 USD, looking at the current currency power of Malaysia, it will do the team quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, and then there's a good motivation actually for all the teams starting in this competition. It's just to gauge yourself if you can do it. Neptune right now moving in for the fight. Todak is down and on that rooftop, and Todak will be eliminated right here with from the hands of Access Esports, and 7 kills already from Access Esports. I mean, these team are really popping off, and not so much early, but they've taken great strides right now, making that lead for those following them really hard to reach. And this is what one thing about Access Esports, they might not be dominating the games, but when they go into the gunfight, they understand their positioning as well as how to play it to perfection. Thus, they can take the lead for those following them on the leaderboard.
That I have to agree with, man. SAF currently in the 11th place. They want to push on up. And for SAF to earn a little bit more money for themselves, all they need to do is secure a total of 15 points, which is not a lot to ask for if you are SAF. And that 15 points can earn you an extra $150. Holy Lord, I want to get that extra $150, man. Morgana straight down onto the ground. This is a bad game for Bloody Heads, who are trying to survive, who are trying to look for extra 28 points out there on the battlefield as compared to the players of Hard to Get. If Bloody Head can get that done in this matchup in itself, they will make it into the top 12. And all they need to do is just play well in the next game to secure the top 12 spot. Things are tense here. If you are a Bloody Head fan, you all have to hope and pray that they make it through, because the chances look quite slim with their positioning as well as progress in the current game, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, so far they have been playing Revive gameplays in so many instances already, and trying to avoid any gunshots in this position that they have. Geek Fam from the outside, as well as a battle happening, and there's no escape coming from Bloody Heads just yet. They will be taken down one at a time. Geek Fam closing in a little bit, and it might end this team of Bloody Heads right here. Numbers advantage already in Geek Fam, plus the positioning. Geek Fam is on hunt, on the roll, and goes for the takedown. It's Mark and Kaloy, the only one remaining, and it's now left to Mark, wherein he is out of sight. They're trying to get in. Revive will be done once again, but how many times can Bloody Head do this? Back and forth on the revival.
I think this is all over, man. Mark outside of the circle. One final shot from No Escape should get the job done. Mark's not down yet, but on that note, Slurpee, final bullet. And the players of Bloody Head, they will unfortunately suffer the wrath of No Escape Revolt. Yes, No Escape does not make it into the top 12, but they are fighting for that extra $100, so let's go, baby. Oh, SAF out as well. Now, this is quite the big turnaround, because now Bloody Head can still at least rest easy. One more game for them to catch up with the rest of the gang. Sem9 bombing out early will allow Geek Fam to replace them in that 7th place. All Geek Fam needs to do is continue surviving. As I say that, they bomb out in the 6th spot, thanks to Blacklist International.
Blacklist International really popping off, especially when they jump into the game. And Expand right now, going in, jumping into battle. We'll have to find out if this gameplay from the outside of the next safe zone will work to their favor. Blacklist moving out, Zen up, alone right now. Not quite sure what the plan is. Leaving FaZe in there for the lookout as he. I don't know what's being done there outside of safe zone. There's no escape coming from the team of Expand waiting for you to get in.
We expected Axis Esports to perform well. They are doing exactly that. Now, down to the final 5 teams. Neptune unfortunately gets snuffed out. No Escape Revolt. What a time to perform well, man. No Escape Revolt needs a lot of points to earn that extra $100 for themselves. They need a total of, how many is this? 36 points to jump over NC. That is going to be quite a tough one, and also to catch up with Icon. Blacklist International loses their standing. They get snuffed out. Farang, thankfully, will not be able to catch up with them as Group B does not play anymore. And technically, Blacklist International has nothing to chase for as they are 125 points behind Expand. It's all for Expand to claim back their #1 spot, but being inside of this final circle already earns them that #1 spot. Congratulations, Expand, on managing to secure this even before that final round, but they're not done. They're not dusted just yet. Axis Esports fighting for a lot, but 81 points away from Farang means that they are not going to be moving anywhere afar, but at the same time, they do not want to allow Sem9 to steal away their $1,000, and therefore they continue to stay alive, Neptune.
And they continue to stay alive and slowly take down Expand. And I'm happy and surprised as well. Hard to get in there on the 12th spot, surviving to the final 3 teams right now with 4-man strong. X-Roy will be taken down right now, and Hard to Get. This is good showing for them. They're not just down. They're not down just yet. A good chance for them to be able to take the 11th spot, especially as SAF is already out of this game. All they need to do is get a good booyah as well as a good kill points right now. And who is on their way? Axis Esports with only 2 members and Expand in there from the outside.
Yeah. And it's quite a surprise to see the players of Axis Esports get this run of domination on Bermuda. And this is just... I mean, it has been a pretty rare occurrence because in week 2, they secured just 14 points. Week 3, 11 points. Week 4, so far, they've outshined their performance of the past 2 weeks. And now they are on the verge of equalizing their supreme performance in the very first week of the league. Let's see if or not they can do that against the determination of Hard to Get. Ares flies around, Max 7 in hand. JC drops Vegeta. Axis Esports on the verge of elimination here. And Hard to Get, not only do they get the booyah, but they should be able to snatch away that 11th spot from SAF.
Hard to Get right now, popping off, and this is their first booyah all throughout the league stage. We've been waiting, we've been asking on when Hard to Get will be showing up, and well, what better time when you are in risk of being put out of top 12.
Oh yeah, and that got a little bit too close, and now SAF has to struggle and deal with Bloody Head. Both Bloody Head and SAF got eliminated, consecutively earlier on. I don't know if or not that was back-to-back, but it was just super close. But it's still not going to be an easy process for Bloody Head to squeeze into the top 12 because they need now more than 30 points, Neptune. 30 points from one game equals them needing desperately the booyah as well as a solid number of kills to their side. I believe the run for Bloody Head might be over, but I say might because this is a team, when push comes to shove, could chug out the best out there on the battlefield. It's all going to be dependent on how they take this drop. And you know what's the worst thing as we move into Kalahari? They have to avoid command posts because that's where Expand has been hot dropping them for the longest of time. They finally have to give up that drop spot if they want to survive.
Yeah, and that's possibly one reason as well we're not doing so much in terms of kills. Once you have Expand challenging your drop point, hot dropping you on a command post, then it makes it difficult for you to get strides in one of the map. And if that happens not only once, several times, then it will be great problem for you overall. But Danny, what do you think about the position as well as the games that we've seen?
Guys, it's one more game to go. Firstly, Hard to Get. where have you been all season? Where have you been all season? This is probably the one time where I'm just going to say, why did you leave it to now? Why are you handing in your homework when it's like 2 minutes until due date? You could have handed it in last week. You could have handed it in the week before. No, they decide to give us heart attacks, and have us waiting up until now. Better late than never, I suppose, but it doesn't give me much faith for this team when it comes to the grand final. Okay, like yes, they're going to qualify, but for them to peak this late, I don't know if I can trust my heart with them.
It's better late than never, you know.
Yeah,
and when push came to shove, this was the second last game. If hard to get faulted, then Bloody Head would have replaced them. So that's the fire under their butts. Bloody Head was the fire.
I don't think it's even a fire anymore. I think they're all sitting on a frying pan and they're on the stove. Someone's actively cooking them.
Yeah.
They're almost done, and that's when they felt it. You know, it's like, oh, come on, like.
The biggest question now is going to be, how much did Geek Fam pick up in that round? Because Geek Fam is just very close to SAF, uncomfortably close to SAF. Yes, SAF bombed out, but if I'm not mistaken, there was, consecutive eliminations. I believe it was hard to get, and then Sem9 or SAF, or was that Geek Fam? I really have the stats confused in my head right now. But a lot will be answered once we see the current standings of that matchup, because it will tell us who is on the verge of elimination. But in order to get eliminated, Bloody Head needs to do the impossible in the next round. I'm so disappointed because they didn't get the best in this round, because that could have eased their burdens for the final one. But now they don't have a choice. They have to go berserk.
Not just berserk as well. I think you guys brought up a pretty good point, right? Like, they can't drop in command posts. You're going to be contested by expand. And this is probably one of the worst ways to play, because you're not able to drop in a place that you're comfortable in. They have to play outside their comfort zone, which I think for most teams, maybe unless you're AV Radicals where you drop everywhere, it means that your early game is going to be not as reliable, because you're not able to play your standard game. But ideally, you want to play your game. You don't want to play someone else's version of Free Fire, because that means they're in control of the game. So Bloody Head, there's a lot to do. I mean, was it 30 points they needed? So that's a booyah and 18 kills. That's a minimum, and I don't know if Bloody Head can pull it off. I hate to be that person, but they're just not the kind of team I think of when I think of a team having to pull that kind of a score line. So,
one thing about Bloody Head is from the past, we've seen them outperform themselves so many times, wherein they started slow and then move up a little bit, giving hope for the team. But this time, I mean, this is not the chance. It's not the same story coming from Bloody Heads. Not quite sure what changed. Not quite sure if it's the challenge of those they're against with. But I'm Bloody Head. I mean, they had great chance. They had great improvement previously. They might have lost that already, taking out the opportunity for the top 12.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this team can pull out a miracle, because at this point they really, really need it. But let's take a look at our MVPs for the round as well. Vegeta on the side of Axis is going to be claiming MVP for this round with 5 kills under his belt, 2,974 damage, and just 0.1 shy of 28% accuracy. Axis, I mean, I think we did sort of expect Axis to play well this round, and I'm happy to see them be able to sort of pull that gap as well, right? Because they were at risk of potentially losing their spot on that leaderboard. But with 24 points, I think they'll comfortably sit where they are. But with these 24 points, and we will take a look at the leaderboard in just a second, how far ahead are they
from Toda?
Yeah, like what's the gap looking like now? Because I think Todak is probably having to do the calculations themselves and trying to figure out how many points they need to be able to take over in that next round.
It doesn't matter though, because Toda as well as Axis, they are currently sitting down at a 1K prize each for the 5th and 6th spot. So catching up with Axis isn't going to benefit them at all, but they do need to pick up points to stay away from Sem9. That's going to be the important point here. So Toda bombed out this time around, but thankfully Sem9 didn't really catch up. And Sem9 needed 15 points to replace Toda, so the math still checks out for Toda to hold on to that 1K. But worst case scenario, they lose that spot, they go down to 950 USD. Crimea River makes no difference for them.
I mean, it's like, almost 500 ringgit. I mean, okay, it's not huge, but it'll be like a little blow to your ego, I suppose.
Yeah.
So it's really down to Todak, Sem9 and Axis, I guess, when it comes to this final game. But Bloody Head, spotlight's on you, buddy. 30 points. Can you whip out the 30 points? Not 100%
That was a long shot.
Icon's out of the running now, right? Like, officially, Icon cannot make top 12.
That is correct.
Stats?
Yeah, that's pretty much it's just Bloody Head. It's just Bloody Head.
Yeah, so officially, Icon is out. Who else is potentially out of the running here for top 12 now?
I will give you the answer in
just a second.
2 minutes. Yeah.
Well, we'll let AJ look at his stats, but let's take a look at what's happened on this leaderboard first. So Expand, they're going to be taking first place, and because AV Radicals are not going to be playing anymore, that means that Expand have now officially locked in that $2,000 prize for themselves, even though we have one more game to go. So firstly, congratulations to Expand for being able to take over AV Radicals, who we thought were going to stay in first place for the entire league. At the same time, Geek Fam and Hard to Get, they make a massive climb, with Geek Fam sitting in 8th place, just behind Sem9, and Hard to Get is actually just 2 points away from Geek Fam. So we could see a bit of a swapperoo depending on whether Sem9, Todak, Geek Fam or Hard to Get potentially bomb out in this next round. I mean, the middle of the pack, there's a lot of action here. There's a lot of potential for these teams to take over. All it takes is either a booyah or a very bloody round. Yeah. And speaking of bloody round, we've got Kalahari, I believe, is our final map.
Yes, ma'am.
That sand is gonna be red, boys!
Now, after the 2 minutes that I asked for, Danny, I will be able to give you your answers. Yes. But, there is just a unfortunate situation here for the rest of the teams, because Expand obviously manages to secure the $2,000 for themselves. The question is, now, can Bloody Head hit 46 points in the next matchup? Yeah,
okay.
They can't hit that, but you guys can hit a Hysteria weapon loot crate from us. Grab that screenshot and get that redeemed for yourself. 45 points for Bloody Heads to catch up with Supreme Assault Forces. Even though SAF kind of bombed out, they will not be phased at all. 46 points is a thing of impossibility. Even Expand had to go over 2 matches to pick up 50. And Icon are, just slightly beyond that. They are about 54 points behind. So it looks like the top 12 is pretty much done and dusted, Danny.
So top 12 is done and dusted, but now it's the battle of the moolah, the money, trying to make that climb. So we've still got something to look forward to. I mean, these teams are still fighting very hard for their positions. But I'm actually curious to know if some of the teams are doing the calcs themselves to try and figure out where they are on the leaderboard, right? To see, okay, how many points do we need? Yeah. Do we need to potentially knock on someone's front door with a hot drop because they're really close on our tails? Yeah. We don't really know. But looks like Kalahari is just about ready to go. Match number 7 and our final game for the entirety of the league. It's groups A versus C. I mean, the first game of this group was exciting. I'm expecting to end the entire season with a big bang. And yes, this isn't even the grand finals. The grand finals will be even better, but that's 2 weeks away. So don't get too excited. Save that hype for 2 weeks, okay? Keep it in. But you can be hyped for this series. This one's going to be pretty fun. Okay. Prediction time. Are we going to see 3 hot drops again? Because we saw that in B versus C. I mean, I think some of the teams might want a little bit of fun here. Just be like, let's go for some early boom boom.
I'll do you one better. Let's talk a little bit about the teams that might be able to earn a bonus $150. And those are the teams in the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th spot. Because there's so few numbers, so few points between them as well as Geek Fam, who's sitting down in the 8th place. Because if they can move from between 9th to 12th into the 8th spot, replace Geek Fam, they earn a bonus of $150. And I know, Danny, you want to ask me what sort of numbers we're talking about. Supreme Assault Forces, who are dead last right now in the top 12, only needs 7 points to replace Geek Fam.
No way.
Yeah. 7 points for an extra 150 USD. Let's go, ma'am, because we are going to have a hot match. Obviously, Pando and Anxiety have no say in this because they're from Group B, but Hard to Get as well as SAF, they can earn this for themselves.
Let's see if these hot drops actually happen. AJ Neptune, take it away. We're jumping into Game 7, our final game for that league stage. It's Group A versus C. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Natalie. And I'm so excited to see as to what will be happening in this teams on the bottom part of our leaderboards. Because as you mentioned, there's an additional prize pool, an additional piece of a prize pool that they will be getting. Hard to Get as well as SAF, a good contender for this. And I'm just surprised. SAF has been pushed down in there slowly into that 12th spot. But this might be the chance for them to recover from the push down that has been brought against them.
Let's see if or not this is going to be Axis' esports fight to maintain their supremacy. Toda's not going to be able to catch up with Axis no matter what they do. They need 38 points in this round. So Axis is safe and sound, man. Bloody Heads already disappointed with their non-performance towards the bitter end of the competition for themselves. No surprise, Morgana, the in-game leader, gets taken down first. You can see the spirits a little bit low, but Kaloy trades one out. But Bloody Head gets snuffed out super early, and I do not blame them. I would be heartbroken as well in their position.
Yeah, I mean, they drop in confinement already, letting go of their usual drop spot, but sees two teams, Axis Esports as well as Blacklist International. And these two teams are not pushovers, especially for Axis Esports. This map is really one that they play so well. Blacklist International as well moved up from the placement. If I'm not mistaken, from week 3, they moved up so much up until this moment. So they have a lot of fire on them. And Bloody Heads were in. There's also a little bit of a pressure. So the pressure, if you get into panic mode, usually brings you to a halt. And that's what's happening right now. They have been taken down early into the game. The dream will not be alive for Bloody Head.
But I do respect Bloody Heads for listening to us loud and clear and backing away from command posts. But jumping into confinement obviously wasn't the best of ideas. Although, of course, Farang's not playing, you got to expect heavy firepower in such a very hot spot, I would have to say. Pretty much towards the center of Kalahari. Confinement was the wrong place. And also, if there's something that Bloody Head could have done a little bit earlier, was make the decision to no longer take the drop into command post. Yes, it's your home, but expand is expand, man. I mean, after week 2, they should have seen what sort of firepower they were dealing with and backed away slowly from that compound whenever expand jumps on in. But that just wasn't really the play that we saw out of them that eventually cost them a lot at Kalahari, Neptune.
Yeah, and going back to the question that Danley asked earlier, if they're doing the calculation together with us, and I would say if they're not, they should, because not only do they need to do the calculation, they need to check the drop points, and knowing that confinement is already the home of Axis Esports, then that's already crossed out. And with Blacklist in there trying to get points against anyone, I would say anyone, because they're already safe on the placement that they have, this will be an additional barricade from them. Axis Esports is not a team that you need to hot drop to. I would say you could choose Bayfront, or Bayfront was originally also taken by Blacklist International. SAF is not so much in the performing side earlier into the game. Old Hampton will be one of the drop point that you have, as well as No Escape Revolt. That is where the usual gunfight happens between these two teams. So those points were in, those drop spot were in Kalahari. Teams are not really performing, and Bloody Head is out in there as well. I would say on is it the 9th spot in here in terms of Kalahari ranking.
Hard to Get is going ham against some of these other teams, man. They just need 2 points more than Geek Fam to secure the bonus of $150. And I think they're going to do exactly that. Batman just lags a little bit, runs into the wall, but it's okay, Batman. We understand. The backs away. But dude, they need 2 points more than Geek Fam. They've already gotten 2 points. Fantastic. But at the same time, Sem9 popping off out there on the battlefield. Sem9's quite hungry because Geek Fam's just hot on their heels, right? 9 points behind the Sem9 stands Geek Fam. The rivalry between these two brands has gone on for throughout the whole league. But I guess it's good for them that neither one is doing really well. I mean, both kind of like just mid-feeders. But we don't know what they've got in store for us for the grand finals, though. I mean, if they are hiding strats, because we clearly see them popping off towards the end. If they are hiding strats, other teams better watch out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of assumptions. In terms of like teams popping off a little late, it's because they will be thrown off the top 12 teams. And they just need to pull a little bit of play from their playbook and to maintain their position. Some really might have been bombing out on these games. Other teams overperforming against them. So there's a lot of assumptions right here. One of which is the strats being hidden by the team. And if that is the case, I mean, this is the last day of the league stages. Not so much of a showings for other teams, especially knowing that they're already secured in top 12. It's just a position of getting in the prize pool. But once it goes into the grand finals, wherein a lot more is at stake, I'm really excited to see how will that unfold.
How will things unfold for Geek Fam, who are just circling around the very edge of the next circle? Not getting super aggressive. They spot out Icon. Toda reviving their players. Toda is going to be decently safe, but Sem9's looking for their $1,000 prize pool. Sem9 wants a little bit of a bonus. Sem9's not too far away from Toda, just 9 points away.
9 points to get that placement via Todak. And hard to get. I mean, we mentioned that's only a few points that they need to go against a Geek Fam. But how close is it from Sem9 and Geek Fam as well? Then hard to get as a good running. They just need to be a little bit safer and win the gunfights.
Yeah. I mean, if Hard to Get can secure yet another booyah for themselves, then they take a frog leap once again, this time over Geek Fam and Sem9. That would be insane, Neptune. That will be like on a whole other level, man.
I don't know how much of this team can pop off like that, like similar to what Sem9 did earlier. But I'm really hoping that other teams can see that. ORVX men being taken down a little bit expected, but well, they are in there. They put in a good fight in this game, and we're left with 10 teams. Excitement builds right now to those that we keep mentioning, and this is SAF, Supreme Assault Forces, but they will be going in against Todak. And this might not be that 50-50 chance that they're looking for.
SAF. Engagements. A little soft, but Toda, chill. Taken out. Now Toda. I don't think they can run away here. And they are going to get snuffed out. SAF doing a lot. On the verge of winning this. And yes, they do. Yado, beautiful takedown. Kid Ames out of the equation. And it looks like Toda is getting eaten up alive. Spark and Pedro do not wait to see what happens. They run away as quick as their feet can carry them. Toda with the 4 eliminations so far are not down and out just yet. But the players of No Escape Revolt getting stuck in an engagement against Icon with Geek Fam watching from afar.
Yeah, Geek Fam might just be vulturing later on, or probably doing it right now, but the battle continues. Icon, a man in there recovering from the gunfight that he has. Geek Fam is just being spread out in here, but good ideation coming from No Escape Revolt, pulling out from that engagement, but going into the hands of a Geek Fam right now. They need to win those gunfights from that area. Icon and No Escape Revolt continues on 2v2 just in this area.
Slippy backs away, man. Good shot. And it looks like Icon's just eating up the players of No Escape Revolt. Now no! And 4Eyes out of nowhere. Jim Quest down on the ground. Max 7 perfection. And it looks like No Escape Revolt has sent one player away. And as hard as they strike down Icon, Icon is the champ in this engagement. First shut down by the players of Geek Fam. And then No Escape Revolt tried a vulture on them. But they get away from both. They tease both. They punish both. And they force them to run away. What a play, Icon.
Icon in there might be gatekeep right here because of what they've done to No Escape Revolt, but we'll have to find out how will that end later on. As we can see, Axis Esports already the kill leader in this game, on fire on the upper left of our screen right now. Hard to get, playing it safe in lower left, and well, these are the teams that we are looking for. Hard to get because they have a great chance to go and take down Geek Fam as well as Sem9 from their place, but SAF continues the battle. McRory is down, going against Todak, and with 2 more members of Todak going against 3 members of SAF, this is not looking good for Todak right now.
Doesn't look good. Pedro says bye-bye, joins the rest of his team members. SAF left high and dry outside of the circle, but doesn't matter. They've got the launch pad to work around with. McDo spots out the perimeter as Lesko and Yado line up one by one. Like good kids, they take this launch pad, but just second guesses themselves just a little bit and pushes the trajectory towards the very edge of the circle beside a revival point as Blacklist brings their players back into the fray. That's going to be a big fight. No Escape Revolt, on the other hand, they still want to engage with Icon. Icon's full squad once again. Man taken down, and No Escape Revolt wants to finish off the job that they started earlier on. 2v4, make the 2v3. Eddie runs into the fray. Phrase drops Eddie. Icon eliminated by No Escape Revolt. What are we even watching?
No Escape Revolt, I mean, they have not been showing this kind of gameplay from the early parts of the game, and this is where those adrenaline really rushing in. They are showing up right now, but we'll have to see how well can they do it moving forward. Still 9 team remains right now, and we're looking at expand. The top 1 in the leaderboard currently being challenged by Hard to Get, and this is not a team that you want to challenge if you're Hard to Get, especially if you're in the running for 2 spots above you.
Oh, Batman, grenade, pops, but good time turner by Too Fast runs away, but Batman's nade this time connects. Too Fast had the grenade launcher. Batman had the skills. Fantastic response by Hard to Get. Hard to Get aiming for that back-to-back. Booyah. Hard to Get aiming for a extra 150 US dollars to their side, and all they need to do is pick up 2 points more than Geek Fam in this round. Can Hard to Get secure this? 6 kills so far. Expand eliminated. Hard to Get stands a strong chance to do exactly that.
With a lot of points, might be able to catch up, but they are faced with SAF. But SAF is not really like showing that much into the game, but they need points as well. 1 point to go against take over the Reign of Anxiety, and a few more points to go and take that 10th spot away from Pando EWG. So they need to be careful right now not to be taken down while the hot H2G is moving in against them.
What a setup by Hard to Get. And now SAF challenges them. Good opener by that ice grenade. And now forces Hard to Get to second guess their positioning. A double ice grenade forces them out of their cover. 4bits with the charge buster. McRory with the M1887. Double barrel should put 4bits out of the equation. And Hard to Get taken out in the 8th spot. The question's gonna be whether or not Sem9 outdoes them. Sem9 still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield, picking up all of those kills. Looks like bonus day does not come today for the players of Hard to Get.
Hard to Get will be missing out on that, but still, they are in the top 12. A lot more will be happening when they jump in onto the grand finals. So far, SAF, I think they're already safe with the 4 points they have. They will be taking over the reins of Anxiety, stepping into that 11th spot. But Axis Esports right now trying to prevent everyone else. The lead that they have against those following them, this is Todak, is so great, and that is for the tactic that has been brought in by Axis Esports, and it's still not faltering even towards this part of the league we're in. There's not much of change against them. They still put on a good fight, and this time it is against Geek Fam.
Sem9 wants to catch up with Toda. Sem9's looking for the bonus as well, that upgrade from $950 to $1,000. And as I speak about them, they get kill after kill. Geek Fam taken out of the equation already. Guess what? SAF is still alive. SAF can replace Geek Fam when it comes to that 8th spot. And all they need to do is pick up 16 points more than give the players of Geek Fam, but they bomb out prematurely in that 5th spot. And I don't think the number of kills that they've secured so far is going to be enough. Blacklist International newbie runs away, but Spark knocks him down. Chill takes the kill away for Team Toda. 5 points so far. Toda is just playing for honor now.
Yeah, they're playing for honor and they're playing for that booyah. We'll have to see if they'll be able to get that 4-team remain. And they are one of the team with a complete squad, eliminating Blacklist in the process, bringing us down to 3 teams. Todak right now really on fire, and the next target would be Team Sem9 as well as Axis Esports, but Sem9 is being rushed in there. Good chance for a backstab by Todak against Axis.
Neptune, this fight is between Sem9 and Toda. Sem9 in the 7th place, Toda in the 6th spot. Only 9 points between them. Sem9 looking to replace Toda in that 6th spot so that they can take that extra bit of money back home. But Axis Esports with that high ground advantage will be able to pressure the players of Sem9. Raja down, all thanks to the blue zone. Man04 trying to play the game of survival. Sem9 taken out, which means Toda will not be touched. Toda can aim for the booyah. Toda goes into that final circle, and the defense has been set. They split off into a 2-2 buddy system. Spark with a knock onto Vegeta. Nobody close enough to Vegeta to save him. The blue zone will finish Vegeta off. Neptune has got the grenade launcher in hand, manages to pop. Oh, Raph pops him instead. That's done and dusted. The players of Toda should have this in hand, and they have it all secured. 22 points they get for themselves with this solid booyah, Neptune.
Todak popping off right here, showing us what they have to offer in the grand finals, and the booyah being taken in this game.
I mean, it was just 9 points. It was just 9 points that they needed. And I'm glad the boys were able to show us. I mean, Toda did not show up throughout the whole league stage, waited for the final week, and then out of nowhere jumped into the 6th place. Danny, Toda, they woke up at the end.
Maybe it was secret strats after all.
Yeah.
You know? The strat was the the leader, the coach, the guy that was able to guide these players to play the way that they did today. 3 booyahs in a single day for Todak. This is unbelievable. I don't think we would have ever predicted this happening. Maybe we would have thought, okay, maybe they'll perform better, they'll be able to make that climb, but not like this. Absolutely not. Oh my goodness, Todak. I mean, they've got to be so happy with their finish.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they were not able to catch up to Axis, I believe, right? Axis were able to create a wide enough gap, so these 2 teams are more or less going to stay where they were, but that's fine, right? They earned the exact same amount of prize money. It was Todak and Sem9, which, if I was Todak, I'd be praising Axis for shutting down Sem9, right? It was Axis that were basically gatekeeping them from going into that final circle safely. So it could have been a different story, but wow, it's over, guys. I can't believe it. We've completed the full league stage for the MCPS Majors Season 4, which means we're going to officially announce our top 12 teams that are going to play in the grand final in 2 weeks' time. We're not going to do it yet, though. Okay, we're going to do it officially. So, gentlemen, zip. We're not going to tell anybody who is where yet. That's going to be a secret thing, because I know not everyone has been able to tune into the entire broadcast. I want some of the newer people to be surprised, especially when we do the official announcements as well. But I have to say, we've had a amazing tournament thus far. We've had a lot of teams really shine during the final weeks. We have seen the explosiveness of our Goliaths during the first couple weeks, during the middle of the tournament as well. We've had some surprises as well during the group shuffles, right? Where some teams, they thrived, others not so much, but ultimately it came down to the final couple of weeks, and with everything done and dusted, firstly, we're not closing the show, but thank you so much for joining me, all the viewers for joining us on this journey, especially for some of the teams that are going to be making it to that grand final. It has been a heck of a journey, a very bumpy one.
It has. But I'll claim it. I continuously said Toda was hiding strats, and they are going to pop off. They'll show us exactly who they are. But the one thing I did not expect them to show was to show up in the final week. I wanted them to, unleash those strats in the grand finals. Right. But I guess, their IGL said, hey guys, why wait for the finals? We need to pick up that extra bit of money now in itself and show them exactly who they have to fear. But 6th spot for Toda, I think they'll do much better than that at the grand finals. They still have to go up against giants like Axis, Farang, Blacklist, AB Radicals, as well as Expand. And I feel like Toda does have the quality to do exactly that. Axis Esports is the biggest outlier here because they hold on to that 5th place. And it's a little surprising because they started off hot and there was just no consistency coming through from Axis. Although they've got great players on their side, we just didn't see that flair, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, not referring to Axis Neptune though, but sorry,
I mean, to be a pro player for Free Fire.
I have to put it out there because, like when I was watching in the background, I keep looking back in the screen because, like, AJ and the casters have been shouting out my name, and I thought they were calling me out right now to watch. I was watching. Anyways, like these teams, Axis Esports, and you mentioned about hiding strats and Todak moving up. Now, it got me worried and thinking as well if, like, Farang in there is not in top 3. Blacklist International Ultimate also popped off a little bit too late.
Yep.
Are they the team that can be hiding strats and might push Expand as well as AV Radicals out of the leaderboard early as that once we jump into the grand finals? Because, like, Pros does that. Though they don't fake, but this time, I mean, I think that is a myth that a lot of people say no, but that's a lie as well.
I'll have to agree, right? Pros don't fake when it doesn't matter. When it truly matters, they have to fake it out. And Farang is a very strong team. Whether or not they are stronger than Toda at the grand finals, we will still have to wait and see. But, these are all strong teams. I think this is by far one of the strongest grand finals. One of the most competitive grand finals we will watch in the history of Free Fire competitive for the regions of MCPS. And I'm super excited about that, Danny.
Okay, so I think we're going to do a little bit of theory crafting whilst production sort of gets the graphics going, right? The announcement graphic and also looking at MVPs. I think we're going to take a look at some of them now, but Neptune, you did mention that you were able to catch some of the games during the earlier weeks as well. And AJ, I think we need to start the discussion on what we could be looking at when it comes to the grand finals, because the grand finals, it's going to be a little bit different compared to how the league stages run.
Yeah.
So the grand finals, it's over 2 days. Everyone is going to compete in one group. And essentially it's going to be all 4 maps played twice per day, right?
Correct.
It's not going to be the whole 2 maps on one day, 2 maps on the other day. We're playing the full shebang over these next 2 days. With that in mind, what teams, and considering performance as well coming into the final weeks as well, what teams do you feel are going to benefit the most from this format?
That's such a interesting question. I think 2 main teams, be it Expand or AV Radicals, both of them, are going to be fighting for the number 1 spot, mainly because we talk about map mastery. And Expand as well as AV Radicals have mastered 3 out of 4 maps. Purgatories, they're okay map, but they still score quite a number of points there. So there's nothing for them to shy away from. They should dominate just as well. The surprising thing here is teams like Farang as well as Toda haven't really shown up too much in the past. Only for them to strike hard now could mean that they are strong competitors as well. But it's going to be that Alpine map that makes the biggest of difference. Who shines at Alpine? We both know Expand as well as AV. So this is going to be that whole crux of the issue for the other teams that have been hiding strats. Because have they been improving Alpine as well is my biggest question.
Yeah, right. Alpine is such a big X factor for some of these teams because Alpine is probably in a worse, it's not really worse, but a much more difficult situation than compared to Kalahari. Kalahari is a pretty old map, but people are just uncomfortable because it's a very different play style. You can say the same for Alpine, but the difference between the two maps is that one of them is just really new.
Correct.
So again, some people are just not going to be as familiar on Alpine than compared to Kalahari, where one is a experience issue, one is just a general playstyle issue, possibly. But there might be some X factors as well. Maybe the teams have other issues with the maps that we're not currently picking up on. If we do ever learn this information, I think we'd love to share it with the viewers, because players' perspective when it comes into tournaments, it's vastly different than what us casters will sometimes see, what the viewers see. Yeah. We see the game so differently compared to the players. And what we think is an easy play or something that should be very basic play, the players don't see it that way, right? They don't have top-down vision. They don't know where everybody is. They can only play with what abilities and skills their characters have, what weapons they have, everything that's on their character. Like, they're essentially playing blind. You could say Free Fire is kind of like a horror game. You know, you turn the corner, you don't know if there's going to be a clown or a bad guy there. It's a pretty unique game, Battle Royales. But it looks like we're getting very close to looking at the overall standings, folks. So before that, here is the final standing for the final game of the league stage. Axis Esports just clutching with 1 point over Todak. So yes, they didn't get the booyah, but they did win in the kills department, which means they were able to grab 23 points. Not to take away from Todak, they also played phenomenally today, taking them 22 points for their final game of the league stage. In third place, we have Sem9. Very unfortunate. Axis basically denying them the opportunity of maybe contesting Todak for their place. No Escape Revolt, last hurrah for this team, and same thing with SAF, 12 and 11 points. Blacklist going to finish the tournament as well with 11 points to their name, and the timer is just ticking over. We're going to come back to us because we're going to announce the leaderboard a little bit differently. I think we know how this is going to go. Production's going to slowly reveal them one by one, and I wish I had a drum, but we don't, so I'm just gonna have to we got a minute to go. Okay, so we'll have to talk a little bit before we have this, but I think you guys kind of have the stats, you know. You're not going to be surprised. I will, because I'm not looking at your stats. Okay, so I'm going to be like, well, I'll be like everyone else. You guys can just be like, I told you so, this team was going to make top 12. But going back onto that previous point, what do you feel like are going to be some important qualities going into the grand final? Aside the fact that if you peak on the grand finals weekend, that makes sense. Like, what else are you kind of looking for if you're competing?
For me, like you mentioned about map mastery, and looking at the stats, I just looked at the stats before this last match, and though some of the teams have been inconsistent, what surprises me is how Farang did well in Kalahari, as well as I think they're third, very close to the second in terms of points in Alpine. And looking at this, Bermuda, only 85 points from Bermuda right here. So how low is that for an OG map, especially coming from a team like Farang? So I think these stats right here, those inconsistencies, can show us that there are really some strats being hidden right there.
All right, I do believe we're going to reveal the teams that are going to make it to top 12. Let's see who is going. Production. Why do you always do this? You tell us to hype and then you give us this extra graphic. All right, let's take a look at our top 4 teams. And I think this one is a little obvious because we did see this earlier on. So Expand, AV Radicals, Blacklist International, and Farang are your top 4 teams for the league stage, and they'll be proceeding straight to that grand final weekend. I think we expected this. I mean, they've been at the top of the leaderboard for the majority of the tournament, so no one's really surprised. But let's take a look at top 8. Our next set of teams is going to be Axis, Todak, Sem9, Geek Fam. These guys have worked hard, and I think in particular, Todak worked really hard today to make sure that they guaranteed their spot in the top 12. So congratulations to these next 4 teams for finishing in the middle of the bracket and proceeding to that grand final. Now, I know some of us are looking at the 9th to 12th spot. Oh my gosh, they're going to make it worse. We're going to go one by one. The 9th team to qualify is hard to get.
Yes,
this
ma'am.
was a team that we were a little bit worried about.
We were, but they woke up in the final 2 matchups and, they were just... In fact, they were 0 points away. They equalized with Geek Fam on 355 points.
Yep.
And they were 1 point away from the 150 USD bonus. Unfortunate for hard to get. Better luck next time, boys. But SAF joins them. And we know the 2 representatives from Group B should be joining the top 12 shortly as well.
Yes, so we got hard to get, we got SAF as well. We've got 3 Filipino teams currently revealed. Are there going to be any more Filipino teams? Our 11th team to qualify
there will
is
be.
Pando EWG. Now, I was a little bit surprised about Pando's performance for the league stage. I was sort of expecting them to place higher. What kind of happened here with Pando?
Inconsistency. They just mucked around way too much.
All right, and our final team to qualify is Anxiety. They were probably so anxious to find out if they qualified for that grand final, and they will be making it through. So we have 4 representatives from the Philippines, and the remaining teams will be coming in from Malaysia. Gentlemen, we've locked in our top 12 teams. Grand finals, 2 weeks' time. Oh man, if only time could go faster.
Neptune, how proud are you with the fact that we had 5 teams from the Philippines and 4 out of 5 made it to the grand finals, man?
Yeah, I'm really happy because this is a great chance for the Filipinos to really show up in this game. So unfortunate the Bloody Heads missed that opportunity. It should have been all 5 in there if Bloody Heads they perform a little bit better. But I'm good with the result right now. But I'm looking forward to Bloody Heads really performing well and continuously improving match after match, competition after competition, but really happy about the new names out here still back in play. Anxiety as well as Hard to Get, who was in the brink towards the end of the previous day, even earlier. They are in the brink of being pushed down, but once everything has been concrete in terms of the placement as well as the points, then they are at ease and they take that top 12 spot.
Overall, Bloody Head, Icon, No Escape Revolt, NC Esports, ORV X-Men, as well as Orange Esports, who unfortunately are dead last, do not make it through to the grand finals. And we have our finalists all prepped. 1 week of break. The following one, they'll do battle, just like you said, Danley. 16 matches over 2 days. Every single map is played twice every day of the finals. And it's not going to be easy at all.
It's going to be ruthless. I think this is probably going to be the most tiring of the entire tournament, right? You're playing 8 matches for the entire day. I don't think we're looking at any big breaks as well. Maybe at most 5-minute breaks between a couple games. So the players, I hope they're ready. They're probably going to have to train up their stamina, their endurance, if they haven't already, because 8 games back to back, and especially at such a high stakes situation as well, you have to consider that there's going to be stress, that there's going to be situations where you might make mistakes because you overthought something. It's just the nature of those grand finals. But AJ, Neptune, it's been an absolute pleasure having you today. Thank you so much for joining me for the broadcast, and I'm going to probably see you in for that grand final. But before we close out the show, do you gentlemen have anything you want to say to our viewers that are probably going to join us as well for the grand final?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy that I was able to join in last week of the league stages, and looking forward to more of shoutcasting and as well as talks with you guys. But I'm really, really happy as well for the viewers support out there, and also for the support from all the regions of this MCPS, because without you guys, this will not be possible. A lot of fans out there is really asking for the addition in terms of region, and the S has been added in here. I think we're going to see that Sri Lanka team moving forward, but not just yet. But that addition for the regions, really, I'm happy that our community is expanding.
I absolutely agree, man. I cannot wait to see the Sri Lankans in here. I also want to see some more Cambodian teams join the fray as well. I think we're missing them out, but hopefully they, watching this broadcast, can get inspired, can find all of the mistakes made out there on the battlefield by the other 2 regions and take advantage in the next season.
Yes, I think we would love to see some of these other regions come in, because now we're going to really be able to have some of those, as some people would say, nation wars. And personally, I love them because they create amazing storylines. And when you're bringing new regions into a tournament as well, that includes different play styles, right? Different regions tend to play differently. And so that's going to create an even better environment for people to learn to adapt, to incorporate new play styles, and maybe to train us up to be a threatening region when it comes to the world stage, because the world stage is a completely different animal, okay? There's a whole lot of other play styles when it comes to that, but we're going to focus more on the MCPS Majors. Thank you to everyone that tuned into the broadcast. We are going to go for a break next week, but make sure you come back the week after for the grand finals as we find out who's going to be our champion. Thank you, Neptune. Thank you, AJ. Thank you to our viewers. We will see you for the grand final weekend. Until then, booyah!